I am the most unfortunate time traveler. Just appeared and got bitten by a zombie. Mutated into a zombie. I was originally the emperor of the human race who fought in all directions, but just reborn is the beginning of the collapse of the sky. In this completely fallen doomsday world, I spent a month in a daze. When I was thinking of ending myself, I unexpectedly found a baby who was about to starve to death. Rebirth should have been a blessing, but I actually reincarnated as a newborn baby. What's worse is that this was at the time when the apocalypse zombies just broke out, and I, the noble empress, was facing the dilemma of starving to death. I thought it was a certain death rhythm, but I was actually picked up by a zombie. In this cold and lonely apocalypse, it's nice to have a baby for company, but the baby I picked up seems so strange, like it's not quite like other babies. My zombie unexpectedly didn't plan to eat me, but instead fed me milk powder and changed my diapers. This zombie seems to still retain human consciousness. In order to raise this baby, I continuously grow stronger and even awaken the exclusive zombie control skill of the Zombie King. To thank this zombie for raising me, I will protect you from now on. No, she is definitely not an ordinary baby. He is definitely not an ordinary zombie. At this moment, inside a house, I looked at a sleeping baby and couldn't help but sigh to myself, eating and sleeping when full, being young is really good. This baby was picked up by me today. In this devastated and ruined city, I haven't seen any living person for a long time, let alone such a weak life. Little one, we are in the same boat. Just arrived in this unfamiliar world and encountered a zombie crisis. Don't worry, I will take care of you. The appearance of this baby is the faith and motivation for me to continue surviving in this strange and chaotic zombie world. Willow slept very sweetly this time. Since her rebirth, she had been living in fear every day, but this was the first moment she felt so relaxed. Slowly opening her sleepy eyes, she felt like she was floating in mid-air, only to realize that the zombie who had saved her before was holding her up. Willow couldn't understand the zombie's actions anymore. Not only did this zombie not eat me, but it also brought me back and fed me milk. Could this zombie still have human consciousness? Willow couldn't help but recall the experience of being brought back by the zombie today. Other zombies only knew how to frantically bang on doors or try to pry them open with their fingers. However, because the bedroom was locked, this zombie used a crowbar to open the door. Willow had been too hungry and scared to notice this before, but now she realized something was wrong. Moreover, this zombie not only didn't devour her directly but also made milk formula for her to drink, which was simply against all logic. As a former human empress, Willow had seen countless zombies. After being infected and transformed into a zombie, she could only become a bloodthirsty beast. These abnormal situations made Willow more convinced of her speculation that this unique zombie in front of her definitely retained its previous human consciousness. At this moment, Willow was extremely excited, as if she had discovered a new continent. In her past life, she had encountered many powerful zombies and other creatures, but this was the first time she had encountered one that could retain human consciousness after being transformed by the zombie virus. However, wait a moment, the zombie in front of me doesn't seem to be a woman no matter how you look at it. I, the emperor, was actually changed into a diaper by a man? Lu Ruyan widened her eyes, finally reacting. You should know that in her past life, she had never even touched a man's hand, so she never expected that her pure life would be ruined by a diaper. The willow-like smoke was a little tearful for a while, but after a moment, her expression returned to normal. Forget it. I should have perished in the battle with the insect queen. It's already fortunate to be reborn. My life was saved by the other party. It's already very lucky to be alive now. Not to mention that I am just a baby at the moment. After figuring this out, Lu Ruyan no longer cared so much. Lu Ruyan looked at the zombie in front of her who was seriously changing her diaper, and was touched for a moment. Could this zombie be treating me as her daughter? Thinking of this, Lu Ruyan's heart trembled, involuntarily imagining a tragic story in her mind. Perhaps this zombie in front of her also had a beloved daughter before the outbreak of the apocalypse. Most likely, his daughter had already died after the arrival of the end times, but he still cherished the memory of his daughter in his mind, causing this bloodthirsty zombie to mistake her for his daughter. We'll translate the next line into English. Output translation only. Liu Ruyan looked at the zombie in front of her, sighed inwardly. Since you have treated me as your daughter, then I declare, from now on you are the zombie daddy of this emperor. I am observing this house here. This room is where I randomly found the little one today. The owner of the house probably left with their family after the zombie outbreak. The place looks relatively clean, just some dust, so I cleaned it up quickly. I am quite satisfied with our new home for myself and the little one. Now that the room is tidied up, the next thing to consider is food storage. I used to nibble on the leftover frozen raw meat in the store, but not anymore. The little one is still so small. Formula and diapers are essential. There are many things to consider. The bit of formula I brought back temporarily is definitely not enough for the little one to eat. If you can drink 3 bowls of milk in a row at such a young age, you don't usually have a good appetite. Not to mention the fact that the little one will need to consume other foods if he or she is weaned at a later date in order to do so. Lu Chuan had made up his mind that he would have to store more food inside the nook before he could do so. Taking a look outside the house, it was currently still daytime, so Lu Chuan simply lay down on the sofa. After all, he was now a zombie, and although the streets were full of zombies who were oblivious to him, Lu Chuan was more worried about the survivors who were hiding in the shadows. The zombies have no thoughts and are full of ideas about devouring the living and not attacking themselves as their own kind. Now that the world was full of bloodthirsty zombies, it was instead the safest for the current Lu Chuan. If he went out to look for supplies by himself in the middle of the day and was discovered by some survivor hiding in the shadows, I'm afraid it would cause some suspicion. After all, even if one's appearance was dressed like a human being, the way these zombies treated them would still attract the attention of someone with an interest. After all, humans can only hide like rats now, and can only run away in a hurry in the face of these bloodthirsty zombies. But he was walking freely on the street with his supplies in his arms, and he would surely be seen to be in the right place when the time came. If it was just a matter of attracting attention, I was afraid that even my own lair and even the little one would be exposed at that time. In a post-apocalyptic world, humans aren't much safer than zombies. Soon the sun was setting and the whole city was plunged into darkness. Because of the large-scale water and power outages, the original modern city of lights and greenery is now a dead silence, with only 1 or 2 hissing zombies resounding in the darkness of the night. For the rest of the survivors, the darkness of the night was undoubtedly despairing, because human vision will be drastically reduced in the middle of the night. The only way to discern the direction to find supplies in this unlit city is with the help of a flashlight or a night vision device. But the zombies are not completely limited by this. Even into the darkness of the night Lu Chuan still moved freely. After changing his clothes and putting on his backpack, and taking the crowbar he specialized in picking locks, Lu Chuan was ready to go. The night was the best cover for him. However, before leaving, Lu Chuan still closed the bedroom door and dragged another large cabinet to block the stairway on the 7th floor, so that other zombies could be blocked from breaking into the room. It's hard for these mindless zombies to make any intelligent moves. By using this cabinet to block the stairway yourself, even if the walkers got into the building, they would eventually be blocked. Not to mention that the building had been completely cleared of zombies, and exotic zombies usually didn't have nothing better to do than climb the stairs. The little one was still too young to make a particularly big noise inside the room. However, Lu Chuan did this partly as a defense against zombies, and partly as a precaution against humans. After turning into a zombie, Lu Chuan had been living in the middle of the store for the past month, and had seen many tragedies through the windows after the apocalypse collapsed. In the beginning, in the face of the crisis of the outbreak of Armageddon, most people were able to maintain a sense of calm and kindness. But as the deaths intensify, and as food becomes scarce, the darker side of human nature begins to reveal itself. And most of those who were the kindest and most helpful died in the mouths of the walkers at the beginning. Lu Chuan still remembered that within a few days of the outbreak of the Armageddon crisis, the cries of women could often be heard on the streets. He didn't need to think about that commotion to know what was happening, and by the time half a month had passed, water and power outages had begun within the city. Some even took the initiative to start trading skins just for a bite to eat. As for pushing one's companions towards the walkers in exchange for one's escape, that's simply a commonplace of the apocalypse. Even Lu Chuan had seen with his own eyes that some of the survivor squads had gone red with hunger because of the lack of food. They didn't dare to face the bloodthirsty zombies, but they extended the butcher's knife to their partners. Even Lu Chuan, who had already turned into a zombie, still refrained from hunting humans in the face of his bloodlust. But some of them are still alive, but they have already started to kill each other and eat their own companions. These people have lost the most basic human nature. Even completely unworthy of being called a human being, they do not even spare the children. If the little one is found by them, the consequences are simply unimaginable. They'll do anything for a bite to eat. This old neighborhood where Lu Chuan is located is called Manhwa district, and there is a big iron door for anti-burglary at the first floor of each building. Lu Chuan came to the first floor and closed the iron door, and then picked up the chain on the side to tie the door securely. The neighborhood is residential, and while the family stockpile may not be particularly large, it still accumulates quite a bit. Packing a large amount of food into his hiking bag, the remaining Lu Chuan simply held it directly in his arms. If any of the survivors had night vision at the moment, they would be able to see a very bizarre scene. A bloodthirsty zombie was holding a huge pile of powdered milk on a dark and silent street and was sneaking around. Suddenly Lu Chuan noticed that something was wrong. He looked up violently only to find that, now I do not know when there was originally some dim moon, at this moment even turned into a round of blood moon. The moon in the sky looked as if it had been dyed red with blood, and it looked very oozy in this silent dark night. 702. Building 7. Bright Moon Subdivision. Bedroom. Bed. Ji Rushue woke up to find the house empty. What's a zombie dad doing out in the middle of the night? So bad I have to pee. Never mind. There's diapers anyway. That's a great invention. But right at this moment, Ji Rushue, through the window that wasn't completely pulled shut, realized that the blood moon in the sky outside the window looked incomparably demonic at the moment. Blood moon? Is today the night of the blood moon already? It looks like the era of global evolution is about to begin. Chapter 8. The brain is itching to start evolving. Lu Chuan, who was on the main street, looked at the blood moon above his head for a moment and was a bit confused. Ji Rushue was an empress who had returned from rebirth and had experienced the Age of Doom, knew a lot about the blood moon, but Lu Chuan had traveled from another peaceful world and had no idea what that meant. However, Lu Chuan still hurriedly found a corner and placed the powdered milk in his hand. Opening the milk powder can, Lu Chuan was relieved to find that the milk powder inside was still white. Great. Scared me. Thought I was becoming a red eye. My eyes are fine. So that means the moon really did turn the color of blood? This sudden change caused Lu Chuan to feel some surprise, but he soon picked up the supplies and continued walking in the direction of his home. This strange world can even have a zombie apocalypse, so it doesn't seem out of the question for the moon to turn the color of blood. To be precise, silent black night, empty city, beastly hissing, blood-red full moon. This is the standard doomsday pairing, okay? Lu Chuan didn't feel the slightest bit uncomfortable about the arrival of the blood moon. Instead, he felt as if it was supposed to be like this. After all, he had long since seen many of these similar scenarios in various sci-fi movies in his previous life. Ignoring the changes in the sky, Lu Chuan directly transformed into a hamster, and this one night began the frantic work of carrying. Because he was a zombie, he would feel little to no fatigue, and at the same time, his strength was much greater than it had been in life. So Lu Chuan brought all the things that the little one could use back to his place, one batch after another. Powdered milk bottles, diapers are essential for babies, and Lu Chuan packs a whole bunch of them every time. It didn't take long for the room to be stocked up with supplies by Lu Chuan. Immediately after, Lu Chuan began to stock up on a variety of snacks and children's toys, and even children's books. Although it was said to be the end of the world, Lu Chuan felt it was still necessary to teach the little one to learn to read and speak. After all, as the saying goes, you can't afford to be poor in education. Ji Rushue looked at the stack of 3-year college entrance exams and 5-year simulations that Lu Chuan had brought back, and suddenly felt a numbness in her scalp. If I remember correctly, I don't think I'm even a year old now, am I? Isn't it a bit too urgent to brush up on the GCSE questions now? And it's the end of the world. What's with the high school entrance exams? However, Lu Chuan does not care about this, as long as he thinks it is useful to move back home. Although the little one was still just a baby less than a week old, Lu Chuan still carried several 50-pound bags of rice back, because Lu Chuan realized that he had a lot more strength after turning into a zombie, and his physical strength was also a lot better than before. This kind of 50 pounds of rice was directly picked up with one hand. Rice is good. Rice resists hunger. This is the most simple idea of Lu Chuan. As for how to cook rice when the water and electricity are out and when the little one, who is not yet a week old, will be able to eat rice, that is out of his consideration now. Anyway, he can always use it later. Lu Chuan does not feel the slightest bit tired in the middle of this carrying process, but feels that life is full of hope. He felt as if what he was doing now was an attempt to build a foundation for a wonderful new life. So once he moved, he couldn't stop. This house of almost 100 square feet had been piled high by Lu Chuan. Just as Lu Chuan was carrying it back and forth for the 4th time, he suddenly felt as if something was wrong with his body. Lu Chuan hurriedly put down the supplies in his hands and then leaned against the wall. At this time, Lu Chuan felt that he, who had already turned into a zombie, had strangely felt a scorching temperature inside his body. This strange phenomenon made Lu Chuan's entire body feel incredibly shocked, realizing that his current self was a zombie. To put it more strictly, it's a moving corpse. The blood in his body had long since stopped flowing and turned a disgusting dark brown color. All of his body became incredibly cold, and this strange sizzling sensation made Lu Chuan feel both strange and familiar. In this instant, Lu Chuan suddenly had a feeling of hot tears. This sizzling energy inside his body made him feel as if he had returned to the time before he was born. However, immediately afterward, Lu Chuan noticed that his brain was itching and felt as if his brain core was about to explode. Lu Chuan can only crouch in the corner at the moment, covering his head, body constantly trembling. He does not know what is going on with him. Mud. Could it be that the human consciousness experience card has expired? Am I going to turn into one of those zombies who only know bloodlust? This strange feeling that suddenly descended upon him caused Lu Chuan to be a bit flustered at this moment. It's so hard to have the determination to revitalize your life on your own. It's so hard to find a new hope and a new purpose. It was so hard to find a companion who could live on with him in the midst of this crumbling post-apocalyptic world. Lu Chuan was not willing to obliterate himself like this. At this moment, Lu Chuan's teeth were clenched tightly, and his originally blood-red eyes were now filled with the color of perseverance. Although Lu Chuan didn't know what was happening to him or what he would become next, he had to keep himself awake. Lu Chuan did not notice at this time those black veins on his body. The color is gradually fading towards cyan transition. Meanwhile, the incomparably horrible-looking wound on his shoulder had long since weathered and dried up after this month's time, looking very dirty and disgusting. But the hideous wound, surprisingly, began to heal at a slow pace. It wasn't back to its original form, but at least it wasn't as hideous and horrible as it had looked before. Lu Chuan's fingernails also began to gradually transform, and those sharp and loose teeth became somewhat neat. Because he had turned into a zombie, Lu Chuan had lost a lot of his originally dark and lush hair, which now looked a bit thin. However, at this moment, as Lu Chuan's body kept trembling, his originally extremely thin hair even gradually became thicker. It still hadn't regained its pre-birth appearance, but it was already many times better than the Mediterranean Sea it had been after becoming a zombie. At the same time, in the midst of the silent dark night, a hissing zombie after zombie suddenly resounded. Many of the zombies under the moonlight had the same thing happen as Lu Chuan, and their bodies began to tremble. There were also some survivors who were enveloped by the moonlight, and their bodies began to glow for a while, unknowingly changing slightly in the moonlight. The rate of bleeding in the body became faster, the organs beat more forcefully, the muscles on the body became much more condensed, and the bones all seemed to be tougher than before. Bright Moon Neighborhood. Ji Rushue, who was in the bedroom, was also enveloped by the blood-red moonlight outside the window at the moment. Her petite body trembled slightly as Ji Rushue felt herself getting hot at this moment. Chapter 9 Awakened Ability, Corpse Control. Lu Chuan didn't know how long it had been, and when he slowly opened his eyes, he realized that he was lying on the street. What the hell happened to the blood moon last night? Even if Lu Chuan was no matter how neurotic he was, he noticed that something was wrong at this moment. When the blood-red moonlight shone on his body, the strange change made it hard for Lu Chuan to forget even now. According to the normal sci-fi movie formula, the birth of that blood moon seems to have started some new era. But how come I don't seem to have changed much now? Lu Chuan looked towards his surroundings. The gravity of this planet was still the same as it was. The dilapidated buildings were no different from when he fainted. Not knowing exactly what had happened, Lu Chuan shook his head helplessly, and then he was ready to pick up the supplies that he had scattered all over the place. But soon Lu Chuan sensed something was wrong. Wait, Lu Chuan hadn't felt anything when he got up from his original position, and only now that he had started moving did he realize that he seemed to have become very agile. It was important to realize that previously, as a zombie, even though he had been able to do some simple movements after a month, his limbs were still a bit stiff. But the overall coordination is more than the previous bow tie a large section, and Lu Chuan feels that his body is even more full of surging power. The body is lighter than before. The action has become more agile. Even Lu Chuan at the moment the distance of one step is much faster than the previous greater speed. And after looking down Lu Chuan was surprised to find that the black veins that were originally on his body were now much lighter in color. Even his own fingernails had changed a bit, tending more towards normal humans. As a breeze blew by, Lu Chuan felt something in his heart and touched his head. He suddenly realized that he had started growing his hair again because of the Mediterranean Sea he had been in since turning into a zombie. And while it was still a battle-damaged version, it was much stronger than it had been before. And after picking up the supplies on the ground, Lu Chuan realized that his strength was also currently greatly enhanced compared to before, almost about to reach about twice as much, and his physical quality was substantially improved. With a feeling in his heart, Lu Chuan looked towards these wandering zombies on the street and realized that not a small amount of change had occurred in all of these zombies' bodies as well. The original zombies, which were very hideous and disgusting, all looked more or less human after this night, though it was said that after the blood moon, there seemed to be a slight change in the original daily routine. But this sudden change didn't make Lu Chuan feel flustered. Instead, there was a small joy in the middle of his heart. He had inexplicably come to this strange world and lived a muddled life every day, and now some changes had finally come. Living the same life over and over again every day gets tiresome sooner or later. But now Lu Chuan realized that this world, it seemed to be not as simple as he had imagined before. After all, biological viruses like zombies are understandable, but a blood moon at night is a bit of a stretch. It's quite possible that this outbreak of the zombie crisis isn't even as simple as a virus. Lu Chuan picked up the supplies and prepared to go home, but as he passed a zombie, a strange feeling suddenly surged in his heart. Looking at the zombie in front of him with a hideous face and a low roar coming out of his mouth from time to time, Lu Chuan felt that there seemed to be a hidden connection between himself and this zombie. I won't be single for long. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Lu Chuan shook his head violently in fear, but he soon realized that this unique connection was not the result of his own peculiar emotions towards this zombie. Instead, it felt as if countless threads were born in the middle of his mind, connecting him to this zombie. These zombies were like dolls with empty heads and no autonomous consciousness in front of themselves, and it was as if he himself possessed the special ability to infuse his thoughts through these invisible threads, as if he were manipulating the dolls with the threads. This strange ability made Lu Chuan a little excited for a moment, and he hurriedly began to verify his suspicions. As Lu Chuan focused his attention, he vaguely felt his connection with the zombie in front of him getting closer and closer. Not a moment's effort later, the zombie, which had just been limping and swaying, suddenly stood on its feet. Forward, backward, hands up. If someone was there at the moment, their jaw would certainly be dropped. A zombie actually does chest expansion exercises on this crumbling street. The corners of Lu Chuan's mouth were uncontrollably rising. As he guessed, he was able to control the actions of this zombie. At this moment, Lu Chuan could be certain that the blood moon last night was definitely not simple. That mysterious blood-colored moonlight caused himself. No, I should say that it caused all the zombies to change, and there seemed to be something special about his own situation. Not only was his physical strength strengthened, but he was even able to control other zombies. Lu Chuan named this strange ability, corpse control. Lu Chuan, who had a new ability, was like a child who had acquired a new toy, constantly experimenting with his latest acquired ability. In his previous life, Lu Chuan had also seen some science fiction movies and online novels, and he knew that usually those who were able to awaken their supernormal abilities in these end times were top-notch powerhouses. It seems that he also has the qualifications of a great emperor. Lu Chuan kept manipulating the zombies, making all sorts of strange and bizarre moves. A bit of dancing, a bit of basketball, a bit of rap. It's just a shame that this zombie still can't talk. There were many zombies roaming the streets, and Lu Chuan directly let go of the experiment. After several iterations of confirmation, he realized that his current self could only manipulate up to 2 walkers at the same time for different actions, and there's no way to give orders accurately if you're too far away. Lu Chuan judged that this was most likely related to his own spiritual power. At least that's what was said in those sci-fi movies and online novels he had read before. These zombies are manipulated by themselves. Lu Chuan will name it as corpse dolls. As the name suggests, do not have their own thoughts, can only be manipulated dolls. After testing continuously for a long time, Lu Chuan also felt a little tired. Crap, the little guy is still at home. Lu Chuan then remembered that he had been carrying supplies all night long and had lasted for a long time after being hit by the blood moon yesterday. But in the end, he fainted, and by now he didn't know how long had passed, and the little one was alone in the house and still didn't know what had happened. The little one was still just a baby, after all, and was likely to be in danger even without the walkers. Lu Chuan hurriedly maneuvered Corpse Puppet No. 1 in Corpse Puppet No. 2, carrying the supplies he had collected earlier, and quickly rushed towards the direction of the Manhwa district. Chapter 10, Ji Rushue's ability. Lu Chuan was followed by 2 zombies with their backs full of supplies, and under the manipulation of his consciousness, these zombies, whose limbs were originally a bit stiff, were also able to make more commands. It had to be said that with the 2 corpse puppets, No. 1 and No. 2, coming to help carry the supplies, Lu Chuan's entire body was much more relaxed. Lu Chuan is now also considered to realize what it is like to be the boss. And it is true that the feeling of having employees under your hand to help you work is very cool. Looking at the 2 corpse puppets that did not have any emotions and only knew how to give physical labor, Lu Chuan secretly nodded in his heart. I don't know how to specifically enhance the power to manipulate zombies. If I can manipulate more zombie minions in the future, when I want to feed the little one, that would be a breeze. Lu Chuan can't help but think of himself leading a group of zombie minions in the city to run amok. So think about it, really is also a bit grandiose. Bringing the 2 zombies back to the front door of Building 5, Lu Chuan directly controlled the corpse puppets of No. 1 and No. 2 to carry all the supplies back to the 7th floor. Immediately after that, Lu Chuan had these 2 zombies come to the 1st floor and act as the doorman. Usually humans are less likely to scavenge where there are walkers, and walkers don't engage in killing each other. So these 2 little brother walkers were able to serve as their eyes extremely well. If anything goes wrong, it will be the first to trigger its own alert, while still being able to fight remotely. The bottom line is that zombie janitors can eat, drink and not get paid, and are simply born to be cattle and horses. Having this kind of zombie doorman watching the door makes it a lot safer for the little ones at home. Meanwhile, in the middle of the bedroom on the 7th floor, Ji Rushue, after this night's baptism of blood-colored moonlight, she also finally gradually awoke from her slumber. Ji Rushue's eyes gradually became bright and awake, and immediately afterward, she felt a large amount of information frantically pouring into her mind. After feeling this massive information, Ji Rushue's eyes were all filled with excitement. She couldn't be more familiar with these peculiar things. The next second Ji Rushue's gaze fell on top of a fallen leaf at the window. Ji Rushue's eyes gleamed. and immediately afterward, without any breeze blowing, the fallen leaves on this windowsill unexpectedly took off directly into midair. The leaf then flew directly into the room, and stalled in midair for 2 seconds. Such a peculiar situation. If let the bystanders see, is bound to be surprised at this. After that blood moon, Ji Rushue had also awakened a transcendent ability, the power of mind control. Through their own ideas can manipulate objects. Flying in the air to pick up objects in the air and so on can be realized. Is completely beyond the ability of common sense. And what surprised Ji Rushue the most was that she had not only awakened her Nianli mastery, but she had even regained the transcendent ability of her previous life, time mastery. Ji Rushue remembered that in her previous life, someone had begun to work on the reasons for the birth of these awakened abilities. After different experiments, as well as a long time with a variety of case summarization, in Ji Rushue's previous life, some people have suggested that the awakening of extraordinary ability, perhaps closely related to the human soul. Different souls will have different transcendent powers. It was only that this theory was not perfectly verified at the time, but now Ji Rushue could already confirm that the awakening of transcendent power was indeed related to talent, because even though he had been reborn, his soul had not changed. The time mastery he had awakened in his previous life had been perfectly inherited this time. Ji Rushue felt incomparably excited. This time she could be even more powerful than in her previous life. After all, after being reborn with an additional ability of Nianli control on top of the original, he himself was considered a dual talent awakened person. Moreover, the 2 talents that he had awakened were all extraordinary, and both possessed the potential to achieve the status of a top powerhouse. Among Ji Rushue's eyes, a touch of overriding dominance flashed through. In his previous life, he was able to live a prosperous life in the middle of the apocalypse just by virtue of his ability to control time. Growing to a later stage, the terrifying power of time even granted Ji Rushue the ability to sway the entire battlefield, being able to bring the battlefield to a standstill and at the same time accelerate or decelerate the flow of time around himself and his opponents. This talent was simply heaven-defying to the extreme. Ji Rushue also relied on this powerful transcendent power to eventually metamorphose all the way to the position of empress, and in this life he himself not only possessed the power of time mastery, but also the power of thought mastery. This ability to manipulate objects with the power of thought was extremely practical in the battlefield of Armageddon. Whether it was used against the enemy or for defense, it could play a miraculous effect. Ji Rushue secretly sighed in her heart. If she had possessed the talent of thought mastery in her previous life, then her ability to fight one against many would have been even stronger. But immediately afterward, Ji Rushue felt that a stabbing pain came from the middle of her mind. The whole person had a feeling of being deflated, and even his breathing couldn't help but be a rush. Although his own self after being reborn had managed to awaken 2 talents, there was still a drawback. That is that he is currently a baby, and this body which is but a few months in size is still too weak. He had only used his natural ability for such a short while, but he could not hold it up already. This basic level was much weaker than in his previous life, but even so, Ji Rushue was still very excited. It didn't matter if the base mental power was low, as long as one continued to grow, this chanting power would always keep improving. Although he was still just a baby now, if he grew up in the future, I was afraid that his strength would be many times more terrifying than his previous life. What's more, compared to Nianli, being able to possess 2 demonic to the core talents was the most important thing. Ji Rushue couldn't help but fantasize in her mind that she would have supreme greatness when she grew up. At that time, he might encounter the insect queen who had killed him in his previous life again, and he would be able to win the battle at that time. Just then, Ji Rushue heard some movement coming from outside the house. Is it his own zombie dad who's back? A zombie with human consciousness is still extremely rare. Even Ji Rushue, who was an empress, had never encountered such a situation in her previous life. Lying on the bed at the moment, she couldn't help but begin to be curious in her mind. It was not known whether this low-rank zombie with human consciousness could successfully evolve after experiencing the baptism of the blood moon or not. Will it also succeed in awakening superhuman abilities, just like humans? After all, according to the current situation, the awakening of transcendental abilities is related to the soul. As long as there is a soul, then there is a possibility of awakening. Ji Rushue was eager to see what a zombie with human consciousness and awakened extraordinary abilities would be like. Chapter 11 Poor Zombie Dad. Let this emperor protect you in the future. Luchuan quickly came to the roof of the building and was relieved to see that the closet he had placed in the hallway was still in its original position. This time, he went out and even encountered the blood moon, and the most crucial thing was that he fainted. Luchuan was worried that something had happened at home. This was the first time since coming to this world that Luchuan had a feeling of attachment. This month, Luchuan had been muddled every day, and had never been in the mood to worry about anything. This kind of emotion only found in unique humans made Luchuan feel more and more like he was still a living person. After the irradiation of the blood moon, the evolved Lu Chuan's strength was much greater than before, and he easily moved the closet away. Quickly rushing back to the bedroom, Lu Chuan realized that the little one on the bed was looking at himself with his eyes open, although he had never even been in love. This scene now made Lu Chuan feel like a father. The little guy's eyes were watery, and his black and white pupils were completely different from the zombies that filled the streets. Such a serene and cute baby seems to have the power to purify everything in this post-apocalyptic world. Lu Chuan's heart, which was a bit restless after the evolution, also gradually became calmer after returning home. Little one, you should be waking up hungry after such a long absence. Lu Chuan smiled, then went into the kitchen and started to brew up the milk powder. Now that the city has had major water and power outages, trying to boil hot water is impossible. After all, you can't burn wood in the house yourself, and if you set the house on fire, you're done for. You can only stir the powdered milk with mineral water, and that's what you've got yourself now. After all, it's the end times, and it's just a matter of staying alive. Just as Lu Chuan stirred the milk powder, Ji Rushue was also dressing up this zombie father of hers. Ji Rushue noticed the changes in Lu Chuan's body. The skin on his body and so on had changed quite a bit from yesterday's time, and he looked more like a human. But this change was very inconspicuous, not the same as what Ji Rushue remembered. In Ji Rushue's impression, the zombies are ordinary first-order zombies. That is, the existence of the zombie virus after probation. For example, the Lu Chuan at the beginning is this type, and after that blood-colored moon appeared, the globe took a bizarre turn. In particular, these bloodthirsty zombies have undergone the most obvious changes. Usually it will be based on the different types of zombies and thus morph into different types. Ji Rushue remembered that not long after the beginning of the apocalypse in her previous life, the size of one of the zombies that had evolved through the blood moon would become abnormally tall and strong. Maybe the original height of the zombie is only 1.78 meters. After the evolution of the height will soar to about 2 or 3 meters. And the muscle dimension of the body will also undergo a horrifying increase. The skin becomes extremely tough, and the bones will likewise far exceed those of ordinary creatures. The strong bodies of these zombies were exaggerated many times compared to ordinary zombies. It is able to withstand almost most damage on the battlefield, and has a very impressive resistance. When this kind of zombie appears in the middle of the battlefield, it will be very difficult to destroy and has extremely powerful strength. Usually ordinary obstacles that blocked the way would be directly lifted or smashed by it. That's why zombies of this evolutionary route were usually named tank-type zombies by human survivors in the previous world. It meant that the zombie was like a main battle tank, able to easily crush everything in front of it. It can be said that this is a nightmare for most survivors, as many of the survivors' weapons simply can't hurt this kind of zombie. There are also zombies whose main direction of evolution is agility. This aspect of the body they did not get a terrifying surge of powerful body. The main direction of evolution is their own limbs and terrifying sharp claws. The most critical thing is that this kind of zombie can rely on their own strong and powerful limbs and sharp claws like a machete, in the wall or even on the roof of the house for upside-down climbing. The muscles were like springs, with extremely strong bouncing power as well as fast action speed, and with that agile body and weird stance, he could roll around in mid-air with extreme ease. Human survivors facing this kind of zombie would have a hard time successfully hitting it, but that wasn't the point. The most perverse thing about this zombie was that his original human tongue had also mutated. Surprisingly, it is able to stretch freely, and can also open the brick and stone has a strong aggressiveness. Ji Rushue remembered very clearly a survivor camp that she had participated in entering in her previous life, in which the battalion commander of that camp was extremely strong in battle. But it was because of the lack of experience in dealing with this strange zombie that led to the fall of that horrible tongue when he was about to behead the zombie. Because of the peculiar nature of this zombie, it is also known as a licker by the survivors. The main thing to focus on is his tongue, which is naturally retractable and extremely scary. On top of that there are zombies who, after evolving, have been able to spread bones from their own vertebrae, and with different evolutions, these bones eventually grow membranes that will form a pair of bone wings as a way to achieve the ability to fly through the air. There were even extremely rare elemental zombies that were born, and these zombies were even able to have the ability to perform elemental attacks just like some human awakened ones. For example, wind blades, fireballs, and ice picks, etc. In the later stages of the game, such strange zombies can cause very big problems for human survivor camps. Even in the pre-evolutionary stage of these special zombies, some more obvious features would appear above their bodies. And this zombie father who was breastfeeding himself, how ordinary he looks. Even after the blood mutation, there didn't seem to be any particularly noticeable changes. Ji Rushue, who thought of this, could not help but feel a little disappointed. She had hoped that she would see a different father today. After all, everyone wants their loved ones to be strong enough. Surviving in the midst of the post-apocalyptic world was an extremely difficult thing to do, and if you didn't have enough strength you could easily be eliminated. Ji Rushue actually had quite a bit of faith in her zombie father. After all, it was obvious that this father of his was very special, and even had a human consciousness. This kind of in the end of the world is considered extremely rare. Even as the empress of Ji Rushue in the previous life has not encountered this kind of existence. Ji Rushue originally wanted to witness some peculiar phenomena, but now it seemed that there should be no such opportunity. The only way to survive in this world is to be able to evolve. It was only in the early stages of the beginning of the zombie apocalypse that these most common level 1 zombies could be a bit of a deterrent, scaring the ordinary survivors. And when it comes to the later stages, this kind of zombie that has no obvious evolutionary strength and still has very mediocre strength is completely cannon fodder. Ji Rushue secretly regretted in her heart. Poor zombie dad. When Benji grows up, let Benji protect you. Chapter 12 Naming the Little One, Lu Chi-Chi. Although Ji Rushue had experienced a cruel doomsday, she still had principles of her own. For Ji Rushue, the end times didn't mean that she had to abandon her humanity. And living sensibly in the midst of the end times didn't mean that she had to achieve absolute cold-bloodedness. Even in her previous life, Ji Rushue was a person who would repay a debt if there was a favor. What's more, now that he's been reborn, he's been turned into a defenseless baby who can't even take care of himself. If she hadn't met this somewhat peculiar zombie father, Ji Rushue could have completely imagined her next fate. Either they'll be found by walkers and torn to pieces, or they'll slowly starve to death in their cribs alone. It can be said that this zombie father of his not only saved his life, but even had the grace of raising him. Which zombie that has no mind but only knows bloodlust can hold back its bloodlust in the face of a living person? They will even do their best to gather all kinds of supplies for a human baby and make formula to feed the baby. Ji Rushue had a favor to repay, let alone such a heavenly favor. Even if this zombie dad of his might be very mediocre and just a normal low-level zombie that wouldn't hurt, Ji Rushue had already made a secret decision in her heart. No matter what, she would have to protect him for the rest of her life in the future. You raise me young, I'll raise you old should never be just an empty phrase. Not to mention that as Ji Rushue, who had returned from rebirth, she knew many of the ways in which zombies evolved. The main way most zombies evolve is by devouring living beings and using the flesh and blood energy of other living beings to provide themselves with power. For example, zombies devour humans or other creatures, which is in a way a biological evolutionary instinct. And there is another way, and that is by preying on the nuclei formed in the brains of their own kind. Those peculiar zombies that had awakened their extraordinary abilities, no matter what kind they were, would form a unique crystal core in the middle of their minds. This crystal core is the main core of the zombie's ability. However, only successfully awakened zombies were able to crystallize the nucleus in their brains. Ordinary zombies didn't have it. If that sea of low-level zombies could all form crystal cores, the situation facing humanity would be extremely terrifying. Ji Rushue already had plans in her mind, although her father's physique was rather mediocre. But there was no harm in it. Who let herself be the empress? Ji Rushue was still very confident in her own strength and prospects. In her previous life, she could only take one step at a time, and was able to break through in the midst of the post-apocalyptic world to achieve the position of empress. After being reborn, he had experience and memories, and even an additional powerful awakened ability. Ji Rushue believed that her current life would only grow faster and stronger than her previous life. The big deal was that when he grew up, he would plunder the crystal cores of those other evolved zombies. Ji Rushue had already made up her mind that she would pile up her dad into a high-level zombie even if she used these crystal cores to do so. By the time the advanced zombies will undergo a huge change, this level of zombies already have the ability to speak, no longer like the other zombies only hissing. The most crucial thing was that if they could break through to advanced zombies, then the bodies of these zombies would change dramatically. When the time comes, you can regrow a human body and basically be virtually indistinguishable from a human. Don't worry about my zombie dad. I'm a potential stock, and feeding this emperor will definitely not make you suffer. While thinking about it, Ji Rushue subconsciously had to lick the milk stains at the corner of her mouth. Sweet smelling. Lu Chuan didn't know what was in the little guy's mind. He just looked at the other side, staring so straight at himself, and felt very funny in his heart. The pupils of those wide eyes looked very cute in black and white. Whether it was in his previous life or in this life, this was the first time Lu Chuan had watched a baby so closely. He suddenly realized that these babies seemed to carry with them a self-same hope of life that one would like to indulge in. Little one, just grow up without worrying about the outside world. I've found you 2 new bodyguards. They're watching the door downstairs right now. No food, no drink, no lodging, and no 5 insurance. The key is very good health. Will not get sick and miss work and absenteeism. With the 2 of them in the future, our life will be much safer. Lu Chuan just sat on the edge of the bed, quietly looking at the baby on the bed. His heart gradually became calm and soft, but it was a pity that Lu Chuan's pupils were a blood color. and Ji Rushue could not see the slightest change. The little guy grows up quickly. Dad got a lot of toys for the master this time. There are Barbie dolls, there are Muppet Bears, and Thomas the Train, and Transformers. Ahem. The Transformers are for me to hold for myself, but you can play them if you like. You don't have to worry that you will play with things. 3 years of college entrance exams and 5 years of simulation I have brought you back. When it comes to keep. If you really can't keep it for the fire you can. Lu Chuan at the moment has completely taken this little one picked up by chance and raised it as his own daughter. Although he had never been in love, much less had a child, Lu Chuan could feel that he was the happiest father in this moment. Without realizing it, something called responsibility had been placed on his shoulders. And this little baby that looks like a porcelain doll is Lu Chuan's new hope and forbidden descendant. Suddenly Lu Chuan reacted to the fact that he hadn't even given this little guy a name after he picked him up. Since you are a human being, you always have to have a name of your own. Lu Chuan was also a bit confused for a while. He had never thought about the matter of giving his child a name. After all, he didn't even know his future girlfriend's name until now. The surname aspect was fine. Since it was her own daughter, then she definitely had to take her own surname. Lu what? Lu Chuan went through all the various ancient poems he had memorized and words he had learned in his previous life in his mind. I was just a little rushed and still haven't come up with a good name for it. Until Lu Chuan glanced out the window, and immediately had a decision in his mind. Since we are now living on the 7th floor, and this is the first home for both of us in this world, I'll call you Lu Chi-Chi. The nickname is Chi-Chi. That way, no matter what happens in the future, if we think of your name, then we can recall the good times we had living together in this little home on the 7th floor. From a downtrodden young man to a father, Lu Chuan's mindset has changed, and he no longer muddles through life just for himself. Don't worry, Chi-Chi, Daddy will let you grow up carefree, even in the end times. Daddy will give you a piece of earth to call your own. Chapter 13, Zombie Wars. Lu Chuan looked at the results of his night and nodded in satisfaction. The various storage spaces in this room, as well as the open spaces, were now filled with a variety of supplies moved in on their own. Even if Chi-Chi had a more prodigious appetite, it was definitely enough for him to eat for a long time. After all, no matter how much the little guy can eat, in the end, he is just a baby, and he can only drink some milk powder every day. A lot of supplies had been prepared so far, and Lu Chuan decided to stay at home for a while. In the end of the world, the only key is to survive. Not to mention that he has awakened the ability to manipulate zombies, which also means that this world is far from being as simple as he imagined. The zombie virus after the passage of time, or after non-stop devouring, the individual's physical quality to get stronger, this Lu Chuan can understand. But he himself was even able to manipulate the zombies into action, which had completely defied objective physiological phenomena. That blood moon hanging high last night made Lu Chuan feel very unsettled. With the changes in his own body, he had a hard time guaranteeing that the other walkers would be the same. Who knew what strange powers those zombies possessed after they evolved? Lu Chuan decided that it was better to be obscene for a while. After all, just reborn into this world, the result was attacked by zombies. Lu Chuan really do not feel that his luck is how good. After feeding Chi-Chi, Lu Chuan decided to observe the building for a while, waiting to confirm that there was nothing wrong with the outside world before considering going out. Anyway, he had gathered quite a few supplies by now, and he didn't care to stay a few more days. This world is still strange, with strange changes at every moment. If it was just me who had it, the big deal would be to accept this inhuman life. But now that I have Chi-Chi, then I have to become stronger as well. Lu Chuan came to the living room and picked up a steel machete that was about half a meter long. It was something he had retrieved from a room on the 6th floor when he had swept the building earlier. According to Lu Chuan's memories of what he knew nowadays, controlled knives were also banned in this city. I wonder what kind of work the original owner of this home was involved in to be able to own such a long machete, and a very sharp one that had been opened. The back of the knife is straight and the blade is heavy, ideal for long-time chopping, belonging to the typical type of open mountain knife. But apparently that earlier set of rules doesn't apply at all to the current post-apocalyptic world. After a night of blood moon mutation, Lu Chuan not only had the ability to control puppets that could manipulate other zombies, but at the same time, all of his own physical qualities had been strengthened quite a bit, and the body sensitivity had been no different from that of an ordinary human. Originally he had stiff limbs and could only make some simple body movements, but now even if he wielded this steel sword, it was also danced very smoothly, and the blade blossomed in the mid-air with flashes of silver rampant. Although Lu Chuan hadn't specialized in any sword techniques, as a zombie, his physical strength was stronger than that of an ordinary human. At the moment, he wielded a machete, and the main fight was a powerful and swift movement. Lu Chuan followed the moves from the martial arts novels he had read before, as well as from the movies, and began to rehearse the sword techniques within the living room. The machete was tigerish in his hands, and the blade resounded with a cracking sound as it cut through the air. Lu Chuan looked at the machete very satisfied. The blade is extremely sharp, simply a melee weapon. This machete is much more lethal than a crowbar. Lu Chuan was confident that with the machete, he was definitely able to cut the zombie's head in half with a single slash. The difference between humans and other animals is that humans can learn to use tools, that zombies all over the street don't know how to use weapons. They only know how to use their teeth and claws to tear. But Lu Chuan was different. Having human consciousness, naturally had to master this more scientific and advanced way of fighting. Lu Chuan was confident that if he was holding a knife against other zombies, at the very least, he would not have a problem fighting one against several. And just as Lu Chuan was practicing his sword technique, Ji Rushua had rested for a while and her own Nian Li had also regained its strength, so she began to ponder over her natural ability again. In this life, Ji Rushua had a total of 2 very powerful innate powers, one being time mastery. This was something that Ji Rushua had possessed in her previous life, and had long since become familiar with it. As long as she had enough Nian Li, she would be able to unleash it, and there was no need to practice at all. The other was Ji Rushua's newly awakened talent, Nian Li control. And this new talent required Ji Rushua to practice for a period of time before she was able to slowly comprehend and skillfully utilize it. Ji Rushua extremely concentrated her thoughts and focused on a silver needle on the bedside table. Subsequently, under Ji Rushua's mind control, the silver needle slowly levitated into mid-air, and then the silver needle followed Ji Rushua's control, slowly gliding a trajectory in mid-air. The silver needle hovered above Strike Down Snow's head, and it looked incredible. It was almost like a scene that could only appear inside a science fiction movie, and it was mind-boggling. Although it was said that Ji Rushua's speed of manipulating objects was relatively slow right now, she believed that as long as she had enough time for herself to practice, it would definitely become a powerful means of killing people invisibly in time. And as one's chanting power gradually increased, the weight of the objects one could manipulate later on could also continue to increase. Right now it's with silver needles. Maybe after a while you'll be able to maneuver flying daggers yourself. In this way time passed in a flash 2 days. Within these 2 days Lu Chuan practiced his sword technique in the living room. Ji Rushua then practiced her own power of the air in her bedroom, and the two lived all very well, both wiping the slate clean in order to give each other a better life. That day after Lu Chuan finished breastfeeding Ji Rushua, he suddenly realized that there seemed to be other movements outside. Lu Chuan looked through the balcony window towards the bottom, only to see that the 2 zombies on the street were actually tearing each other apart. And the 2 zombies fighting to the noise is really not small. Otherwise it would not be in the 7th floor of the Lu Chuan herd. Lu Chuan couldn't help but be a bit puzzled at the sight. He didn't see any human figures around these 2 zombies. After spending this month together, Lu Chuan still had a better understanding of these kindred spirits. The zombies were bloodthirsty and ruthless though, as if they were killing machines without any feelings. But if a zombie strikes, it's basically only human scent that will do it. Normally zombies don't attack each other, other than going for food. It's rare for zombies to get into something like a civil war. But apparently there is no contested food below. This was also the reason why Lu Chuan was extremely surprised when he saw the battle between the zombies below, which was already a bit beyond what Lu Chuan had known for some time. Chapter 14 Crystalline Nuclei. Something doesn't seem right about these 2 walkers? Lu Chuan, who was watching the battle on the roof of the building, suddenly realized that each of these 2 zombies seemed to be different from the zombies he usually saw. Only the 7th floor is too high to really see. Can only vaguely see one of the body type is a little tall. The body seems to be a little more robust than the ordinary zombie, and the other one was short in stature, but quite a bit faster than a normal zombie. This peculiar phenomenon made Lu Chuan's heart rise a touch of vigilance for no reason, and then he quickly descended the stairs to the height of about the 4th floor. From this position he was finally able to see what was happening below. It was only at this moment that Lu Chuan noticed this. The 2 zombies were completely different from the ones he usually encountered. One of those zombies had come to a size close to 2 meters or so, and his body was extremely robust. Totally belongs to the type of strong man, fierce man. That strong muscles waved his fist. Even the roadside car door was smashed by it. Such a powerful force made Lu Chuan feel a smack in the face. Lu Chuan has no doubt that if he were to face this zombie, I am afraid that he will be completely reimbursed for his broken bones and tendons if he is hit by the other party's punch. And across from this burly zombie, the zombie had a relatively slimmer torso. However, he was able to tell that his claws were somewhat sharp. Ordinary zombies, even if they use sharp claws and teeth to kill, are not really that different from humans. Even the human body may have problems with decay because of the zombie virus, but this zombie with a somewhat slim body type, the sharp claws were like 5 daggers that could leave 5 cracks on the car body with a light scratch. Watching those 2 powerful zombies fight inside the building, Lu Chuan's heart was also filled with fear. For the past 2 days he'd been worried about whether the blood moon would have any effect on the other walkers. so he hadn't gone out at the moment. Now it seems like you couldn't have made a wiser decision. The single combat power of these two zombies, that could be not a little bit stronger than himself. Lu Chuan noticed that the more robust zombie, although he did not have the horrible oak claws as the other one, his arms were extremely tough. Those arms were surprisingly as if they were made of steel, making a sound like gold and stone as they confronted the other zombie. Lu Chuan was really hard to imagine what kind of physiology these two zombies had. It was completely on a different level from himself. In the past 2 days of practicing his sword technique, Lu Chuan was originally confident that he could easily kill an ordinary zombie. But now these two zombies downstairs have really taught Lu Chuan a lesson. If Ji Rushua had been present, she would have been able to recognize the types of these two zombies. One was a robust tank-type zombie, and one was a keen-type zombie, which were considered to be the more common types amongst the evolved zombies. Also the zombies that gave the survivors headaches in the early days of the apocalypse. Although Lu Chuan didn't know the type of evolution of these zombies, he was able to tell that these two zombies must have gotten some evolution in that night of the blood moon just like himself. But it's clear that everyone is evolving in different directions. For example, he was actually able to manipulate the actions of the zombies, which was similar to a spiritual evolution. And in terms of personal close combat, he had merely been strengthened to a certain extent compared to earlier, and it was far from this kind of horrifying evolution. And these two zombies clearly took the personal combat route. And the two zombies evolved in different directions. One has an increasingly robust body with a strong defense, while the other is physically agile with an extremely strong attack. No matter which one of these two zombies it was, it would be an extermination for the ordinary zombies, easily decapitating a large number of zombies. Lu Chuan at the moment was incredibly glad that he was cautious. After all, if he hadn't stayed inside the house for such a long time, I'm afraid that there's a good chance that they'll be killed by these two walkers, or by a walker of a similar type, in a haphazard manner. After all, what Lu Chuan had awakened was the Nianli aspect, and he simply could not match it in the melee side. As it stood, this world was far more terrifying than one could have imagined. Lu Chuan's mind also gradually became grave. He had been a little complacent because of his evolution for a while, but now it seems that he still needs to recognize the cruelty of this world. Only Lu Chuan was curious as to why on earth these two zombies would suddenly fight. It was only right that similar species would basically not cannibalize each other. At least Lu Chuan hadn't encountered zombies that would eat each other until now, and these two in front of him were the first time he had seen them. Can't it be that the zombies out there have gone crazy with hunger now? That's not so bad. How hard it is to eat zombie meat. As a member of the zombies, Lu Chuan really didn't think that his meat had any good taste. The blood in the body has long since dried up. Eating zombies doesn't seem to be much different than gnawing on bacon. Bang, bang, bang. The two zombies downstairs were fighting with increasing commotion, and several small cars in the surrounding area were smashed flat and scratched by them. A flash of gravity flashed in Lu Chuan's eyes as he saw that perhaps he was about to split the winner soon. This stocky tank walker could cause great destruction just by waving his arms. As for the other agile zombie, although he said that his attacks were strong, he had no way to break through his opponent's defense. Coupled with the fact that his torso was weakened on his body, he couldn't carry it as long as he took a punch, and his blow can only make the other side will poke through the arm. Simply can't fight with his life. In the end, after some melee, the tank walker swung both fists violently, and then directly sent the agile walker flying with a punch. Then this even more robust tank walker seemed like a charging buggy under the stride of its legs, and instantly arrived in front of the agile walker. That massive fist was simply not comparable to an agile zombie, and the opponent's somewhat slender torso could not withstand the tank zombie's attack. In just a few punches, the tank walker breaks the spine of the agile walker. Bang! Another punch slammed down hard, and the agile zombie's head was smashed open, completely lifeless. This is such a powerful punch. Even the agile zombie with the sedan underneath was smashed, so Lu Chuan cannot help but look at the bottom of the heart to chill. However, at this time, Lu Chuan noticed that the tank zombie's huge fist actually pulled out a white crystal core from inside another zombie's head after winning. What is this? When he saw this white crystal core, Lu Chuan's heart inexplicably surged with a longing, as if it was extremely urgent to get this item. Although Lu Chuan didn't know what it was, he was able to feel that this body of his was instinctively craving for each other. It seemed that as long as one ate this crystal core, it would greatly benefit one's body. Could it be that the great battle between these two zombies is for the crystal cores in the middle of each other's heads? Chapter 15, Ji Rushua's Cultivation Technique. Lioli Breathing Technique. Lu Chuan noticed that the large zombie, after eating the white crystal core, immediately let out a hissing roar by pounding his hands on his chest. Lu Chuan could hear excitement to the extreme from these hisses. Bang, bang, bang. It was as if this white crystal core contained uncommon power, making the stocky zombie incredibly excited. And the few cars parked in the surrounding area were madly smashed by him again. This zombie stood still and roared a few times, his voice extremely loud. Some of the ordinary zombies in the surrounding area were stunned upon hearing the commotion, and then all of them chose to pull away, seemingly instinctively fearful of the stocky zombie. After briefly venting his emotions, the stocky zombie walked into a store across the street. Lu Chuan waited for a long time without seeing the other party come out, but was able to vaguely hear the hissing of the zombies coming from inside the store. Lu Chuan guessed that this zombie should be hiding and was digesting the power of the white crystal core that had just been there. Although Lu Chuan didn't know what this white crystal core was, but seeing this situation he was completely sure that this crystal core must be beneficial to the zombies. Thinking of the primal longing in his heart just now, Lu Chuan felt a little excited even now. After turning into a zombie, Lu Chuan had felt that desire for flesh and blood. Seeing the human himself instinctively wanted to tear. Only Lu Chuan somehow retained his human consciousness. In the face of the human will, this desire for flesh and blood is not to be feared. As time went on, Lu Chuan was on the verge of not feeling the desire for flesh and blood. However, just now Lu Chuan realized that after he saw that white crystal core in the middle of it, that primal longing was far more than the reliance on flesh and blood. Lu Chuan guessed that if he could eat the crystal cores from the brains of other zombies, there would be a very great benefit. Maybe this kind of crystal core could enhance the abilities that the zombies gained after evolving. In that case, it would make sense why such a terrifying battle erupted just now between these two zombies that had such a huge difference in size, but both had peculiar powers. That is, they both wanted to strengthen themselves by devouring each other. Recalling the longing that the white crystal core brought to him, Lu Chuan's eyes narrowed slightly. If I can eat the crystal core of this big guy, I might be able to manipulate more zombie minions myself. Lu Chuan's current Nian power was not strong. The limit was just to manipulate these two zombies. Now that he had seen the changes of the end times, Lu Chuan desperately wanted to improve his strength. Even if it's not for himself, he must desperately become stronger for the sake of Chi-Chi. But the problem was that the special ability that came with one's evolution was to manipulate zombies. Although his own body had changed slightly compared to before, it was completely incomparable to these two downstairs. The large zombie's body type is incomparably robust, and his body contains extremely powerful strength, and his arms are as tough as steel, and that zombie whose spine and head he smashed, although the figure was a bit thin, but the movement was extremely fast, especially that pair of sharp claws looked at it and let himself be chilled. Compared to these two zombies that had obviously strengthened their bodies and enhanced their fighting abilities, he was clearly no match for that zombie. Lu Chuan does not doubt for a moment that if he were to take a punch from that zombie, I'm afraid he would simply die. There is definitely no chance of winning in a hard fight, and right now we can only rely on outsmarting. Lu Chuan was in deep thought for a while, and when his eyes skimmed over to the gas tank in the kitchen, his eyes suddenly lit up with a plan. However, Lu Chuan did not act recklessly. The matter of plotting crystal cores had to be done slowly. After all, he wanted to become stronger in order for Chi-Chi to be able to grow up healthy in this world. But if he screwed up and died at the hands of the big guy, then little Chi-Chi would have no one to raise him, and he couldn't afford to put the cart before the horse. Ji Rushue, who was lying on the bed, naturally heard the huge commotion outside. Although she couldn't see what was happening downstairs due to her current body, she was able to guess what exactly was probably going on after being reborn. The night of the blood moon was followed by a global crescendo of evolution. Morning, in addition to the human, obtained the awakening talent after the zombies among the zombies also gave birth to a lot of powerful existence. There were also those other animals that had survived the tide of corpses and began to transform towards ferocious beasts after the blood moon. The zombies and the ferocious beasts began to kill and devour each other in order to continue to evolve. The human survivors, facing the zombies, are no longer just running away in a hurry, and after the blood moon have already possessed the ability to be able to fight against the zombies. At the same time, mankind has also begun to hunt zombies and ferocious beasts for crystal cores to conduct research and develop human extraordinary genes, so that they can continue to be strengthened. However, this potion that strengthens transcendent genes is only a product of the pre-post global blood moon mutation. When Ji Rushue was reborn in her previous life, the humans at that time had already researched even more powerful cultivation methods. Relying on these cultivation methods, human beings can obtain the power to strengthen themselves more perfectly and efficiently. And Ji Rushue, as a supreme female emperor among the human race, what she had practiced in her previous life was the most top-notch technique, the glazed breathing method. In her previous life, Ji Rushue had gone through an extremely difficult and long struggle in the early stages, relying on her own powerful natural strength to kill her way out of the sea of corpses and blood many times. And then, with this powerful cultivation method, she even achieved the position of female emperor step by step. Now that the evolutionary frenzy has begun, Ji Rushue knows very well in her heart that with the strength of her zombie dad, an ordinary low-level zombie, it is simply difficult to survive in the midst of a pattern that is becoming more and more brutal. Ji Rushua understood that she had to raise her strength as soon as possible before she could do so, both to protect their zombie dads and to be strong enough to allow them to defend themselves. It was a good thing that the memories and feats of his previous life had not been forgotten due to his rebirth. Although he was a baby now, he could likewise cultivate the glazed breathing method. After the Night of Blood, the globe was transformed and there was a massive energy factor in the air. This energy factor hangs and floats in the air, and can change many creatures little by little and subconsciously. For example, the evolution of everything after the blood moon is related to this energy factor. It was only that the human survivors in the pre-apocalyptic period were still stuck in the pre-apocalyptic way of thinking, only thinking about researching genetic potions, and had not learned to control this kind of power. It was only at a later stage that the corresponding breathing feats were researched to exhale the energy factor in the air. After Ji Rushua operated the Lioli breathing method, only her petite body began to tremble slightly. His own breathing also began to become very regular and long and thin, and those energy factors in the air also slowly entered his body along with Ji Rushua's unique breathing method. Chapter 16, Firebombing a Tank-Type Walker. Zombies or ferocious beasts, all rely on devouring each other to strengthen themselves. The humans in the late post-apocalyptic period, on the other hand, have mastered this more efficient way of cultivation. Ji Rushua was very glad that she was reborn at a later stage. Otherwise, with this baby body, I'm afraid that it would be a problem to survive in this post-apocalyptic world. A large amount of energy factors poured in between one breath and another, causing Ji Rushua's bones to become tougher and tougher, and the flesh and blood on her body to become more condensed. Especially Ji Rushua as an infant. Her current Nian Li was very weak, and now it was also being constantly strengthened by the improvement of these energy factors. By the time Lu Chuan returned to his bedroom from downstairs, Ji Rushua was still immersed in her cultivation. Lu Chuan did not know that Ji Rushua was precisely practicing. Seeing little Chi-Chi lying on the bed shivering, Lu Chuan was incomparably worried in his heart for a while. Is it hard to catch a cold and flu in the night? Babies getting sick can be a big deal. Lu Chuan hurriedly took a quilt from the side and gently covered little Chi-Chi. If a baby was sick before the end times, they were still able to go to the hospital for treatment. But now in this post-apocalyptic world where there are still children's hospitals, where there are only bloodthirsty zombies, feeling the movement coming from her body, Ji Rushua was awakened from her cultivation. When she opened her eyes, she discovered the quilt covering her body, and her zombie father who was standing aside with worried eyes. Ji Rushua felt a little funny for a moment. He had just started practicing the Lioli breathing method, and in the early stages, his body would tremble slightly along with his breathing and the influx of energy factors in the air, which was a normal phenomenon, obviously in the eyes of the walker's father, though, this was mostly because he thought he was catching a cold and flu, which is why he was pulling the covers over himself with a worried look on his face. A smile appeared on Ji Rushua's face, and her eyes all became very soft. Looking at the face in front of this somewhat pale, pupils or blood-red zombie, Ji Rushua did not have the slightest fear, only feel that there is a warm current surging through the heart. In her previous life, Ji Rushua grew up in an orphanage and learned to be self-reliant at an early age, finishing college with scholarships and grants. Only Ji Rushua herself knows the sweet and sour of human feelings. Now it is not easy to relive a life. The result of this reborn parents, the outbreak of Armageddon, is directly karma. It was the first time Ji Rushua felt the warmth from a father's love, even though the other party was a zombie. When Lu Chuan saw that Xiao Qi was fine and was smiling happily towards himself, he then let go of his heart. Unconsciously, Lu Chuan realized that his mind had long been tugged by this little guy's. Looking at the little guy's eyes that were full of softness, Lu Chuan's face couldn't help but show a smile. In the midst of these crumbling post-apocalyptic times, such a hopeful baby is undoubtedly the greatest encouragement. Seeing that Xiao Qi was fine, Lu Chuan then began to think about how to take care of that zombie outside. This large zombie was on the opposite side of himself. Lu Chuan had to find a way to get rid of it before he could do so. Otherwise, there was always something in his heart that felt unsettled with such a dangerous existence living nearby. This robust zombie could even smash cars flat. Lu Chuan didn't think that the big old iron door downstairs would be able to stop him. What's more, I'm afraid that the other party's power would continue to increase after devouring the white crystal core. Hell knows how far this guy will grow in the future. Lu Chuan decided that he still had to make the first move, whether it was to devour the crystal cores to make himself stronger, or to eradicate this possible threat. He had to put up a fight. Late evening nightfall, inside the darkened store across the street. However, a zombie hissed every now and then. This hissing sound was different from the ordinary zombies. The sound was thick and full of oppression. Those zombies wandering around, after hearing this commotion, all subconsciously left towards the distance, as if they were afraid of getting close to meet something horrible. Inside this store, the stocky zombie that Lu Chuan had seen earlier already had a body that was even stronger than it was during the daytime. His original height of close to 2 meters had climbed to about 2 meters 3 at this moment, and his arms had become even bigger again. Bang! Just as the zombie continued to digest the power of the crystal core, suddenly a loud noise came from the doorway of the store. After being interrupted by the loud noise, the massive zombie became furious and walked out with both fists pounding on his chest. His bloody eyes were filled with tyranny and killing, as if he couldn't wait to vent the majestic power and anger in his body. Roar! Roar! Only a low-ranking zombie was seen in the empty street, standing still and constantly hissing towards the tank zombie. If one were to look closely at this low-ranking zombie, one would find a void in his blood-red pupils. Roar! The tank zombie violently pounded his chest and let out an extremely loud and clear roar. His voice was sufficiently many times higher than that of this low-rank zombie. Even Lu Chuan, who was hiding in the shadows, couldn't help but feel a pang of fear at this moment. Boy, this big guy breath is not generally strong. Fortunately, I have prepared in advance. Using a corpse puppet, Lu Chuan was desperate to gain more power, so he still decided to finish off this zombie first. However, to be on the safe side, Lu Chuan sent the lion roar forward to pick a fight. Lu Chuan manipulated this low-ranking zombie through his mind, picking up a flower pot by the roadside and throwing it with force right on top of the big guy's head. Before the tank walker could react, Lu Chuan controlled the walker to turn around and run. Roar! The tank zombie roared up to the sky, anger burning in its eyes. As a zombie that had successfully evolved, he had long since disregarded this unusual low-rank zombie in his eyes, but he didn't expect that he would be provoked by the other party instead, and immediately chased towards Lu Chuan's corpse puppet. Corpse puppet No. 1, which was controlled by Lu Chuan, quickly guided the huge-sized fellow to a store in a farther place. Lu Chuan has been here early, arranged 2 unscrewed gas canisters. The whole store is filled with overflowing gas odor. Bang! Corpse puppet number 1 had only just run into the store when the tank walker lurched, its massive size crashing right into the interior. That very exaggerated giant fist directly smashed Lu Chuan's corpse puppet to pieces. Bang! 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 The tank zombie seemed to be venting its anger as it kept smashing the corpses of the corpse puppets. When Lu Chuan maneuvered the second corpse puppet to walk in, the big guy was still whipping the corpse, while the first corpse puppet had already been smashed into a bloody froth. Lu Chuan maneuvered the second zombie into the store, and with his backhand, he slammed the door, which had been smashed and bent a bit, and then took out his lighter. Boom! A loud explosion rang out, and 2 gas canisters in the store were quickly ignited, lighting up the night with a roaring fire. The tank walker that took the blast head-on let out a mournful hiss in the midst of the fire. By the time he struggled to escape from inside Endeavor's store, he collapsed headfirst right into the doorway. This zombie's body had been scorched all over by the fire, just like a black charcoal. Chapter 17, Devouring Crystal Cores. Upgrading. The moment these 2 corpse puppets exploded, Lu Chuan promptly withdrew his own consciousness, and was not affected by anything special. The blazing fire inside the store was still burning brightly, illuminating this area around it even though it was dark at the moment. The explosive power generated by these 2 gas canisters startled Lu Chuan as well. Lu Chuan secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, he had earlier picked a position a little farther away from the residential building, otherwise he would most likely be affected by the shockwave of the explosion. The key thing was that the explosion produced a very loud noise and the very conspicuous blazing fire. There were some zombies not far away that were attracted by the commotion, but perhaps the pressure on the large zombie was too strong. That's why the unusual low-rank zombies only hovered in the distance, not daring to approach for a while. Lu Chuan did not rush out directly, but continued to wait in the dark. The impact brought by this big zombie fighting earlier was too shocking. Lu Chuan did not dare to go forward for a while. After all, 100 feet of insects die but never fall down. In case this zombie did not die through directly to their own punch that can be directly eat. Perhaps the zombie still had some grease on its body, so the flames were still searing the massive zombie. After 10 minutes, even if the zombie was burned by the fire still didn't move, confirming that it may have really died. Lu Chuan was bold enough to quietly approach. Upon approaching, he found that the zombie had been burned beyond recognition by the blazing fire, and coupled with the huge shockwave from the gas canister explosion, the zombie's body had been greatly damaged. The putrid odor of the burning fire was extremely pungent, and the zombie's body kept emitting thick black smoke. If a human being is close to inhale these soot, I'm afraid they will feel dizzy. Good thing Lu Chuan is a zombie will not be affected by these. This zombie's appearance today is really uncomplimentary. Without saying a word, Lu Chuan directly swung his machete to break open this zombie's head. Lu Chuan found that after the evolution of this zombie, the defense of the body surface was really strengthened a lot compared to the ordinary low-level zombies. One would have to exert a great deal of force to break the back of the head even against this already charred corpse. Pust. After the blade slashed through with force and split the other party's brain in half, Lu Chuan did find a special crystal core in the bloody brain. Only this crystal core was different from the one he saw during the day. It was no longer a pure white color, but had more red. And Lu Chuan realized that the temptation that this crystal core brought to him was even stronger than that time during the day. Although Lu Chuan didn't know exactly what these things were, but based on zombie instincts he found that this white with red crystal core was definitely more favorable to zombies than the pure white crystal core this morning. It's possible that the pure white crystal core is the basic crystal core born after the evolution of these zombies, and when these zombies finish devouring each other and further enhance their power, the crystal cores will be tainted with red color among them, and if all of these crystal cores turn red, won't they be even stronger? Although Lu Chuan didn't understand the rules of zombie evolution in this post-apocalyptic world, he was able to guess some basic rules after observing it for a few times. But Luo Chuan was even more surprised that this large zombie was already so tough now. If it continued to evolve, how terrifying in existence would it become? Seeing that more and more zombies were attracted by the fire, Lu Chuan hurriedly put away this crystal core. Afterwards, from the zombies that wandered over, he chose 2 able-bodied ones to be his minions. And after reconnecting the 2 zombie puppets, Lu Chuan quickly returned to the neighborhood. Using these 2 new corpse puppets to take charge of watching the door downstairs, Lu Chuan came to the 3rd floor alone. Looking at this unique crystal core in his hand, Lu Chuan was more and more able to feel that desire to devour it. It was the body instinctively craving for this crystal core. After confirming the safety of the surrounding area, Lu Chuan no longer suppressed his inner desire, and directly swallowed a mouthful into his stomach. The next second Lu Chuan felt the crystal core instantly dissolve in his body, and the majestic power surged into his limbs and bones. These forces continuously quenched Lu Chuan's body, causing his skin, which was originally somewhat decayed, to gradually transform further towards a human form. However, Lu Chuan realized that after this crystal core was devoured by himself, it wasn't as special as the 2 zombies he was watching. There were no claws that grew like sharp blades like the agile zombie. Nor did he have extremely robust muscles with defense like the big guy whose size had skyrocketed. If you look at yourself from the outside, just the image is not as hideous and horrible as before. The strength and agility of the physical body and physical strength, compared to the previous Ming, has a small increase. However, Lu Chuan felt as if his brain had suddenly experienced a big bang. The majestic power surged into his brain, so much so that it made Lu Chuan almost experience a brief period of dizziness. Lu Chuan, who had experienced the evolution of the crystal core, couldn't help but let out a few roars as well. The zombies roaming downstairs couldn't help but tremble a few times after hearing Lu Chuan's hissing voice, then slowly retreated towards the distance. After evolving, Lu Chuan felt that his mind had become extremely clear and his 5 senses seemed to be sharper than before. The most crucial thing was that Lu Chuan found himself manipulating the zombies with more ease. With just a little thought, Lu Chuan understood the exact reason. It was likely that different zombies would awaken different innate powers, and it was obvious that what he himself had mainly strengthened was the mental aspect. And the 2 zombies he saw today were both close combat types. One strengthened in strength and defense, and the other strengthened in agility. Lu Chuan excitedly ran to the street to test it out and realized that his skyrocketing Yanli could now manipulate 5 zombies at the same time, more than doubling it. Most importantly, Lu Chuan realizes that he has gained a new ability to share the vision of a lost spouse. Before his advancement, Lu Chuan had to be within his line of sight to control these corpse puppets, but now that he had evolved he could control them remotely. Lu Chuan is very excited. With this ability, after what he wants to do again, do not even need to personally go out, just need to remote control minions to do it on the line. This way is extremely convenient and may be able to greatly enhance one's ability to save one's life. However, there is also a distance for the lost puppet manipulation. After Lu Chuan's test, his own Nianli now radiates a limit distance of 1000 meters. That is to say that in the future, Lu Chuan did not need to personally take action within a radius of 1000 meters, but only needed to remotely manipulate these corpse puppets to complete. At this instant Lu Chuan suddenly felt a bit like the chain of command in his previous life, with a bunch of unmanned robots under his hands. Since I don't have to show my face, it'll be much easier to kill and set fire to rob and cross over in the future. Chapter 18. Dad should be scared right now. 7th floor bedroom. It's already so late. Why isn't zombie dad back yet? Ji Rushua lay on the bed for a while with some uneasiness. The huge explosion of the store and the horrible hissing of the evolved zombies earlier. Ji Rushua heard it all. The roar of that tank-type zombie in the dead of night only made people feel very chilled when they heard it. Even if Ji Rushua was a reborn empress, in her current infantile state, she could only die against this kind of advanced zombie with enhanced combat power. Now that she was on the 7th floor, Ji Rushua wasn't particularly worried about being exposed, except that the zombie father who had been slow to return had made her feel a little disturbed. Ordinary zombies that have not evolved can only die when they encounter this kind of evolved zombie. Even the survivors' camps, If they were not adequately prepared by insufficient firepower, they would most likely be wiped out by a regiment of these tank-type zombies. My zombie dad, don't let anything happen to you. I can't even walk on the ground yet. I'd be screwed if anything happened to you. Ji Rushua now have some doubts. Their own 8 characters is not a little too hard. No matter the past life and this life seems to be a little bit grandparents. Now it's hard to have a zombie dad who has died once, and he just felt the warmth of his father's love. So is it hard to return to the sky crash opening? Ji Rushua, who was originally practicing the glazed breathing method, had Lu Chuan's silhouette floating in her mind at the moment, and she was so upset that it was difficult for her to calm down and practice at all. Unconsciously, this pair of father and daughter who met by chance had long since treated each other as their crucial companions in the midst of this post-apocalyptic world. Obviously, Lu Chuan's eyes were full of blood red, but Ji Rushua always felt that she could feel her father's love in her zombie father's eyes. She didn't want this hard-won affection to be fleeting. Snap! Just then the sound of the door opening came from outside the house, and Ji Rushua was instantly relieved. Ordinary low-ranking zombies don't know how to pick locks, and only his own zombie father, who has retained his human consciousness, can do such a strange thing. It's okay that nothing happened. A smirk surfaced on Ji Rushua's face. Lu Chuan walked in just in time to see the little guy looking at himself with a smile on his face. Such a cute look that it made him feel as if his heart was warm. For the sake of this little guy, even if he had to face the most powerful zombies, Lu Chuan felt that he possessed enough courage. Lu Chuan directly walked into the kitchen and started to brew up the milk powder. This time he had plotted to set up traps to kill the big walkers, plus devouring the crystal cores had consumed a lot of time. The little guy must be hungry. Thinking of today's substantial increase in strength, and looking at the little one's very sweet appearance of drinking milk, Lu Chuan's heart only felt very happy. Although he is still in the post-apocalyptic world, Lu Chuan feels more and more that he has something to look forward to in his life. This kind of hope and expectation for life is not at all comparable to what I had earlier when I was muddling through that month. Little Chi-Chi, good boy. Daddy, my strength has increased again. In the future I can better protect you to live on in this post-apocalyptic world. Maybe it's the ever-growing strength. Maybe it's the gradually changing end times. Or maybe it's the innocent and beautiful smile of the little one. Lu Chuan only felt as if this body of his, which had all become somewhat rotten, was radiating a majestic vitality. Even though he's now a zombie, life seems to have a new lease on life. After all, the life he had lived before he was reborn, working overtime at the company every day, leaving early and returning late like the Walking Dead, didn't seem to be interesting to any extent. For the 2 days after his strength was raised, Lu Chuan did not leave Building 5 again. Instead, through the power of his mind, he sent these corpse puppets under his command to search the neighborhood for supplies. Manipulating several corpse puppets to work at the same time was much faster than Lu Chuan carrying them himself. Nowadays, Lu Chuan had taken the rooms on the several floors downstairs and used them directly as his warehouse. All kinds of supplies that Xiao Chi-Chi could use now or in the future were all collected by Lu Chuan. This entire building was treated by Lu Chuan as his own private property. Not only these baby products, food and so on, Lu Chuan even collected a lot of tools used to deal with zombies. Seeing the strong battle scene of those 2 evolved zombies, Lu Chuan also realized that perhaps after that night's blood moon, this world that he already felt strange had changed once again. If you want to live a better life, then you have to improve your fighting skills as well as have some means of defense. Lu Chuan moved back some gas cans by maneuvering his roommate to each building's closed fire axe, which can be ignited to create flasks of booze. Even crowbars and shovels and kitchen knives and so on were not spared, and anything useful was brought back. Lu Chuan, on the other hand, was either taking care of little Chi-Chi during this time or finding an empty room by himself to practice his combat skills. Although he basically repeated living pretty much the same life every day, Lu Chuan still felt very fulfilled. After all, he could clearly feel that his strength was getting stronger. As long as one kept getting stronger, then the chances of surviving in this post-apocalyptic world would be 1 point greater. Ji Rushua, on the other hand, had been lying on the bed, and every day, apart from drinking milk, she was practicing the Lioli breathing method. Right now, this body of hers was too weak, and Ji Rushua had to improve her strength through breathing techniques. The energy factor in the air was constantly improving Ji Rushua's weak body, and at the same time, it was also strengthening her somewhat weak mind power as a baby. After practicing, Ji Rushua slowly exhaled a mouthful of turbid air. After a period of practice, her own Nian Li was already a bit stronger than earlier. Hearing the iffy movement coming from within the living room, Ji Rushua frowned slightly. This zombie father of his own wondered if it was because he had retained his pre-birth consciousness, so he would go out at night before to search for supplies. But now it's been 2 days since I'd been out of the house. Thinking about the battle that broke out between the evolved zombies 2 days ago, as well as the inexplicable sound of explosions not far from the neighborhood and the terrifying roar of the corpses, Ji Rushue guessed that her zombie father, more than likely, was more unlucky and had already encountered those transcendent zombies that had evolved special abilities. After the transcendent zombie evolved, the powerful pressure on its body alone was already not comparable to an ordinary low-rank zombie. It can be said that the evolved zombies and ordinary low-ranking zombies, although both are zombies but will gradually divided into different populations, the suppressive power of a powerful rank is extremely terrifying, and it is difficult for an ordinary low-rank zombie to resist this kind of pressure. What's more, the combat power of an evolved zombie is far from being comparable to an ordinary zombie. Ji Rushue could imagine that as an ordinary low-level zombie, the zombie dad should be feeling very scared right now. Chapter 19: The zombie trying to learn fighting skills. The outbreak of the zombie crisis was so sudden that many people didn't even react before they died directly in the mouths of the zombies. At the time, in the early days of the apocalypse, everyone assumed that regular zombies were the end result of the mutation. But it didn't occur to me that after the blood moon, evolution and mutation began to occur across the globe. This reopening of the evolutionary path has caught many people off guard. His own zombie father, as an ordinary zombie without evolution, in this globally mutated world that was the lowest level of existence, not only will they be killed by human survivors, but they will be brutalized by their zombie counterparts, and even by ferocious beasts that have become stronger. As cannon fodder, it was already very difficult for a low-ranking zombie to survive in the post-apocalyptic world. It's really hard for him when he has to spare his energy to support himself and take care of his own food. Living in safety. Ji Rushue felt very moved in her heart. Even in such a difficult situation, his own zombie dad didn't seem intent on giving up on him. It was important to realize that in the midst of the end times, something like humanity had long since become an extremely precious existence. Those who were once good people are capable of doing anything dirty and nasty after experiencing the cruelty of the end times. Perhaps a person who was a humble man before the end of the world could become a cold-blooded murderer after the end of the world. It's impossible to say whether this is right or wrong. After all, in the middle of the apocalypse everyone is focused on staying alive. For many, staying alive is the greatest luxury. Even the survivors, even those in well-resourced and well-defended survivor camps, will abandon young children and the elderly to run for their lives when necessary. But his own zombie father has obviously suffered the cruelty of the apocalypse and turned into an inhuman zombie, but he still retains the light of humanity. Ji Rushue quietly looked at the night sky outside the window, but among her watery eyes revealed a composure and calmness different from her age. It seems that he also needs to speed up his cultivation. As time goes by, more and more evolved zombies and ferocious beasts will appear. With only his zombie father's ability, it was much harder to defend himself in this post-apocalyptic world. Accompanying Ji Rushue's exhalation would allow the factor to keep entering her body, making it stronger and stronger. Ji Rushue was desperate to make herself stronger. After all, her zombie father obviously couldn't be counted on, so she would have to rely on herself. It was a good thing that after so many days of cultivation, Ji Rushue had already achieved something. The strength of one's own nimbus had been raised a great deal from earlier. At this moment, under the destruction of Ji Rushue's thought power, the silver needle on the bedside table quickly flew towards the air. Whoosh! The silver needles, which were already extremely thin, kept flying in mid-air, containing an extremely terrifying speed. Paired with her time control ability, Ji Rushue was confident that her current self was completely capable of killing people unknowingly. Even this tiny silver needle was enough to pierce through the skull by virtue of one's chanting power. However, Ji Rushue did not feel satisfied because of this. Want to survive in this post-apocalyptic world? Only with this means can be far from enough. As time goes on, more and more powerful zombies or ferocious beasts will surface one by one, and one must get stronger to have any hope of survival. In the living room, Lu Chuan was intently looking at a fighting textbook. This was also what he found when he sent his corpse puppets to search among the surrounding buildings. The original owner of the room may have been a fighting fan, so there were quite a few fighting textbooks. It is a well-documented collection of close combat styles, including Shotokan, Judo, boxing, free sparring, and grappling. Lu Chuan kept groping and training in the room according to the records in the books. Having become a zombie and evolved, Lu Chuan's physical quality was already much stronger than that of an ordinary human. It could even be said that the physical quality of many professional fighters was not necessarily comparable to the current Lu Chuan. Moreover, his body was no longer as stiff as that of a low-ranking zombie, and he was more comfortable in making these complex fighting maneuvers. The difference between humans and other creatures is the development and use of the brain. These various modern combat moves have been practiced countless times in different environments and finally scientifically summarized in a way that allows for a more effective workout as well as attacking the enemy. Based on this period of observation, Lu Chuan realized that the zombie's attack method was actually very primitive and rough. After all, without human intelligence, the zombie is only relying on instinct to act. which is nothing more than a series of instinctive attacks of waving sharp claws, or tearing with sharp teeth. This kind of unstructured attack was fine if it was against an ordinary person who had no defense, but if it was an expert who was truly trained in fighting, it was able to defuse the crisis very well. Only even in real life, even the boxing champions who have been trained in fighting, do not dare to fight with these zombies in close quarters easily. It's not because humans have lesser fighting skills, it's because zombies aren't intelligent. Big deal. But humans are different. Humans will have more scruples because if they are bitten, that is what happens when they are transformed. Most humans wouldn't be willing to take such a risk. But Lu Chuan is different. After all, he was originally a zombie even if he was bitten. It does not matter. There is no fear of the so-called zombie virus. Retaining human consciousness, this was in Lu Chuan's opinion his greatest strength. Then he had to make good use of it. Unlike other walkers, he himself can fight with maximum efficiency with his weapons, though his own evolutionary direction was different from other zombies, not reinforced in physical melee combat. But this kind of advanced scientific fighting style may be able to help himself make up for the gap in physical quality. Though one force may be able to reduce 10 meetings, 4 tails can also dial up 1,000 pounds. What's more, among the fighting techniques, there were many anti-joint techniques, and such convenient and decisive moves were extremely effective even against zombies. Besides, zombies don't have such a strong subjective initiative as human beings. They won't know how to learn and defend. They can only attack by instinct. Brain versus brainless is the greatest suppression. However, Lu Chuan also understands the paper to get the ultimate shallow things, like the kind of hard practice military boxing. The result is that the thug stabbed more than 30 knives of the news Lu Chuan also read a lot of. After briefly grasping some fighting essentials and a certain amount of time training, Lu Chuan fist-pumped his way to the 6th floor, maneuvering a corpse puppet into the living room. Lu Chuan then lifted his mind control. This corpse puppet was directly used by Lu Chuan as the object of his accompanying training, constantly exerting the various fighting techniques he had learned during this period of time on the other party. No one can stop a zombie who knows martial arts. Chapter 20: The Strange Zombie in Building 1. However, just after contact, Lu Chuan found that really rely on the theory and their own fumble. With the actual combat there is still a lot of gap. Previously, Lu Chuan did not understand why there were many people who were very powerful in hitting the sandbags, but once they got into the ring they were easily taken down by their opponent. That's because one's control of distance, the opponent's reaction, and so on need to be honed by actual combat. You can't practice powerful real-world experience just by hitting the air and following the target. After a real face-to-face head-on fight, Lu Chuan realized that wanting to rely solely on his own fighting moves to subdue him was really a bit difficult. With books turning in your hands and martial arts growing in your mind, it's clear that this approach doesn't work. However, it was good that there were zombies who weren't afraid of death to give themselves company, and Lu Chuan used all of his various fighting techniques. Time and time again, the speed of Lu Chuan's double fist swings became faster and faster, and accurate hits are getting better, along with the ability to return fire while dodging your opponent's attacks. Practicing fighting improves your combat experience on the one hand, but also improves your control of your body coordination on the other. Even if they didn't confront each other head-on later, even running away would be an advantage. Bang, bang, bang. A constant sound of wrestling resounded in the living room, and this poor zombie kept lunging and biting towards Lu Chuan. However, it was Lu Chuan's sharp hands that awaited him. After Lu Chuan dodged the zombie's frontal attack, he grabbed the shoulder and did an over-the-shoulder drop. Bang! Immediately after the zombie had just stood up, Lu Chuan delivered another back drop, almost breaking the zombie's spine, and that was with him controlling the force. Lu Chuan looked at the zombie in front of him, which had already been beaten to a bloody pulp by himself, and nodded with satisfaction. At this moment, this zombie's head had already been beaten by Lu Chuan. The teeth, which were already somewhat loose, were all lost by Lu Chuan, and the nose was also collapsed by Lu Chuan long ago, not staying with black blood. Even the elbow joints and knee joints and so on were easily dislodged by Lu Chuan utilizing the anti-joint technique. Nowadays, facing the frontal attack of a single ordinary zombie, Lu Chuan had already taken the opponent very easily and skillfully, and could even be described as ravaging. With this period of time's exercise as well as various real-world drills, Lu Chuan quickly grew from a fighting novice to a fighting elite with certain skills. After all, even the more scientific modern training methods, it is impossible to provide like the zombie so unaware of pain and not afraid of life and death of the accompanying object. Lu Chuan was very satisfied with his current stance. Now that he was one-on-one with an ordinary zombie, it was already a bit difficult to improve his fighting skills. With that, Lu Chuan unleashed his numinous power and prepared to call up another corpse puppet to increase the difficulty. But at this time, Lu Chuan suddenly had a heartbeat, and very amazing images flashed through his mind. Lu Chuan had been practicing multitasking for the past few days, exercising his fighting skills with the zombies inside the house while sending the corpse puppets out to look for resources. However, among the shared vision, Lu Chuan realized that the two corpse puppets he had sent out to search for supplies had encountered something very surprising in Building 1 of the Sunshine District. Only on the third floor of Building 1, two zombies were very humanely scavenging for supplies. But just then, a mass of blood-colored figures in the middle of his vision suddenly flashed from the ceiling. The speed was so terrifying that if it wasn't for the traces left on the ceiling, Lu Chuan would have even thought that he had blurred his eyes. He hurriedly maneuvered the corpse puppet to follow. After all, things like corpse puppets die when they die. The streets are full of zombies. Lu Chuan is not so bad, 1 or 2. Whoosh! The blood-colored figure kept walking through the walls and ceiling, moving so fast that the corpse puppet controlled by Lu Chuan could not even keep up with the other party's speed. Lu Chuan hastily maneuvered the corpse puppet and picked up the two wooden sticks next to it for protection. Perhaps it was because they saw the two zombies in front of them move so strangely. The figure on that ceiling also stopped moving. Only then did Lu Chuan see the blood-colored figure on the ceiling. Only that the monster's looks really surprised Lu Chuan. The walker, which was located on the ceiling, seemed to have undergone some kind of strange mutation. The skin on his body seemed to be peeling off a bit, revealing a scarlet color of flesh and blood that looked hideous. The zombie's head looks were already terrifying, and this strange presence on the ceiling was simply a monster amongst the zombies. Because this zombie surprisingly couldn't see the existence of the skull shell, only the bloody brain could be seen exposed. The most crucial thing is that in the open mouth, there are long and sharp teeth, as well as a that is obviously unusual and looks like a bloody snake. Both hands and feet also underwent a huge mutation, becoming like the sharp claws of a ferocious beast. However, Lu Chuan noticed that the change seemed to have affected the spine to the extent that it made this peculiar zombie unable to stand, and seemed to be able to only rely on crawling on all 4 feet. But the horror of the muscles and explosive force, but brought them unparalleled speed, coupled with sharp claws like a sharp knife is easy to fly over the wall. Seeing this such a strange sight, Lu Chuan was startled. He didn't think that there were such ugly zombies in this world. Unusual zombies, even if they evolved, at least looked like humanoids. But this blood-colored figure in front of me seems to have completely abandoned the human form. Lu Chuan felt a wave of fear from these two corpse puppets. Obviously this blood-colored monster was a great threat to ordinary zombies. Lu Chuan immediately maneuvered the two corpse puppets and waved the clubs in his hands towards the front. However, this horrifying figure hanging on the ceiling, the limbs exerted force and then directly jumped fiercely. The sharp claws waved and then instantly grasped the head of a corpse puppet. Lu Chuan's number 2 corpse puppet didn't wait to react before it realized that a long, blood-colored object in the middle of its line of sight was rapidly piercing through its own head. The speed of this blood-colored monster was so fast that even after Lu Chuan's manipulation of the 2 corpse puppets, they were still killed in seconds without the slightest ability to fight back. What kind of monster is this? As his sight returned to his body, Lu Chuan still felt his heart palpitating. What was that killed my corpse puppet in the end? Could it be his long tongue? Lu Chuan didn't expect this zombie to not only evolve completely out of human form, but even the human body's weak tongue could be used to attack. The long, blood-colored tongue shot out, and the corpse puppet under his own control didn't even have time to react. Lu Chuan's time mood is incomparably heavy. It seems that after the Blood Moon zombies evolved, the ability has far exceeded their own imagination. Or maybe zombies with special abilities like his own weren't an accident, and he would have to be more careful in the future. When he recalled the flying blood-colored monster, Lu Chuan felt incredibly worried. With his current strength, I'm afraid that he would not be able to fight against him at all. Even if the 5 corpse puppets swarmed up, in front of absolute strength, I'm afraid that they would all be killed by the other party in one round. At the moment, Lu Chuan could only hope that the guy wouldn't run to the 5th building he was in. Chapter 21, A Small Success in Fighting Arts. 1 Fights 3. The Blood Moon had only just started a few days ago, but to have encountered such a strange zombie made Lu Chuan's mood a bit gloomy. Originally, Lu Chuan thought that the big man with a robust body, and the agile type of zombie with a high speed, was already considered to be the stronger among the evolved zombies, but now it seems that he had underestimated this weird world. That head of blood-colored horror figure fighting strength is too strong. Lu Chuan seriously doubt that even if the big man and the agile zombie join hands together against the blood-colored figure, is afraid that only be killed in seconds. Manipulating the corpse puppet to get close to that blood-colored monster, and having felt the death perspective of being killed up close, the oppressive feeling that this blood-colored monstrous figure brought to Lu Chuan was not generally strong. Although the strange monster zombie no longer had any skin on its body, only revealing blood-colored muscles, I'm afraid that its physical strength wasn't much weaker than that of a large zombie in the slightest. The key is that the horrible speed of movement, but also able to easily roll over the eaves and walls hanging from the ceiling. It's just that the strength is strong, and there is also a very tricky angle of attack, which is really difficult to guard against. There was nothing more scary to Lu Chuan than the scarlet figure's tongue that was capable of ejecting. How Lu Chuan never thought that he would be killed by his tongue one day. Although it was said that they were not in the same building now, but both sides were still in a neighborhood after all. Lu Chuan had a feeling in his heart that he and that strange-sized zombie would face each other sooner or later. After all, the neighborhood is so big, it's hard not to come across. Lu Chuan's mind was rather heavy for a while, and all the joy he had just felt from practicing his fighting techniques and dismantling a zombie was washed away quite a bit. Lu Chuan understands in his heart that this world is too cruel. In order to survive, then he must improve his strength as soon as possible. Although they are both zombies, it is obvious that these monstrous monsters will not know what it means to be too anxious for each other. Lu Chuan didn't dare to waste the next time practicing fighting techniques every day. By engaging in actual combat fights with zombies, one can continuously improve their combat skills and maximize them in this simplest way. While practicing fighting, at the same time, Lu Chuan didn't forget to send out the corpse puppets to continue searching for supplies around the area. However, Lu Chuan had a new goal this time, and that was to find other evolved zombies. Lu Chuan didn't know much about the strange zombie that appeared on the first floor that was covered in blood and looked very scary. Besides, this peculiar monster was very difficult to target, and Lu Chuan didn't intend to make things difficult for himself. Without enough strength to go forward and provoke the other party, it was no different from looking for death. However, the large zombies and agile zombies that he encountered in the beginning were relatively easy to deal with, although both types of zombies have evolved to a certain extent, and their fighting power has become very strong. But for a zombie like Lu Chuan, who had a brain and could still manipulate corpse puppets, that was already much easier to deal with. Through his experiments over the past few days, Lu Chuan had already discovered that that kind of crystal core was mostly only produced in the brains of evolved zombies. He himself had killed quite a few ordinary zombies in the past few days, and as a result, there was nothing to be found amongst their brains. Time flies and a week passes in a flash. Bang, bang, bang. Lu Chuan, who was on the 6th floor, was currently facing 3 burly zombies surrounding him at the same time. The living room was also a bit narrow because the zombies had become more numerous, but Lu Chuan's body was very flexible in such a narrow space. In the face of the zombies' pounce, Lu Chuan easily utilized his nimble stance to dodge the attack. At the same time taking advantage of the zombies' opening to attack, he blasted his fist into the zombie's jaw. Though it was said that having been turned into a zombie, there was little use in KOing the opponent by hitting the vagus nerve anymore. However, Lu Chuan's fist was so powerful that he was still able to knock the zombie's head loose with blood flying around. After knocking down a zombie with one punch, Lu Chuan's body dived down and dodged the zombie's pouncing bite behind him while at the same time directly embracing the waist of the zombie in front of him. Then the waist and horse united. The core forced directly a backdrop. Then the neck of this zombie fell into 2 halves. Click! With a broken vertebrae. Even if the walker doesn't die, it's no longer a threat. Facing the last zombie's surprise attack, Lu Chuan, on the other hand, saw the right moment and very simply clasped the opponent's wrist with one hand. Gabba! Gabba! Utilizing the anti-joint technique, Lu Chuan just slightly exerted his force and directly twisted off this zombie's joints. In almost an instant, the 3 hideous and terrifying zombies were all lying on the ground, unable to move. Either Lu Chuan knocked his head off, broke his spine, or unloaded all the joints in his body. The sound of bones rattling in this 6th floor living room. If it appeared in a boxing gym before the outbreak of the apocalypse, I'm afraid that it would cause everyone to drop goosebumps all over the place. The ambulances had to come one after the other. Lu Chuan stood in the center of the living room and nodded with great satisfaction. The few zombies he had found were still considered the stronger ones, but they were still easily killed by himself in seconds. After the past few days of exercise, his own fighting skills were a little more successful. At this time, outside the gate of the neighborhood where Lu Chuan was, there were already a lot of zombies lying on the ground piled up. These zombies were basically dismantled into parts directly by Lu Chuan when he practiced his fighting skills. Good snipers are fed with bullets. In the same way good grapplers are polished through actual combat. Lu Chuan was now very confident that when he went out to face the siege of zombies, he definitely had a certain ability to defend himself. Even if he went back to before the end of the world broke out, Lu Chuan was confident that he could easily get the gold belt in free sparring. After all, I'm afraid that even the world boxing champion, no one dares to train as recklessly as he does. 7th floor bedroom. While Lu Chuan was practicing his fighting skills downstairs, Ji Rushue, who was an infant, didn't slack on her own training. Though it is true that you are a baby now and can hardly even take care of yourself. However, through the Lili breathing technique of constantly exhaling the energy factors in the heavens and earth, Ji Rushue's evolutionary speed was not slow at all. At this moment, as Ji Rushue condensed her thoughts and applied them to her own body, only to see her body, which was the size of a baby, gradually levitate out. Although Cumulus hadn't had much accelerated growth in his body, His thoughts had really strengthened a lot. After this period of immersion and cultivation, Ji Rushue's Nianli was already able to suspend herself about 1 or 2 centimeters in the air. Knowing that Ji Rushue was merely a baby now, at first, even moving the silver needles felt incredibly exhausting, and now being able to levitate her own body was already a great improvement. For human beings, I am afraid that flying in the air is everyone's dream. Although Ji Rushue was currently unable to realize this, after this period of non-stop cultivation, she finally had a bit of ability to protect herself in the end times. Chapter 22, Another Agility Walker. No, it's not enough to be able to levitate her body when she was merely a baby. Ji Rushue's achievement at this moment could be considered extremely terrifying. If those large survivor camps were to know about Ji Rushue's situation, I'm afraid they would all flock to recruit her. After all, a baby being able to awaken its natural power and levitate itself in mid-air. This kind of thing was magical just by hearing about it. However, Ji Rushue did not slack off in the slightest, knowing that this bit of her strength was nothing. As a reborn person, Ji Rushue understood that as more and more zombies and beasts evolved, the wars that broke out between these guys would become more and more frequent. Humans need to recuperate after fighting each other, but for zombies and beasts, the best way to recuperate is to devour each other's cores. The more frequently the powerful zombies and ferocious beasts devoured each other, it meant that their evolutionary speed would become faster and faster. If you want to survive in the middle of this zombie-ridden city, then you must be strong enough to do so. What's more crucial is that Ji Rushue knows in her heart that she's not alone at the moment and has to guard her zombie dad. The zombie dad hadn't undergone any noticeable mutations after the blood moon, and was clearly just an ordinary zombie. In this post-apocalyptic world after the beginning of the mutation, ordinary low-rank zombies are actually the most unlucky, because it was possible to be killed by the other side when encountering an evolved kind, and even more so when encountering a human transcendent. If he wasn't strong enough, it was likely that his zombie father wouldn't last long and would have to fall. An ordinary zombie wanting to survive in the end times is extremely dangerous. Ji Rushue must improve her strength as soon as possible to do so. There's been a lot of thumping and banging downstairs. What's Papa Zombie been up to down there all day? Although there was a layer of separation, the commotion of Lu Chuan's constant training of fighting skills with several zombies in the 6th floor living room was still heard by Ji Rushue. After all, in the face of these zombies who do not know pain and do not know fatigue, Lu Chuan will not show the slightest bit of mercy when he moves his hands. No matter whether it is a wrestling or punching and bombing caused by the noise is not small. What worried Ji Rushue a bit, though, was that her own zombie dad hadn't been out looking for supplies in over a week. With only these remaining resources in the house, it was not a problem for a while, but sooner or later, there would be a day when it would sit empty. Ji Rushue also understood this very well. After all, her own zombie father was merely an ordinary zombie. In front of the huge strength gap, facing those powerful evolved zombies outside, there is not the slightest power to fight back. The zombie dad retains human consciousness, so it's only natural to be scared of this huge power gap. It's not the fault of his own zombie dad, and the only one to blame is this cruel world. Ji Rushue, who had been an empress in her previous life, was most aware of just how cruel this doomsday was. As we continue to evolve and become stronger individually, the killings become more frequent instead of decreasing. Without a strong enough strength, there is no qualification to live in this world at all. Before the blood moon fell, the average zombie didn't have much stress in their lives, but now that the blood moon has descended, a large number of zombies and creatures have begun to evolve and mutate, and these ordinary zombies that have not evolved will only be reduced to cannon fodder at the bottom of the hierarchy. Ji Rushue clearly remembered that in the early days of the apocalypse the wave of corpses was still able to cause a huge panic. However, when it came to the later stages, just the wave of corpses made up of these ordinary zombies would easily be wiped out by the strong. Ji Rushue didn't hold too much hope for Lu Chuan. After all, it was already very rare for a low-level ordinary zombie to be able to not be killed in this kind of evolved world, not to mention having to feed another baby, which is almost impossible. Ji Rushue only hoped that she would be able to quickly improve her strength through this glazed breathing method, and that she would be able to grow up as soon as possible. As a human empress, Ji Rushue did not like this feeling of dragging her feet as a liability. She also hoped that she could protect her zombie dad's life and safety with her strong battle skills. The main thing was that Ji Rushue didn't want to lose this rare affection, even if said affection was brought to her by a zombie. Whoosh! Ji Rushue pressed the gong method to exhale the energy factor while maneuvering the silver needles to travel continuously in the middle of midair. This silver needle flew faster and faster and became stronger and stronger. Because today's self is so small in stature, it's obviously impossible to expect a physical body to move freely. Ji Rushue simply focused on boosting her Nianli. Since it was difficult for her limbs to support her body, she would find a way to use her Nianli to allow herself to achieve levitation. although it was said that nowadays he was only able to slightly vacate a centimeter or two. It was also a great improvement in Ji Rushua's opinion. At least in this case, if you roll over and fall to the ground to be able to use the power of the mind to catch yourself, it is not as bad as the opening directly fall to death. At least they are also the hall of the human empress. Fall to death and starve to death. How this end is a bit unseemly. As the gongfu kept running, Ji Rushua's eyes became more and more resolute. After Lu Chuan finished his fighting training on the 6th floor, he manipulated a corpse puppet to specialize in these zombies that he had dismantled into parts. Just as Lu Chuan was about to go upstairs to breastfeed Chi-Chi, suddenly the corpse puppets who were gathering resources in the outside world made a new discovery, only to see that on a street not far away, a zombie whose size was somewhat weakened, but whose claws had obviously evolved and whose speed had increased dramatically, was chasing after a human who had fled in a hurry. Lu Chuan recognized at a glance that the zombie chasing the survivors was the same agile zombie that he had seen being smashed into a meat cake by the big guy that day when he was watching the battle. In the middle of the corpse puppet's sight, the human had a yellow face and dry hair, and his feet were a little wobbly. I'm afraid that they have been hiding in the shadows all this time, and now that they have eaten all the food they have hoarded, they have been forced to venture out in search of food. But this guy was just a bit unlucky, and it didn't take him long to go out before he encountered a zombie. The most crucial type of zombie he encountered was still an evolved zombie that Lu Chuan had not encountered after searching for a long time. Although the agile zombie had a relatively slim body, it was not normally fast, only to see this agile zombie figure like a cheetah. Sharp claws violently plunged through the door next to the car, using inertia to reach a perfect drift. Just one turn and I caught up with the unlucky. This operation is very silky, so that Lu Chuan cannot help but sigh. Really fast corners are really fast. Without waiting for the survivor to resist, the agile zombie's sharp claws slashed through, directly ending his life. Good chance. Lu Chuan's eyes lit up. He had been searching for evolved zombies all this time, trying to obtain more crystal cores, but he had never found any. He immediately dispatched the corpse puppets to follow and spy on the other side. Chapter 23, The Axe Gang, Give It to Me. Ever since he had devoured the crystal cores and felt the thrill of that energy surge, Lu Chuan couldn't hold back his inner desire to become stronger. So during this period of time, Lu Chuan was training his fighting skills and improving his close combat power and self-protection ability, while sending corpse puppets to search for supplies and look for signs of evolved zombies. Lu Chuan understood in his heart that since there were these mutated zombies being born, then as long as the other party was given time, they would definitely become very powerful one by one in time. As the saying goes, one slow step at a time. If he himself couldn't find a way to catch up with the evolved zombies as soon as possible in the early stages, he would most likely become cannon fodder to be devoured by then. Only the evolved zombies might not be too numerous at this point in time. The ones Lu Chuan had encountered so far were basically just ordinary zombies that kept hanging around on the streets. Having already searched for several days without encountering it, it was not easy for him to stumble upon it today, so he said he would not let it go easily. Keeping a corpse puppet at a distance, he closely monitored the agile zombies' movements. The remaining 4 zombie puppets all put down their original work at hand and took the sharp and heavy fire axe, then quickly rushed towards the location of the agile zombie. The 4 zombies held long axes and aggressively took neat steps, as if they were an axe gang marching down the street. The scene looked truly appalling. If the survivors saw this scene in front of them, they were afraid that their jaws would be dropped. After all, they hadn't seen a zombie actively use a weapon. It was simply the reverse of the Big Dipper. Soon Lu Chuan's 5 corpse puppets all converged together, and each of the 5 ordinary zombies was holding a fire axe and waiting. One fierce god stared at the blood-red pupils, at the moment ready to start. The appearance really has a strong sense of oppression. Instead of blindly striking, Lu Chuan arranged for the 5 zombies to stagger around, pretending to be unconcerned as he walked in the direction of this agile zombie. Lu Chuan let a few zombies slightly distance themselves from each other. After all, 5 zombies with long axes were gathered together. Unless they were cuties, only then would they not notice. Not to mention the fact that it's not easy to fight with a fire axe when you're all together. But Lu Chuan wasn't stupid enough to let all these zombies spread out. After all, he wanted to encircle the agile zombies, not the big, stocky types. If they were spread out too far, I'm afraid that the axes of their own corpse puppets would all be killed one after another before they could even touch the edge of others. The agile zombie feasted on the fresh flesh and blood after killing the human survivor. The number of such survivors that can be hunted down is getting smaller and smaller as the time of the apocalypse continues to pass. Most of the zombies, basically, spend their days shaking in the streets non-stop as a way to minimize their physical exertion. A large number of humans were killed or converted into zombies at the beginning, while most of the small number of survivors had acquired some survival skills after their early blind flight. So it's a little difficult to capture fresh blood food. If this survivor's hoard of food hadn't already been eaten, he wouldn't have ventured out in search of supplies. This agile zombie hadn't even eaten fresh human flesh for many days, and at the moment that blood was simply a rare delicacy in his eyes. Clacking, clicking and giggling, this zombie was gnawing on the flesh and blood without a care in the world, and there were some other zombies nearby that subconsciously rushed this way when they heard the commotion. Roar! Roar! Facing the ordinary low-rank zombies, this agile zombie hissed a few times, scaring many zombies from approaching by virtue of its own powerful pressure. He was then satisfied and continued to enjoy his meal. But just then, the walker suddenly heard another footstep, only to see 5 ordinary zombies as if they were not afraid of death, ignoring their warnings still coming this way. Roar! The agile zombie hissed again in dissatisfaction, and his tone seemed to have already mixed in a bit of impatience. Dabble. However, what he didn't expect was that these 5 low-ranking zombies directly rushed towards him without saying a word. Give it to me. Chop him up. Lu Chuan maneuvered the 5-headed lion roar and quickly charged towards the agility-type zombies. Previously, Lu Chuan had allowed these corpse puppets to disguise themselves as ordinary low-ranking zombies and aimlessly approach their targets. After all, the other party is extremely fast, plus those 2 sharp claws that can tear the car. If one is not careful oneself, this 5-head corpse puppet is afraid to be reimbursed. That's why Lu Chuan suddenly launched a charge when both sides were only 10 meters away. The 5 corpse puppets controlled by Lu Chuan, all of which were adult male zombies with sound limbs and robust body types, arrived in front of this agile zombie almost instantly. The fire axe, which was glowing with a cold aura, directly hacked at his head without saying a word. Seeing that the 5 low-ranked existences dared to attack themselves, monstrous fury flashed in the eyes of this agile zombie. His body moved instantly, yet with the lack of numbers, the agility zombie was wounded in just one look. Although he dodged most of the attacks with his outstanding speed, Lu Chuan had already prepared himself for a semi-surrounding situation. This walker was destined to be injured unless he turned tail and ran. Only the walker's right arm, as well as his back, was slashed in a single shot. Only one corpse puppet hacked between the ribs, for a moment did not pull the axe out. Agile zombie anger to the extreme. Sharp claws swung directly to tear the corpse puppet head. The evolutionary direction of the agility-type zombie was mainly added to speed as well as terrifying attacks, but their physical defense, compared to the large zombie, that is too much worse. Even in Lu Chuan's opinion, it was only just a little bit stronger than an ordinary zombie. 2 zombies fainted head-on under Lu Chuan's control. Bang! This agile zombie was extremely strong, and directly slapped Lu Chuan's 2 zombies backward several steps under the double claw slap. The other 2 corpse puppets, however, swung right in without saying a word. A downward chop and a horizontal chop. The agile zombie dodged the long axe that came down on his head, but an axe at his waist had sunk in deeply. Pust. Large chunks of flesh and blood were cut down, sparing the agile zombies from being greatly traumatized. Roar. Angry to the extreme, the agile zombie's speed erupted, and under the swing of his sharp claws, he directly tore the head of one of Lu Chuan's corpse puppets, but the remaining 3 walkers had already rushed forward. The agile zombie was fast, but no amount of speed could dodge the overwhelming axe. Poof, poof, poof. 3 axes slashed at the body in succession, and one of the strikes even directly cut off the agile zombie's head. Even the best kung fu was afraid of a chopper, not to mention the fact that I have 5 axes. Looking at the fallen agile zombie, Lu Chuan's heart was delighted. This evolved zombie's strength was indeed powerful. If he hadn't maneuvered at the back, I'm afraid that all 5 of these low-ranking zombies would have been killed in 2 rounds. It's only a loss of 2 heads now. 2. Lu Chuan maneuvered the remaining corpse puppets, scooped up the crystal cores and put them in his pocket, then quickly returned towards the neighborhood. Chapter 24, Secondary Evolution. 10 corpse puppets. These corpse puppets were manipulated by Lu Chuan and had long since lost their own minds, unless Lu Chuan chose to actively disconnect them. Although this crystal core was full of temptation for the zombies, the remaining 3 corpse puppets were all unimpressed. Under Lu Chuan's control, the 3 corpse puppets flew towards the neighborhood. Along the way, perhaps some zombies smelled the odor and wanted to come forward to grab it. Lu Chuan controlled the corpse puppet to raise his hand and axe. Evolutionary zombies want to deal with more difficult, but just these ordinary zombies without much thought. Lu Chuan manipulated corpse puppets that is basically an axe one. The crystalline core escort team hacked and slashed their way back to the neighborhood. After Lu Chuan took the crystal cores, he had these 3 corpse puppets holding fire axes to block the door of the building to ensure the safety of the building. He himself quickly ran to the 6th floor. Lu Chuan was instantly delighted when he saw this crystal core, as he realized that it was the same as the one he had devoured earlier, both of which were white with a touch of red amongst them. This meant that the agility zombie he had just rounded up was not only an evolved zombie, but also a zombie that had already devoured a crystal core. No wonder this agile zombie moves so swiftly, so it has already evolved once. After calming down the somewhat agitated emotions in his heart, Lu Chuan then swallowed the crystal core into his stomach. all of a sudden majestic energy swept through his body once again. The same feeling as the one he had earlier. It was as if Lu Chuan's brain had been subjected to another huge expansion, but with that previous experience. This time Lu Chuan was familiar with it. Gritting his teeth and enduring the process of the surge in his thoughts, the feeling of his brain being extremely clear once again came after a while. The corner of Lu Chuan's mouth slowly curled up into a smile. He knew that his strength had gotten stronger again. Lu Chuan's 5 senses are once again enhanced. Hearing and vision and so on have all been enhanced by a large margin compared to earlier. And the most crucial thing is that the power of the mind is far more powerful than earlier. Moreover, Lu Chuan's body, which he had always felt was very weak, had finally improved drastically after devouring 2 crystal cores in a row. His own body's strength and speed, as well as the defense of his body's skin, had been strengthened quite a bit compared to before. Lu Chuan had seen the large man's swift and powerful body earlier, and his heart could be really envious, especially the 2 arms that were like steel. Even the attack of an agile zombie capable of tearing apart a car could be blocked. Nowadays, although his own body hadn't evolved to such an exaggerated level, it was still much stronger than before. Lu Chuan's fists were waving with a tiger-like wind, as if he was a martial arts expert who had been immersed in martial arts for many years in a martial arts movie. Feeling his current body, Lu Chuan nodded with satisfaction. Although his own evolutionary direction was all in the direction of Nian Li, but his body was so weak before, it somehow made him a little uneasy. It's finally satisfying itself quite a bit now. Lu Chuan took the steel machete that was placed aside and began to wield it. All of a sudden, blade light flashed in the living room, and a breaking sound was harsh and incomparable. This steel machete was like a deadly killing weapon in Lu Chuan's hands. A flash of excitement flashed in Lu Chuan's eyes. It was true that it was still faster to devour the crystal cores to enhance the speed, and his close combat power had directly increased by a large margin. And then Lu Chuan concentrated his mind and realized that his Nian Li was also much higher than before. If you said that at the very beginning, after the evolution of the blood moon, your own Nian power was almost like a water cup, so now it's more than doubled and can be described as a water bowl. Lu Chuan stood upstairs and tested it briefly, realizing that his current Nian Li was enough to manipulate 10 zombies, and the limit distance of the control, moreover, had reached 3,000 meters. The excited Lu Chuan quickly ran down the stairs, and among these zombie groups around him, he selected 10 zombies with sound limbs and strong bodies as his own zombie puppet squad. During this period of time, Lu Chuan had dispatched corpse puppets to search for supplies in the surrounding area without fail. Weapons like the fire axe. Lu Chuan would basically have the corpse puppet bring them back to the building whenever he saw them. Each corpse puppet was equipped with a sharp fire axe, and at the moment, these robust corpse puppets, each one of them 1 meter 8 tall, stood in front of Lu Chuan in unison. Each one carried a fire axe on his shoulder, and that aura was not normally strong. Lu Chuan looked at his squad of zombies and nodded in satisfaction. The zombie version of the Axe Gang seems to be taking shape. Standing in front of this zombie squad, Lu Chuan only felt that he was full of vigor, completely free of those confusion and dishevelment after the end of the world. Lu Chuan has already fantasized in his mind that he has built up a huge and incomparable zombie army, holding sharp blades to fight in all directions. Hey, you're as strong as you want to be. I'm probably no match for your melee evolved walkers in single combat. But, I, Lu Chuan, came out to mix. Relying on only 3 things. Tough enough, numinous, corpse puppets galore. The end of the world out to mix is about power. A group of only evolved muscles do not evolve the brain of the little Yakuza. Who with you to fight alone? Laozi went for the explosive soldier flow. The mobilization is the mass line. If you're fighting me with your bare hands, I'm sorry, but I'll take care of you with an axe and a machete. Wunderkind? More men with more axes is what makes outer rigid. Looking at his men who were gradually getting stronger and stronger, Lu Chuan's confidence grew stronger and stronger in his heart for a while. Twisting his head to look at building No. 1, which was not far away, Lu Chuan's eyes narrowed slightly as a flash of fierce killing intent flashed across the bottom of his eyes. He hadn't forgotten that there was an extremely terrifying monster there in Building 1, completely different from all the zombies he'd seen earlier. Even Lu Chuan doesn't know whether to use zombie to describe him, because as a zombie clan, Lu Chuan really doesn't want to admit that he is the same kind as that kind of guy. Manipulating the corpse puppet to experience the first view of death up close, the shock that the blood-colored figure brought to Lu Chuan was too terrifying, especially after dealing with the agile zombie head-on today. That zombie was even more scary to Lu Chuan in comparison. Even this agile zombie that had gone through a second evolution could not carry its own human tactics, but that bloody figure was even faster than the agile zombie and attacked even more fiercely. What concerned Lu Chuan the most was that the other party also had a tongue that could be used as a concealed weapon, which was simply indefensible. 2 zombies were killed in direct seconds. Could the strength of those 10 corpse puppets barely eat each other? Lu Chuan still shook his head after thinking about it. With his current strength, it was still difficult to ensure that he would defeat his opponent. Mostly, he knew too little about that monster. Having only seen it for the last time he searched for supplies, Lu Chuan glanced in the direction of building No. 1, and a flash of scorn flashed across the bottom of his eyes. Given the mysterious strength of the other party, Lu Chuan decided to find an opportunity in a few days to send the corpse puppet in to test some more, to see what point the strength of this monster had actually reached. With such a time bomb around, Lu Chuan couldn't sleep well. Chapter 25 Heavily Armed Corpse Puppet Squad. Soon 3 days passed. After all this time, Lu Chuan was on the verge of converting the 6th floor into a training room. Bang! 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 A muffled sound kept coming from the middle of the 6th floor living room, along with the hissing of the zombies. Click! Only to see Lu Chuan grabbing the arm of a zombie, clasping the joints and then slamming it hard. This zombie then directly smashed down the other zombie that had already come behind Lu Chuan and was ready to tear into him. Lu Chuan quickly struck a high whip kick and knocked down another zombie on his side. This zombie's head was all directly kicked off by Lu Chuan. Lu Chuan's movements were extremely fast, and this series of actions had been completed almost in a flash of lightning. After resolving the 3 zombies, the other 2 just managed to come to Lu Chuan's side. Lu Chuan coldly smiled and directly dropped the 2 zombies together with a diving hold. Click! Click! Along with Lu Chuan's double fist swinging, the heads of the several zombies that were still hissing were all smashed to pieces by him. Even if 5 zombies attacked at the same time, Lu Chuan could easily deal with it now. Lu Chuan realized that after the evolution, his physical quality had greatly improved, not only in terms of strength, their own speed, reaction and physical toughness, etc. all have a full evolution. This drastic enhancement of his body made Lu Chuan face the siege of these zombies at the moment like a martial arts master. His body was like a bee flying and butterfly dancing, easily dodging the bites and pounces of these ordinary zombies. And then based on the fighting skills he had practiced during this period of time, Lu Chuan was able to quickly knock down several zombies altogether. Even with Lu Chuan's elevated strength, under the strong attack of his fists and feet, he could directly smash the zombie's head. Lu Chuan nodded in satisfaction. His current body was what looked like a doomsday survivor. Before, his body was weak and stiff, and it was a bit of a struggle to defend himself against the siege of ordinary zombies, but now he had no worries about that at all. Lu Chuan controlled the corpse puppets and moved out these zombie aliens that he had smashed into parts one by one. Lu Chuan, on the other hand, simply cleaned the blood on his body. After all, he had to breastfeed the little one in a while, and looking all bloody was not an option. After returning to the 7th floor, Lu Chuan brewed the milk powder on time and fed it to little Chi-Chi little by little with a spoon. Looking at the little guy's innocent smile, Lu Chuan also couldn't help but smile slightly. The little guy's appetite is getting better and better. The milk he drinks every day is very sweet. Even in the midst of this post-apocalyptic world, little Chi-Chi didn't lose her appetite because of it. After feeding little Chi-Chi, Lu Chuan took a bunch of toys he had scavenged from the side. There are Barbie dolls among them, as well as small cars, doll bears and more. Ji Rushua looked at her zombie father, teasing herself with clumsy maneuvers, and for a moment her heart only felt very speechless. Although she herself was like a baby on the surface, inside she was a mature, calm and decisive absolute empress. How can she a toy that amuses a child? But after all, it was a nice gesture from his own zombie dad. Although it was said that Ji Rushua had been a person for 2 lifetimes and had long since passed this age of being teased by small toys, but his heart felt very warm. After all, no matter whether it was in his previous life or in this life, he had never had this experience of being so favored. Looking at the zombie father's hard and bitter look, Ji Rushua still very cooperatively forced out a smile, and Lu Chuan originally saw Xiao Chi-Chi's expressionless face and felt a little frustrated inside. After all, not only have I never been in a relationship, but I've never brought up a child, so I can only use what I've learned from some TV shows. Originally thought that it had failed, but did not expect the little guy to really laugh, which made Lu Chuan's heart also relieved, and then more vigorously teased Ji Rushua. Ji Rushua couldn't help her eyelids from jumping. It seems like being too kind doesn't seem to be a good thing. It's just a matter of working on your chanting. After accompanying the little guy to play for a while, Lu Chuan nodded with satisfaction. Then coming to the window, the corner of Lu Chuan's mouth hooked into a cold smile. Almost ready. Time to try and test that guy. Lu Chuan reselected his team members again from amongst these wandering corpses around him. Although it was said that evolved zombies were relatively rare, this kind of ordinary low-level zombie was still a big catch on the street. Lu Chuan was still able to replenish his supply of soldiers from around him at any time, even with his daily fighting training and non-stop consumption of zombies. After some selection, Lu Chuan replenished 10 corpse puppets. Each one is a tall, stocky-limbed type that has not been torn apart by its own kind. The shock that blood-colored monster had brought to Lu Chuan last time was just too strong. The two zombie corpse puppets were all killed in seconds with little resistance. This huge gap in combat power made Lu Chuan not dare to underestimate his opponent at all. Looking at the 10 robust, fire axe-wielding zombies in front of him, Lu Chuan nodded with satisfaction. These 10 corpse puppets stood together, and this sense of oppression was indeed very strong. Lu Chuan believes that even if he encounters a large zombie, he will be able to hack them. Only looking at these zombies in front of him, Lu Chuan still felt that there were some places that were almost interesting, and after thinking about it, he slapped his head violently. Just equip these walkers with weapons. The least you can do is prepare the defense on your body. Lu Chuan remembers that at the corner of the street, there was an electric car dealership that happened to also sell helmets at the same time. Lu Chuan then smashed through the store's door with a group of zombies, followed by a fully wrapped motorcycle helmet for each of the corpse puppets. Looking at the corpse puppet squad that had reformed and stood in front of him, Lu Chuan was instantly delighted. These 10 corpse puppets wearing black fully wrapped helmets, holding fire axes stood in formation. That powerful aura, without knowing I'm afraid I thought it was Speed Racer, reappeared on Earth. Lu Chuan knocked on these helmets and nodded with satisfaction. This defense should be enough. As for his body, Lu Chuan did not equip them with other defense gear. After all, they are all just low-rank zombies. Even if there were no more, the big deal would be to just recontrol a few more from within the corpses themselves. The near immortality of zombies completely defies common sense physiology. For these zombies, only the head is the deadliest spot. As long as the head is protected, even if the arms and legs are missing, they will be able to continue to fight. Wearing a helmet can greatly increase the combat power of this squad of corpse puppets, even if his body was torn apart. As long as his head wasn't smashed, he could still backhand his opponent with an axe. Lu Chuan finally nodded with satisfaction this time. Then with his own squad of corpse puppets, he marched towards Building 1 with great vigor. Chapter 26, Battle Against the Weird Zombies. I really don't know how this monster in Building 1 evolved into what it is now. Thinking back to the last time they met, the bloody and hideous appearance of the other party, Lu Chuan himself felt a little nauseous. Even if it's a zombie, you should at least have a human being. Turns out that bloody monster is so far gone it's hard to tell he was a person in life. Last time he was instantly killed by this monster in seconds and exploded his head. Lu Chuan was well prepared this time and was still more or less confident inside. I'd like to see if you monsters can carry my axe gang. The Lu Chuan people remained in Building 5, fully concentrating on maneuvering the corpse puppet squad. Nowadays, the radiant range of his intention was 3,000 meters, so he didn't even need to personally go into battle himself. What's more, that zombie is so horrible. Lu Chuan does not think he can block each other in close combat. That's why it's safest to hide in the old country. Lu Chuan remotely controlled the 10 corpse puppets, and after entering the gate of a building, he started to inventory room after room from the first floor. Lu Chuan did not rush to impulse. The exhaustion work was done very carefully, fearing to drop a tiny corner, especially those ceilings. Lu Chuan would pay special attention to the marks. After all, this blood-colored mutated monster, not knowing exactly how it evolved, its body structure became very weird. Throwing away the human form of his battle prowess in exchange for sharp claws on all 4 limbs as well as great physical strength, able to allow him to fly between walls and ceilings with great swiftness. Under Lu Chuan's slow search, the corpse puppets took inventory bit by bit. The 4 floors were soon searched, but there was still no sign of the blood-colored monster. Lu Chuan frowned. I haven't seen each other on 4 consecutive floors. Is it possible that this bloodthirsty monster ran away early? Soon enough, the corpse puppet squad arrived on the 5th floor and continued to cautiously search the house. It was just that Shiro's squad hadn't paid attention to the fact that up to this moment, at the top of the door where they had entered the room, there happened to be a blood-colored monster. 4 sharp claws like steel knives inserted in the middle of the wall, as if a spider lying on the top of the door, without the slightest sound. The eyes stared tyrannically at the group of corpse puppets below. The location of this blood-colored monster was very tricky, right in the dead center of the corpse puppet's line of sight. After all, Lu Chuan was remotely controlling the corpse puppet, sharing his sight with it, and couldn't do a cut-and-dried observation like himself. Where the hell did this monster run off to? It can't have run out of the building. Lu Chuan couldn't help but feel worried. This blood-colored monster was difficult to deal with. If he ran out of Building 1 and lurked in the shadows, the danger would be greatly increased, and this could definitely be considered a top killer zombie. Whoosh! Just then a sound of breaking air rang out, and a blood-colored figure suddenly fell from the air. Bang! Accompanied by the sharp claws of the blood-colored monster swung. Lu Chuan, a nearest zombie puppet from the doorway, received a heavy blow, and his body directly flew backwards, and heavily smashed on the ground. Luckily, Lu Chuan had prepared in advance and equipped all these zombies with fully wrapped helmets. The motorcycle helmet was now torn right through most of it, and the corpse puppet's head was all but completely shattered by the grip. However, fortunately, with the helmet protection, This corpse puppet is not completely dead, and can still burst into battle. Lu Chuan reacted instantly and hastily maneuvered the lost puppet swarm to turn their bodies around, swinging their fire axes towards this blood-colored figure. The powerful axe slashed through mid-air, emitting a gust of breaking sound. If Ji Ruxue was present, she would definitely be able to recognize the type of zombie in front of her at a glance. It was the liquor zombies that caused great casualties to human survivors at the beginning of the end of the world, as she remembered from her previous life. Only the blood-colored liquor seemed to be enraged by the squad of corpse puppets that had intruded into its territory. Facing the swings of a group of axes pressed without caring, they directly continued to attack towards the corpse puppet squad. Lu Chuan saw this and the corner of his mouth hooked up a cold smile. A zombie is a zombie, even if it evolves again. It's useless if you don't evolve your brain. The corpse liquor moved very swiftly, constantly rolling over among the corpse puppets. The terrifying double claws swung, and several zombies were swatted away. However, these corpse puppets under Lu Chuan's control would keep attacking as long as their heads were not pinched. Even though his body was frozen through, the axe still came straight down on his head. Pust! This liquor froze through the body of a corpse puppet with a single claw. Yet Lu Chuan controlled the corpse puppet regardless and directly held the liquor's claw with his arm in a death grip. Without saying a word, an axe came down on his head. Several of the corpse puppets also rushed forward wielding fire axes and kept swinging the sharp blades in their hands. Although the liquor's movements are very swift, but now caught in the surroundings of the corpse dolls, although successfully jumped and flashed out, but still not as good as to avoid being hit by several consecutive splits. Lu Chuan had not only practiced his punching and kicking close combat skills during this period of time, he had also practiced slashing with his sword. Moreover, in order to better make the corpse puppet explode with enough combat power, Lu Chuan had also studied some axe power techniques. In order to allow his squad of corpse puppets to swing their axes more swiftly, even Lu Chuan purposely manipulated a few corpse puppets to try to chop the same spot of the blood-colored monster consecutively. After all, the muscles of this blood-colored monster looked very solid. Lu Chuan knew in his heart that with only the combat power of the low-level corpse puppet, he was afraid that it would be difficult to seriously injure the other party. But the good thing was that he was not talking about fighting alone, but about a sea of men. As expected, Lu Chuan controlled the corpse flesh swarm to keep swinging and slashing, directly leaving many wounds on the body of this liquor. However, as Lu Chuan had expected, this liquor was very muscular. With just the force of an ordinary zombie, the fire axe could only bring out some blood and flesh when chopping on it, but could not cause any major trauma. Lu Chuan immediately controlled the 3 corpse puppets, and the axes all hacked at one spot. Pust! The 3 rounds of long axe attacks finally had an effect. As the last corpse puppet's fire axe slashed down, this liquor couldn't dodge as well and was finally cut off an arm by Lu Chuan. After losing an arm, the liquor finally realized the power of the zombie squad in front of him, and completely jumped out from among the group of zombie puppets and climbed to the ceiling. Lu Chuan immediately maneuvered these corpse puppets and directly threw the fire axe towards the ceiling. Bang! 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 But alas, after jumping out of the middle of the corpse puppet's surroundings, the liquor's speed became very swift, but the speed, strength, and accuracy of the low-ranked corpse puppets that he manipulated had plummeted. The corpse puppet reacted quickly, dodging the axe and then directly breaking the glass by the window and fleeing towards the outdoors. Lu Chuan's pupils contracted for a moment, and through the sight of the corpse puppet, he could also see this blood-colored monster, which was surprisingly walking on the outer wall of the building as if it were on the ground, and the other party moved extremely fast. Just in the blink of an eye there was no figure. Chapter 27. Dad is such a coward. Damn it, I can't believe I let this guy escape. Looking at the figure that disappeared out of the window, Lu Chuan couldn't help but curse. I didn't expect to be escaped by the other party even though I had brought 10 corpse puppets and was well prepared. Even on the outer wall of the building that presented 90 degrees, this zombie was able to walk as if it were flat. The movements were swift and furious, almost as if they were born killers. Lu Chuan was secretly glad that he had prepared his helmet in advance. Otherwise today's battle would not only not be able to take down this blood-colored monster, he would also have to lose a large number of corpse puppets. This blood-colored monster's movements were simply too fast, and Lu Chuan didn't even see the other party's movements. The fact that the band didn't strangle it this time would most likely make the monster wary and even vengeful. The strength of the limbs is so horrible that they can easily hang upside down in any place, and they can make the corresponding attack movements at any time, which is considered to be the most tricky mutant zombie that Lu Chuan has encountered so far. Letting this monster escape was a ticking time bomb. It would be fine if he escaped the neighborhood outright in fear, but he was afraid that he would still be lurking in the neighborhood, and that would be a huge threat to him. This zombie moves silently and it's hard to find its whereabouts. If it's about fighting alone, he's no match for the other side. The most crucial thing is that the building's facade is as good as flat for the zombies, and they can easily climb at will as if they were spiders. Lu Chuan's biggest worry at the moment was that it would be bad if this blood-colored monster quietly touched Building 5 one day. After all, this guy didn't need to use the stairs at all. Even if he had arranged a few walkers to surround him in the hallway, it was useless. If he found the little one, to then climb up from the outer wall simply cannot be defended. But at present Lu Chuan cannot do anything. Who let himself underestimated the strength of the other party, even by the other party to escape. It is not too late to mend. Lu Chuan quickly adjusted his emotions and then began to formulate a defense plan. Immediately arranged for 3 strong corpse puppets, heavily armed every day in the 5th building patrol, so that even if the monster quietly sneaked in, they can also know in time, to avoid being killed by the other side when the time comes. Lu Chuan secretly smacked his lips as he looked at the marks left by this zombie on the wall. Such a strong existence. The energy contained within the crystal core. I'm afraid that it is much stronger than the large and agile zombies that he encountered earlier. If he was able to devour this zombie's crystal core, his own strength would definitely be able to ascend to another level. Lu Chuan could only send out other corpse puppets at the moment to continue around the neighborhood to see if he could encounter any other evolved-type zombies. Lu Chuan, who had devoured 2 crystal cores, had felt very good about himself, except that this blood-colored monster had very realistically taught Lu Chuan a lesson. Lu Chuan desperately wanted to improve his strength, otherwise in case he encountered a more powerful zombie. Even if he controlled a few corpse puppets by then, it would not help. Nowadays, Lu Chuan could control the corpse puppets to move within a 3,000-meter radius, a distance that was far enough. In the bedroom on the 7th floor, Ji Rushua had also made great strides in her chanting power nowadays. At the moment, she was maneuvering 2 rag dolls that kept flying in the middle of midair. Originally, Ji Rushua, who was a supreme empress, did not care to play with such a small doll, just want to not hurt Lu Chuan's good intentions, but then realized that manipulating dolls is not only fun, but also able to exercise their own nianli. Suddenly really fragrant. Sensing Lu Chuan's arrival outside the door, Ji Rushua hurriedly stopped her chanting and held the rag doll in her arms. As soon as Lu Chuan came in, he saw that little Chi-Chi was holding a rag doll and playing here very happily. The smile was very innocent, and the eyes were bright and flawless. Looking at such a simple and beautiful little guy in front of him, Lu Chuan's emotions seemed to be healed. Little one, this world is too dark and broken. I hope you won't be disappointed with it when you grow up. I hope you can keep growing up as carefree as you are now, and I hope we can both continue to live in the middle of this apocalypse. Looking at the little guy in front of him, Lu Chuan then felt motivated no matter what he did, even if the window was full of rags. But in this bedroom there is still a part of the beauty and innocence of human nature. If you want to survive in this world, you won't be able to stop killing, and this bedroom is the last piece of clean land Lu Chuan left for himself. Looking at the bedroom window, Lu Chuan's face instantly became incredibly grave, and he hurriedly walked out. Ji Rushua looked at her zombie father with some confusion, basically not going out to look for supplies these days, staying inside the house all the time. Now it's also coming in and going out, and it seems to be getting a bit ugly, so it's hard to believe that something is happening outside. Immediately after that, Ji Rushua saw that her zombie father walked back holding a large pile of boards with nails in no time. The boards were then nailed to the windows one by one. The blood-colored monster was far beyond one's common sense judgment, and was completely different from ordinary zombies. Although they cannot walk upright, they can fly very exaggeratedly. Even the outer walls of the building were as good as dead, and the 7th floor, which was still very secure, was now no longer safe. Although Lu Chuan had already arranged for the corpse puppets to constantly patrol inside the building for safety's sake, but this zombie was completely off the beaten path, and there was no defense in case the other one climbed in through the bedroom window. You can't monitor your bedroom window all the time yourself, so you'll have to board it up for now. That way it wouldn't be caught off guard, and at least it would be able to keep little Chi-Chi safe to a certain extent. Ji Rushua, who was lying on the bed, couldn't help but be a little puzzled by the scene in front of her. This zombie father of his has been in the house for several days and hasn't left the house. That's all, but how did he start to actually board up the windows today as well? Looking at the zombie dad's serious look, Ji Rushua gently raised an eyebrow. Can't it be that this zombie father of his is feeling the power of the strength of the evolved zombies, so too afraid to want to escape the chaos of the outside world? Ji Rushua thought about it. Seems to be only one such possibility. After all, usually which zombie will seal the window? Although Ji Rushua understood that ordinary low-rank zombies would instinctively feel great fear when facing those evolved mutated zombies. Ordinary low-rank zombies that had not evolved were simply powerless against those mutated zombies. But, isn't so scared that you have to board up your windows? Ji Rushua shook her head somewhat helplessly. This zombie dad of his own is quite the coward. Chapter 28, Survivor, this zombie can actually use a weapon? Ji Rushua is not looking down on her zombie father in her heart. After all, she is also aware that as an ordinary zombie, Being able to survive in this post-apocalyptic world is already a very difficult thing. In Ji Rushue's memories, as more and more evolved zombies and ferocious beasts came into existence, the low-ranked ordinary zombies were just like mole crickets on the side of the road, no different from cannon fodder. And since the blood moon, a lot of evolved people have been born amongst humans. At the beginning of the phase of these ordinary zombies, human beings can only run away, but with the continuous evolution, even humans can easily hunt these low-level zombies. With no strength and no status, it was already very difficult for an ordinary zombie to stay alive, let alone having to carry a baby like himself. And Ji Rushue knew very well in her heart that her own father was actually doing this for her own safety. After all, the 7th floor bedroom, this is where he lives, and Dad is hoping he won't be bothered by other walkers. Looking at the zombie father who kept staring at the wooden board there, a touch of warmth surged through Ji Rushue's heart. Even in this cruel doomsday, even in the face of countless pressures in life, all kinds of life and death crisis may come at any time. Even if the zombie dad is incredibly scared in his heart, so terrified of the end times that he doesn't even dare to go out. But he didn't even think about giving up on his drag. Not strong enough, but still doing their best to find ways to keep themselves safe. His own zombie dad was a head zombie, but had surpassed most people in the middle of the end times. At least for Ji Rushue, whether it was in her previous life or in this life, it was the first time she felt such a heavy father's love. Zombie dad, wait for me. It won't be long before you don't have to be so scared anymore. Just give me enough time to grow up, and I'll be the one to protect you then. Ji Rushue looked at her zombie father's back, a perseverance unlike that of her age radiating from her eyes. The end of the world is upon us, and mankind has already lost so much. Ji Rushue doesn't want to lose the precious kinship she never gained in her 2 lives. Bang! 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 Lu Chuan kept nailing the nails and finally managed to make a good defense of this window. However, Lu Chuan didn't seal it completely, and still left 2 holes for light and ventilation. Although safety was important, Lu Chuan didn't want little Kiki to live in a depressing and dull environment at such a young age. Not to mention the fact that the bedrooms are now boarded up and have provided some defense. Looking at the bedroom window, Lu Chuan nodded with satisfaction. That blood-colored monster was indeed very strong, but even if he wanted to rush in through the glass with these layers of wooden boards, it would still take quite a bit of effort. This blood-colored monster attack the zombies was simply a massacre, but in terms of strength it was much weaker compared to the large zombies. At least the defense of this bedroom window was enough to give himself some time to react. As soon as time passed, 3 more days passed. Lu Chuan arranged for the corpse puppets to keep searching the neighborhood, but the blood-colored monster had not appeared since it disappeared. Lu Chuan was also slightly relieved when he didn't see that guy's terrifying figure. However, Lu Chuan didn't take it lightly, and still arranged for 2 corpse puppets to keep patrolling the 5th building every day. Anyway, these corpses don't eat, don't drink, don't need to rest, and don't have to pay for their own work. Suddenly Lu Chuan felt a mental fluctuation coming from his mind. A necropuppet searching for supplies in the distance suddenly made a new discovery. In search of supplies, a corpse puppet went to a kiosk 2 blocks away, pried open the door, and then began preparing to gather supplies. Mud, why is there someone else in this store? Who cares what he's doing? Since he ran into us, let's say he's unlucky. Get him killed. Just then, several human survivors suddenly rushed in from inside the outside, all with steel pipe choppers in their hands. One looked menacingly at the corpse puppet. However, when Lu Chuan turned around after manipulating the corpse puppet, these people all froze. Asterisk 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 asterisk, is that a zombie in this treadmill? The few people who had just rushed out were startled when they saw the corpse puppet controlled by Lu Chuan. The pale body and the blood-colored pupils all proved the identity of the other party's zombie. The several people who were originally still aggressive froze in place, and their eyes were filled with panic. Although the apocalypse has been going on for some time, human survivors still have an innate fear of zombies. Lu Chuan was also startled by the few people who rushed out, not expecting that there were survivors hiding in this neighborhood. Not wanting to cause more trouble, Lu Chuan was ready to maneuver the corpse puppet to leave the store. Look at you guys, aren't you just a zombie? What's there to be afraid of? Only to see a man with a somewhat strong build among the several people, carrying an iron bar in his hand. He rushed towards Lu Chuan's corpse puppet. Lu Chuan helplessly shook his head. He did not want to cause more trouble, but by now he could only maneuver the corpse puppet to wield the fire axe against it. Bang! The axe and the iron rod clashed together, and Lu Chuan was surprised as soon as they exchanged blows. The corpse puppets they chose were some of the stronger ones, and the zombies themselves were going to be a bit bigger in strength than the average human. But Lu Chuan didn't expect the man's strength to be extremely great, and the strong force coming from the steel pipe shook the corpse puppet's arm. Surprisingly, he didn't even hold the fire axe and was directly smashed out by his opponent. And this man kills decisively. The attack action is very fast. not waiting for Lu Chuan to react to the steel pipe directly head down. Bang! With a muffled sound, the corpse puppet's head burst apart as if it were a watermelon. The man came to the corpse of Lu Chuan's corpse puppet and looked at the smashed fire axe thoughtfully. This world is so outrageous that even zombies can use weapons? Is it hard to believe that this is some new evolved type of zombie? But soon he stopped paying attention to that and turned his head to the few companions behind himself to urge them on. Alright, everyone hurry up and move the supplies. In case we attract any more evolved zombies in a while we'll be screwed. A few people heard the words and started to busy themselves, constantly loading all kinds of food and mineral water into their backpacks. In this post-apocalyptic world, if you can come across a store that hasn't been raided, it's like heaven on earth. It's a good thing Brother Gangzi is here, or we wouldn't be able to find so much food. Yeah, what's an evolved zombie? With Big Brother Gangzi's divine power, that's still not a matter of a stick. Seeing that the strong man was able to smash the zombie to death with a single stick, the few remaining companions bragged as they scavenged for supplies. After all, if you have a strong companion in the end times, the chances of survival can be greatly increased. The man known as Gangzi, after hearing the bragging and praises from several people, a smug look appeared on his face as well. Chapter 29, Little Chi-Chi can walk? I didn't expect there to be survivors alive in the neighborhood after all this time? Lu Chuan inside the fifth building frowned slightly. Recalling the scene just now, he couldn't help but be a little surprised in his heart. Nowadays, more than a month has passed since the zombie apocalypse broke out. Especially during this recent period of time, Lu Chuan basically hasn't seen any living people. He hadn't seen another human in a long time, except for the last unlucky one who had been killed by an agility walker. The empty streets were only roaming with zombie after zombie without any thoughts. As a result, I didn't expect to see several people directly this time. Now it seems that there should still be quite a few humans who survived the zombie crisis, only because these zombies were full of bloodlust. Most of them could only hide in the shadows. However, thinking back to the man who had just fought with his corpse puppet, Lu Chuan's expression became incredibly grave. Although it was said that the man looked to be relatively stronger than the several people around him, there was absolutely no way that he could have such a strong force. The corpse puppets that he had picked out, all of them were stocky and strong themselves, plus their own strength had increased to a certain extent after they had turned into zombies. Even if it was just the zombies themselves alone, they wouldn't have any problems dealing with such ordinary survivors. Not to mention the fact that the corpse puppets are still manipulated by themselves and are able to use weapons against the enemy. But he didn't expect that after fighting with that man, even the fire axe he was holding in his hand was sent flying out, which was simply natural divine power. Thinking back to the experience during this period of time, Lu Chuan couldn't help but guess secretly in his heart. All the changes seemed to start with that one night of the blood moon, after which the zombies seemed to have evolved and seemed to have spawned different directions of evolution. The blood moon was in the sky, and it wasn't just the zombies that were enveloped by the moonlight. Lu Chuan was a bit skeptical. Could it be that all the other creatures had undergone the same change? The mysterious man we met today was most likely an evolved human being. I'm afraid that such a terrifying power can only be erupted by an evolved creature. Lu Chuan couldn't help but sigh in his heart. The changes in this world today seemed to be much more complicated than he had imagined. Before, he himself had been staring at the changed zombies, and now it seemed that more and more peculiar creatures were going to appear in the world as the time of the blood moon went on. Forget it, it looks like you can't send corpse puppets over to that area anymore. In Lu Chuan's opinion, evolved humans were more terrifying than zombies, because zombies didn't have a brain. One could still engage in human warfare by utilizing corpse puppets, or use schemes to pit against each other, but the same trick doesn't work so well on humans. Lu Chuan currently does not want to cause any more trouble, and only wants to have stronger power to live well in this post-apocalyptic world, so that Xiao Chi-Chi grows up healthily and happily. Humans have extremely complex minds as well as a high degree of intelligence, and the fact that the zombies didn't find the end of the story earlier doesn't mean that the human survivors won't find it. Lu Chuan didn't want to risk being targeted by this group of human survivors for a tiny bit of supplies. After all, he wasn't alone and could escape with a corpse puppet anytime he wanted to. In his own bedroom, there was still such a baby as little Chi-Chi present. Lu Chuan had to consider the safety of the little one. Currently, Lu Chuan only hoped that through the corpse puppets, he would keep searching and pitting a few evolved zombies that had fallen behind, and by devouring each other's crystal cores, he would be able to continue to get stronger and have more power. After all, the post-apocalyptic world was becoming more and more complicated, and only by possessing a strong enough power could he and his little one always live in peace. As for what kind of changes would actually happen in this outside world, Lu Chuan actually didn't care about that. He himself had somehow come to this world and somehow been bitten by a zombie. For Lu Chuan, as long as he didn't disturb his life with the little one, then the world could do whatever it liked and had nothing to do with him. After the interlude of chance encounters with human survivors, another few days passed in the blink of an eye. Lu Chuan had currently stopped collecting supplies because the efficiency of these corpse puppets was just too high, and the entire building 5 had been pushed full of various kinds of supplies amongst the various rooms. These supplies are perfectly adequate for little Chi-Chi, and there's no point in hoarding too much of them. After all, as time passes, sooner or later these supplies will expire. Stockpiling more is a waste of time and effort if you can't use it, and it might even lead to some unnecessary trouble. Inside the bedroom on the 7th floor, Ji Rushui practiced the Liuli breathing method day and night during this period of time, constantly exhaling the energy factors in the air, and her own strength was continuously enhanced by the transformation of these energy factors. In particular, the originally very weak Nianli had improved to a great extent at this moment. Ji Rushua felt very tired from controlling the leaves at first, and now she had even started to try to use her thoughts to hold herself up. In this world, if you can't live on your own, it's simply not too much trouble, and the end is coming at the very least. You need to have some ability to survive to be able to do so. Her own zombie father, who currently seems to be a very ordinary, low-ranking zombie, Ji Rushue also understands that she can never just be a baby lying in bed. One had to adapt to the post-apocalyptic life as soon as possible, or else the two might encounter a crisis sooner or later. Ji Rushue was constantly using her strength to train crawling on the bed in her bedroom. After this period of time when the Liuli breathing method had transformed her body, Ji Rushua's strength had already far exceeded that of an infant at the same time. As Ji Rushua's control over her body grew, the speed at which she crawled on the bed became faster and faster. Ji Rushua finally tried to start using her Nianli to balance her body. And then, with the support of the nimbus, it gradually shifted from crawling on all fours to walking upright. It was very consuming if one directly utilized one's Nianli to bring oneself up to imperial flight. But it's still not a problem to keep yourself in a borrowed position with your mind power to speed up learning to walk upright. And because of the support of the chanting power that always surrounded her body, Ji Rushua didn't have to worry about falling over if she failed. With this reassurance of learning, it wasn't long before Ruyue began to stand and walk. Creak. Just then, Lu Chuan pushed the door and walked in. Seeing this scene on the bed, Lu Chuan was all of a sudden shocked with his jaw wide open. Lu Chuan even wondered a little if he was hallucinating. Little Chi-Chi was only a few months old, but she was already walking upright in bed by herself? I don't even know myself when the little one learned to crawl, and this is the beginning of walking? Chapter 30. Dad's knife skills are so trashy. After the shock, Lu Chuan's eyes were filled with surprise, and the corners of his mouth began to rise uncontrollably. Although Lu Chuan made up his mind to help the little one grow up healthy and happy. However, Lu Chuan was also very clear in his heart that the little guy was living in this post-apocalyptic world, which was a fact that could never be changed. So even if he was able to protect little Chi-Chi all the time, sooner or later, the little guy would have to learn to adapt to the post-apocalyptic life. Although he had this intention in his mind, Lu Chuan was not prepared to let the little one start learning to adapt to the post-apocalyptic life so early. Although he did not know the exact age of Chi-Chi, but looking at the body type, Lu Chuan deduced that it should only be a few months after birth. After all, none of the little ones had been weaned yet and had to lie down in their bed cribs and move around. Originally, Lu Chuan thought that it should be a long time before the little guy could learn something like walking, but I didn't realize that I hadn't paid attention for just a few days, and the little guy had learned it on his own. Looking at little Chi-Chi, who was walking a little crookedly on the bed, Lu Chuan hurriedly walked over and picked her up, placing the little one in the living room so that she could start practicing walking. The bed, because the mattress is so soft, and the fact that the bed will provide an uneven surface, will take a little longer for the little one to learn to control how to walk on a flat surface. Even if he learns to start walking, practice directly on the smooth floor of your living room so you can make more progress. As for Ji Rushue, no matter if it was the living room or the ground, she could master it if she spent a certain amount of time. After all, the Nianli that he now possessed had even managed to make his body float in a short period of time, and now that he was merely using it to balance his body, it was naturally a trivial matter. Ji Rushue walked slightly awkwardly at first. After all, she had only just started learning to stand and walk, and this body would take some time for her to get used to. However, soon as this body was adapted by Ji Rushue, through the strength she had refined over this period of time, Ji Rushue could already walk very steadily. Ji Rushue looked up and saw the shocked expression on her zombie father's face, and she couldn't help but feel a little smug in her heart. If he hadn't been so afraid of the zombie dad's shock, he could have even flipped right over himself. Lu Chuan stood aside, looking at the little guy walking for the first time actually adapted so quickly, and the figure is also so steady. The heart is very pleased. Little Chi-Chi was finally growing up a bit. At this moment Lu Chuan had an inexplicable sense of accomplishment in his heart. The little guy was able to learn to walk upright on his own at such a young age, which is completely ahead of his peers. My daughter has the qualifications of a great emperor. But after practicing for a few moments, Ji Rushue stopped. After all, with her current physical condition, it was still very difficult to rely solely on the strength of her own flesh to ensure that she walked upright. If you want a balanced body, then you will always need to use up your thoughts. Even though one's age had broken through quite a bit during this period of time, one couldn't afford to be so consumed all the time. So naturally, one couldn't consistently perform upright walking. Seeing this, Lu Chuan, who was on the side, thought that Ji Rushue, learning to walk upright, had expended a lot of strength, so she had fallen into a state of exhaustion. Lu Chuan rushed forward and picked up the little one, placing him on the sofa in the living room to rest. Lu Chuan knows the truth of gradual progress. He does not expect the little guy within a day from lying in the crib, directly transition to walk upright at will. That is too exaggerated. Lu Chuan himself took the steel machete and went to the balcony to start practicing his knife skills. After devouring the crystal core, Lu Chuan's body had evolved compared to before. The speed as well as the reaction as well as the strength had been improved to a certain extent, and at this moment, wielding the steel machete, the body of that blade cut through the mid-air resounded with a burst of air-breaking sound. The silver blade light was flickering in the middle of the mid-air. Lu Chuan was quite a martial arts master at the moment. Lu Chuan had never undergone training in martial arts, whether in his previous life or in this life. His own current practice was only through some memories of martial arts in his previous life, mimicking the simple routine of wielding a machete. Anyway, in Lu Chuan's opinion, as long as he was fast enough and strong enough, even a slab could be effective. And after a long time of training, Lu Chuan could also feel his proficiency in the use of machetes increasing, and he was more comfortable wielding them. Though compared to those who were truly masters with swords, his own was simply shoddy and full of holes. But Lu Chuan did not care about this. Never mind the fierce knife skills, the zombies can use the knife. Just ask, you are afraid of it? A burst of breaking sound attracted Ji Rushue's attention, and seeing Lu Chuan who was practicing his sword on the balcony, Ji Rushue couldn't help but be a little surprised. Is this a boost for the zombie dad? Ji Rushue had now decided that her zombie father was just an ordinary zombie. Even after the blood moon, no transcendent abilities were awakened. However, Ji Rushue understood in her heart that there was still a very big difference between her zombie father and ordinary zombies. That is that the zombie dad possesses human consciousness, and that is where his greatest strength lies. After all, other ordinary zombies couldn't think, much less use weapons, as long as there is a sharp blade in his hand. Although his own zombie dad is still not able to deal with those powerful evolved zombies, but among the ordinary low-rank zombies, this has already taken a very big advantage. Ji Rushue secretly nodded. Her own zombie father was quite smart even though his strength didn't look good. Only, this knife skill is not too trashy, right? Ji Rushue, who had been the empress of the human race in her previous life, had experienced an unknown number of battles in the midst of the end times. Whether it's for close combat or weapons combat, he has excellent knowledge and experience. Not to mention that at the later stages, Ji Rushue had cultivated many powerful martial arts. At the moment in Ji Rushue's eyes, their zombie father practiced this set of knife law. Although it looks tigerish, some bluff, but in fact it is full of loopholes. Garbage is too much. But whenever you meet an opponent with a stronger force value, you can almost instantly kill your own zombie dad. This move looked very fancy, but it had no real combat power at all. It's both exhausting and unproductive, and it's just trashy as hell. As for Lu Chuan, who was wielding a machete on the balcony on the side, he could not help but feel a little smug in his heart when he saw that Xiao Qiqi was staring straight at him. Lu Chuan thought that the little guy was attracted by his own sword technique, and was quite pleased in his heart, and for a while he wielded it even more vigorously. Chapter 31 Monster Zombie reappears. Looking at her zombie father who kept waving his machete in the balcony with great effort, Ji Rushue realized why every day when she was in bed, she could hear all sorts of banging noises coming from downstairs. Thinking of this, Ji Rushue was also a little dazed. No wonder the zombie father has not gone out in the past few days. It turns out that he sensed the crisis in the outside world and hid inside the house to practice his fighting skills. Although the zombie dad's knife skills were a bit of a nuisance, there was no denying that it was indeed an effective way to strengthen his strength. The zombies in the outside world that have gone through the blood moon mutation have evolved and have great battle power, and likewise there are some more significant changes. But his own zombie dad hadn't changed much up until now, and was clearly the most common low-level cannon fodder zombie, then constantly waving the sword. Improved their proficiency in holding the sword as much as possible to strengthen their own attack and defense. This is also not a way. At least in Ji Rushue's memories of her previous life, many survivors would work out to strengthen their bodies in order to have more and more stamina when facing zombies. As an ordinary zombie with no special abilities, he could only improve his survival rate in the apocalypse as much as possible through this crude method. Ji Rushue watched Lu Chuan practicing wielding the machete, and for a moment, her mind pondered on other things. and when Lu Chuan saw Ji Rushue looking at herself, he thought that the little one was interested in these. For a while Lu Chuan swung this machete even more forcefully, and the sound of breaking air kept ringing out a burst of whistling. I didn't expect that the little one would be interested in such violent things. It seems that I have to continue practicing more, and when the little one grows up in the future, I will teach her this set of sword techniques. Lu Chuan pondered in his heart with some complacency. In the midst of this post-apocalyptic world, all Lu Chuan could think of at the moment was the simple way of providing a chance of survival. The fact that the little one, as a girl, was able to be interested in this kind of sword and gun dancing was a good thing in Lu Chuan's opinion. After all, the post-apocalyptic world is very cruel and will not be lenient to you just because of your age and gender. Lu Chuan was also happy to wait for the other party to grow up and share his insights to the other party, or at least be able to improve the little one's ability to survive. In the midst of the cruel post-apocalyptic world, Lu Chuan still felt that it was more necessary to improve his survivability, and for the next few days, Lu Chuan let Xiao Qi play inside the living room by herself. Anyway, the window of the 7th floor bedroom had been boarded up by himself to be on the lookout for that blood-colored monster, and the light wasn't very good. The living room on the 6th floor was much brighter and it was more spacious because of his own regular training in fighting. Lu Chuan was practicing his close combat skills as well as his sword techniques on the balcony, while Ji Rushue was practicing walking upright in the living room, while also exercising her Nian Li manipulation. In the company of Lu Chuan, little Ji Rushue walked more and more steadily every day. Under Lu Chuan's watchful eye, little Qi this was simply a rapid progress compared to an unusual child, and it was not too much to say that he was a prodigy. And Ji Rushue's eyes are now more and more resolute. That black and white pupils cannot see a trace of infantile childishness. As the end of the world continued to advance, Ji Rushue also had a sense of crisis within her heart, becoming more and more anxious. After all, after the blood moon mutation, the entire world began to be in crisis. The vigorous release of energy factors in the air had led to a series of mutations and evolutions in many zombies, and now it's just the beginning. The further back this change goes, the more terrifying it will become. At the same time, there are tons of other creatures that have joined the ranks of the evolutionary army. I'm afraid that a very ordinary level of cannon fodder like his zombie father will have no room to survive before long. Therefore, Ji Rushue was very clear in her heart that she had to grow up as soon as possible. At the very least, you should master walking upright as soon as possible and have relatively good mobility. This is the only way to help the zombies. At the very least, they cannot drag their feet in the middle of this end of the world. In such a post-apocalyptic world that was gradually becoming more and more brutal, an ordinary zombie that hadn't evolved, coupled with a baby that couldn't move freely yet. In Ji Rushue's opinion, this was simply a heavenly collapse opening. As an empress herself, if she wanted to turn the situation around with this kind of opening, then she could only find a way to raise her cultivation progress as quickly as possible. Roar! Just as Lu Chuan and Ji Rushue, both of them, were going through the motions of upgrading themselves, suddenly an angry hiss came from outside the building. After hearing this angry roar, Lu Chuan, who was watching Ji Rushue walk, immediately had his mind moved. In the next second Lu Chuan's vision shifted and maneuvered the corpse puppet to quickly arrive at the scene, only to see that on the green belt of the Sunshine District, two zombies that had obviously undergone mutation and evolution after the Blood Moon mutation were fighting non-stop. One of the zombies was very large, already nearly 2 meters 5 or so tall, with strong muscles, especially those two strong arms like gnarled dragons. Double fists waved under the tiger wind. Air-breaking sound let people here all feel scalp numb. Under the arm's swing, even the earth could be smashed out of a pit by it. This one was exactly the tank-type zombie that Lu Chuan had already seen and had devoured the crystal core. The other Lu Chuan is even more familiar with. That guy is covered with blood-colored appearance, horrible, four-legged crouch, low posture. Although the monster didn't look as large and visually impressive as a tank-type zombie, its movements were very swift, and each strike attack is equally not bad. That sharp claws constantly in midair in the middle of the cut. If it is replaced by ordinary zombies, I'm afraid that I already do not know how many times have been killed in seconds. This strange posture of the zombie made Lu Chuan feel very odd. After all, after evolving into this monster look, even the zombies look at it, I'm afraid they will be disgusted. However, the combat power of this blood-colored monster was indeed very strong, and even the corpse puppet squad controlled by Lu Chuan was also because it had a fully wrapped helmet in place. Otherwise it might be a toss-up as to how many of the squad that entered the building that time would be left. It was only through the sight of the corpse puppet that Lu Chuan had some doubts. He himself blew up a large walker a while back. And where did this come from? Are these evolutionary walkers so frequent? The most crucial thing was that Lu Chuan noticed that the blood-colored monster-type zombie, the injuries on his body had actually healed. Even the arms that had been chopped off by his own control of the corpse puppet had surprisingly all grown back at this moment. The two powerful zombies in front of him were fighting, and the commotion that erupted was extremely terrifying. Lu Chuan guessed that most likely these two evolved zombies were full of killing intent, presumably again to obtain each other's crystal cores. Chapter 32, Both Lose, Lu Chuan Gains. When he thought of the crystal core, Lu Chuan's heart was suddenly hot. Although the two zombies were burly and their attacks were extremely terrifying, but a flash of desire also flashed under Lu Chuan's eyes. As the saying goes, riches and riches, inside the post-apocalyptic world is supposed to be a fight between you and me. Either they would be killed by other zombies or human evolvers, or they would find a way to devour more crystal cores on their own and gain a strong body. Lu Chuan had not only been improving his fighting skills in the past few days, but he had also been sending out corpse puppets to search for traces of evolved zombies. It was just a pity that he hadn't encountered any more in the past few days, but now he had managed to encounter two at a time, which was a great opportunity. And that head of the blood-colored monster is simply a killer among the zombies. The movement is silent. The attack is rapid, and incomparable moves are also extremely ruthless. In Lu Chuan's opinion, this zombie that was able to fly over the walls and ignore the height of the building brought far more threatening to him than the large zombie. He had originally planned to find a way to get rid of this kind of zombie, and today he happened to come across two zombies killing each other, which was just like pie in the sky. What's more, if he was able to get all the crystal cores of these two zombies, his own strength would definitely be able to make a big progress again. The end times were meant to be so cruel, and a flash of viciousness flashed in Lu Chuan's eyes. Say it and do it. Thinking of this, Lu Chuan directly then left the room. The room closed the door of the building. Ji Rushue likewise heard the hissing of the zombies coming from outside, and she knew that this must be another violent fight between the strong and powerful evolved zombies. Only what made Ji Rushue feel puzzled was how her cannon fodder zombie father pushed the door out. I haven't dared to go out for the past few days. Why are you suddenly going out now? The roar of the zombies outside sounded unusual, and going out to join in the fun at this time would not be looking for death? Ji Rushue was very speechless at this, not knowing exactly what her zombie father was smoking. Currently Ji Rushue, who couldn't even move freely, wanted to go out and stop living to help is obviously impossible. She could only pray secretly inside the house. This zombie father is just too unsettling. After practicing trashy sword techniques for a few days, does he really think he's an expert? Ji Rushue, who only didn't know about Lu Chuan's evolutionary ability, simply didn't realize that although Lu Chuan's body couldn't be compared to that two-headed melee killing machine, he wasn't alone either. While descending the stairs, Lu Chuan began to gather his corpse puppet squad. The corpse puppets patrolling or searching everywhere, now under Lu Chuan's control, had picked up fire axes and put on fully wrapped motorcycle helmets, sneaking towards the side of the Sunny Homes greenbelt. Now the tank-type zombie and the blood-colored monster zombie are killing each other. Now they only had each other in their eyes and didn't care about the ordinary zombies roaming around. After all, a low-level zombie that had not evolved was nothing more than cannon fodder for this mutated zombie, and was not even worth a shot, because only evolved zombies can have crystal cores. The surrounding low-level zombies are a waste of effort for them to strike. Bang, bang, bang. The battle between these two zombies was a bit numbing to watch. Lu Chuan, that blood-colored monster zombie that had given himself so much trouble, was now moving just as swiftly. Even though he was on all fours, it didn't affect his speed at all. That terrifying explosive power caused him to roll around the tank-type zombie, and that terrifyingly sharp claw attacked every now and then. However, this blood-colored monster that could easily kill ordinary zombies in seconds. The tank-type zombie that he encountered this time was considered a kick in the teeth. Tank-type zombies were extremely robust, and the most crucial thing was that their defense was extremely strong. This guy was still huge and thick-skinned, and it was more difficult for the scarlet monster to inflict an effective attack. The sharp claws that looked like machetes kept swinging, but they were all blocked by the tank zombie using its tough arms. This attack that could easily tear apart an ordinary zombie's head only managed to leave a shallow bloodstain on the tank zombie's arm. However, although the tank zombie's body size was robust and powerful, every swing could smash the earth out of a deep pit. However, the blood-colored monster was simply too agile, and the tank walker's attacks basically fell short. Watching the two zombies keep killing each other, Lu Chuan was not impatient and controlled the corpse puppet squad to patiently lurk in the shadows. The strength of these two guys are all very strong. I'm afraid it won't be that easy to win or lose in a short period of time. As expected by Lu Chuan, these two zombies were both difficult characters, and it was a bit hard to distinguish between them in the battle. And it was only after a very long tussle that the battle finally began to heat up. The green belt of the neighborhood had long been disfigured by the destruction of these two powerful zombies. The earth is full of sores and there are deep pits everywhere, and the surrounding vegetation has even withered, and these two powerful evolved zombies were each injured after their desperate close quarters fight. The bloodthirsty monster zombie, whose blood-colored skin was peeling off, moved swiftly and jumped directly behind the big man. His sharp claws, which were like scimitars, directly stabbed into the weakly defended part of the tank-type zombie's shoulder joint, and then utilized his terrifying speed with the attack to quickly tear. Not a moment later even directly tore down one of the big man's arm directly. However, the large zombie was also enraged and slammed down a hard backhanded punch, directly breaking the zombie monster's left leg. Unfortunately, this blood-colored monster landed on all 4 feet, and although his left leg was injured, it didn't affect his movement. However, after the tank zombie lost one of its arms, its combat power was starting to plummet. As the saying goes, the hand is 2 doors, and now that the tank zombie has been directly chopped off one door, its combat power has dropped by more than half. The bloodthirsty monster continued to use its swift speed to continuously carry out raiding attacks. His claws were razor sharp, and the tank walker, who had lost one of his arms, was torn out every now and then. Bang! Accompanied by a loud bang, the big man fell heavily to the ground. And this battle between the 2 major evolved zombies finally came to an end with the Scarlet Monster's victory. Although the tank-type zombie had a robust body, after having an arm removed, it was difficult to defend against the bloodthirsty monster's chain of attacks, and now that huge body was almost all dismembered. Just as the Scarlet Monster was preparing to obtain the crystal core, Lu Chuan immediately gave the order, and the corpse puppet squad that had long been lurking around quickly surrounded it. Roar! Seeing this, the blood-colored monster let out an angry roar, wanting to expel the corpse puppets with its own pressure. However, the corpse puppets controlled by Lu Chuan were not coerced by his pressure, and the 10 corpse puppets wielded their fire axes and slashed at him mindlessly. Because this was an open space, there was no way for this blood-colored monster to fly, directly losing its greatest advantage. But he was also unwilling to give up the crystal cores that he had managed to obtain with great difficulty, and with only a momentary hesitation he was surrounded by the squad of corpse puppets, with their sharp fire axes slashing frantically. Put! Put! The corpse puppet controlled by Lu Chuan swung that fire axe ferociously and powerfully. When the licker finally realized that something was wrong and tried to escape, his legs had already been cut off by the corpse puppet, and he could only use his front paws to struggle on the ground, his speed dropping drastically. Lu Chuan didn't want to miss the opportunity to let this monster go, and immediately maneuvered the corpse puppet to charge up. Under the chaotic axe chopping, it was almost chopped into mush. After manipulating the corpse puppet to take out the crystal cores of the 2 evolved zombies, Lu Chuan was overjoyed. The 2 evolved zombie cores were all in hand. Chapter 33, Devouring Crystal Cores? Dramatic Enhancement. The commotion caused by the zombie battle was too great, and Lu Chuan controlled his O squad to return quickly in order to avoid being noticed by someone with an interest. Receiving the crystal cores from amongst the corpse puppet squad that was covered in blood, Lu Chuan surveyed them and found that most of the 2 crystal cores had already turned red. Lu Chuan secretly nodded in his heart. Sure enough, the evolution of this zombie is just like his own guess, constantly devouring the crystal cores in the brains of his own kind. He will be able to make the zombie strength become stronger. Similarly, as the number of crystals devoured increased, the color of the crystals in the zombie's mind would become redder and redder. Just now, the 2 evolved zombies that he manipulated the corpse puppet team to pick up, it was clear that they had already devoured a lot of crystal cores, and their combat power was already very strong, and the crystal cores in their heads had even turned mostly red. Looking at the 2 crystal cores in his hand, and associating those recent experiences, Lu Chuan was roughly able to deduce the current level of the zombies. A zombie that mutates and evolves after the night of the blood moon will form a crystal nucleus in the middle of its mind, which is pure white before devouring others of its kind. As more and more crystal cores of the same kind were devoured, the color of the cores would turn redder and redder, mostly when this crystal core completely metamorphosed into red. I'm afraid that something like a quantitative change causing a qualitative change would happen, and it would most likely enter the next level. It is just that Lu Chuan does not know that when all of them turn red, the strength of the zombies will be raised to what degree. I am afraid that all of them will be able to cause a level of crushing to other zombies. No longer thinking about this. Anyway, one will know exactly what will become when one takes a step by step at that time. The temptation of this crystal core made Lu Chuan unable to suppress it any longer, and he hurriedly maneuvered all the corpse puppets to guard the stairwell of the building, while Lu Chuan himself came to the 3rd floor. These 2 crystal cores in his hand were like finely carved crystals. The red and white colors were magnificent. Lu Chuan quickly swallowed the crystal core into his stomach, and instantly the majestic power directly dissolved in his body. This terrifying evolutionary power surged into Lu Chuan's limbs and bones, and his flesh and blood meridians, as well as his bones, all began to transform tremendously under this terrifying power. The wounds at Lu Chuan's shoulders all began to slowly heal in one evolution, completely lacking the hideous horror at the beginning. The intensity of this devouring crystal core eruption of power had completely exceeded Lu Chuan's imagination. Originally, These two zombies were already evolved zombies that had devoured their kind several times, plus they directly devoured two of them at a time. And the mammoth power caused Lu Chuan's body to start trembling uncontrollably. Although Lu Chuan's evolutionary direction was intentional, it wouldn't be like a tank-type zombie whose body type became abnormally robust with extremely large arms, nor do they lose the ability to even walk upright as the skin falls off their bodies as they evolve. Like lickers do, Lu Chuan's body shape was still no different from normal human size. But the same slight changes occurred with the constant devouring of crystal cores. Lu Chuan's height became a little taller than before, and he became more robust overall, and as a zombie, there would originally be some greenish-black veins on the surface of the body, all of which faded with evolution. The muscles on his body had also become very condensed and strong, only because Lu Chuan had been wearing clothes. The change did not look outstanding. The most crucial thing was that Lu Chuan's intention had been greatly impacted, and it was as if his brain was about to explode. Refining two red and white half-crystal cores at the same time had already surpassed the limit of what Lu Chuan's consciousness could withstand nowadays. Although Lu Chuan clenched his teeth and insisted, he only lasted for a few moments before he was stunned by the direct impact of this terrifying force. 7th floor living room. Ji Ruxue, who was waiting painstakingly in the room, became more and more anxious. The hissing of the zombies outside had stopped, mostly signaling the end of the battle. But the fact that her own zombie dad was still late in returning after being out for so long made her very worried. It's been such a long time. Something won't really happen this time, will it? Say you. People are fighting amongst the evolved zombies. What are you? An ordinary zombie, doing to join in the fun? It's finished, it's finished. This time it's really finished. Those two zombies just now, just by listening to the movement, we know that they are not existences that have only evolved once. This level of battle even ordinary evolved zombies wouldn't dare to participate. What do you think you're doing to go? After a long delay, Ji Ruxue really panicked this time. It seemed to him that his zombie father had more than likely been killed. After all, those two zombies just now definitely had the ability to casually kill ordinary low-rank zombies in seconds. It was supposed to be a sky crash opening, and this time it's kind of a total waste. Not knowing how long had passed, Lu Chuan finally felt the return of consciousness. Controlling his body, Lu Chuan opened his eyes in a daze. At this moment, he felt that his brain was incomparably clear, and the bloated feeling from his earlier evolution had completely disappeared. This feeling of having a clear mind was something that was not even there earlier. It was obvious that devouring two crystal cores in a row had caused one's mind to undergo a great metamorphosis. The corners of Lu Chuan's mouth couldn't even be controlled to rise. The elevation of his intention meant that he was able to expand his make puppet squad again. I don't know how it will work out in the future, but for now, the Manhwa war is still working very well. A messy fist can kill a master teacher, and a messy knife by itself can cut down an evolved zombie. At the same time, Lu Chuan felt as if he had inexhaustible power in this body of his. Bang! Lu Chuan raised his hand and slammed his fist on the wooden board of the closet next to him, and his fist directly smashed a big hole. Immediately after that, Lu Chuan kicked the wall next to him again, and this time, he directly kicked off the wall's skin. Lu Chuan then quickly tried some jumping and running abilities, and was able to clearly feel that his body could be said to have improved substantially in all aspects compared to before. As it continued to evolve, the color of the skin became closer and closer to that of humans, and it also became tougher and tougher. Lu Chuan pinched hard and felt that although his skin was not as tough as a tank-type zombie's, it was like leather, and he was afraid that some lighter strength scratches would not leave any damage on his body. Lu Chuan is now very satisfied with his body. Strength, speed and reaction all greatly enhanced. Even the defense is much stronger than before. As Lu Chuan felt the powerful changes in his body today, the smile on his face could no longer be suppressed. With his current body, Lu Chuan felt that even if he encountered other evolved zombies, he still had some ability to defend himself. However, Lu Chuan still had a very clear perception of his evolutionary route, which was intent. Now that the idea had greatly improved compared to before, Lu Chuan estimated based on his past experience that this time his idea had evolved. I was afraid that it would be able to allow him to control around 30 corpse puppets, and the range of the radiant range of the intention even reached a terrifying 8,000 meters or so, this time directly realizing a qualitative improvement. Chapter 34, Little Chi-Chi can call out for her father? Feeling such a terrifying evolution, Lu Chuan subconsciously touched his head. Although he said that he couldn't touch the crystals inside his brain, Lu Chuan estimated that after devouring several zombie crystals in a row, his strength must have been greatly improved. In particular, the two crystal cores that he had just recently devoured brought him the most obvious boost in power. Lu Chuan estimated that he had devoured it all so many times, so maybe the crystal core inside his brain had turned pure red by now. If a zombie with a white nucleus is considered a first-order zombie, then does the fact that his nucleus has now turned red mean that he has stepped into the second order with a red nucleus? Lu Chuan thought about it and didn't go to control more zombies to replenish his corpse puppet squad at the first opportunity. Now that there was a great increase in strength, a bold idea also emerged in Lu Chuan's heart. Since I can manipulate zombies into action, then evolved zombies should be able to as well. After all, they're all zombies and they're all brainless. The more Lu Chuan thought about it, the more he felt that this speculation was a possibility. After all, zombies had no brains, and his own intention had become even stronger. Suppressing zombies seemed to be a matter of course. As soon as this thought surged into the center of his mind, he could no longer suppress it. Just by thinking about it, Lu Chuan felt very excited. After all, if one was able to manipulate evolved zombies, then one's combat power would skyrocket. Evolved zombies were completely different from ordinary zombies, and one evolved zombie was enough to kill a bunch of ordinary low-rank zombies in seconds. These corpse puppets are absolutely impossible to kill evolved zombies if they don't have their own control. Even if they are picking up the pieces, there is absolutely no hope. Although he was very unfamiliar with this world, after such a long period of time, Lu Chuan had also come to understand that as time continued to pass, all kinds of zombies would continue to break through. If they kept manipulating ordinary zombies, it might be difficult to actually succeed in defeating the other side by then, even if they were more numerous. Thinking of this, Lu Chuan became more and more eager to try, and hurriedly began to control the corpse puppet, looking around for traces of evolved zombies. The number of evolved zombies, however, was much less than ordinary zombies. Nowadays, the radiant range of Lu Chuan's intention had reached a terrifying 8,000 meters. Within this 8,000-meter radius, one could control the roommate to search everywhere, but it was even more powerful than before. Now that Lu Chuan was in a good mood, the blood-colored monster that was hiding in the dark was successfully killed by himself. It was considered to be one less trouble to worry about. That blood-colored monster was simply like a killer hiding in the dark, acting silently and striking swiftly. Lu Chuan was really afraid that one day he would just leave the building and end up getting a tongue pierced through his head the next second, or seeing a blood-colored monster climbing up to the 7th floor. Now it's kind of not necessary to continue to be on the edge of your seat. Just when Lu Chuan was very satisfied with the powerful increase in strength brought about by his successful evolution, Ji Rushue was already rolling around on the sofa in the living room in a hurry. After such a long time with no movement, Ji Rushue had completely stopped holding any hope for Lu Chuan. Those two zombies were so strong. There was no doubt that the zombie dad was completely planted this time. Although Ji Rushue also knew that surviving in the middle of the end times would be very difficult. Unevolved zombies could fall anytime, anywhere, but they still didn't expect this moment to come so quickly. Thinking back to this period of time between himself and his zombie father, the two of them were able to feel each other's moods even though they said they hadn't communicated with each other. It wouldn't be like a normal baby with its parents, but as a combination of a human and a zombie, the two of them still got along without losing their coziness. In the midst of this post-apocalyptic world that has long since lost any humanity, two lonely souls keep each other company. This rare experience made Ji Rushue feel very beautiful, only that she did not expect her two lives. The father's love that she had not easily gained to be packed away again so quickly disappeared. The thought of that has been taking care of their own people. May never see. Even if Ji Rushue was once a great empress, has long been accustomed to life and death, at this moment is still a little sad. Just a little while longer and I'll be able to grow up. So maybe it'll be my turn to protect you. Poor zombie dad. Why don't you just stop waiting for me for a while? Why couldn't you wait for me to grow up? Click it. Click it. Just when Ji Rushue was lost in thought, there was a sudden rattle from the door lock. Ji Rushue was startled at first, but she quickly reacted that this was the zombie father returning, because normal walkers just bang on doors. They don't pick locks. Sure enough, the next second the door opened and a familiar figure appeared. The zombie dad isn't even dead at this? Seriously? I'm not hallucinating, am I? This life is too big. Ji Rushue was incomparably excited and thrilled inside. The commotion caused by those two evolved zombies earlier was simply too great, and even the evolved ones among the human survivors were afraid that they might not be able to deal with it easily. Not to mention that his father is an ordinary low-ranking zombie. Even if he joins the battle, that is just cannon fodder. Purely the existence of being casually killed in seconds. There was no movement at all for such a long time. Ji Rushue had already thought that something had happened to her zombie father, but she didn't expect that the other party had miraculously restood in front of the door again. In this instant, Ji Rushue suddenly had the feeling of having lost and found something. Originally, she thought that she had experienced the cruelty of the end times and had long since become incredibly cold, but I didn't think that I would still feel panic after I hadn't heard from my zombie dad. It turned out that without realizing it, he had really long ago treated the other party as a relative, not just a companion who took care of his own living. Ji Rushue, who was extremely excited, jumped off the sofa directly after seeing Lu Chuan. Excited, she directly ran towards Lu Chuan. Except that she had only just learned to walk upright, so her movements were not yet skillful. Walking was crooked and wobbly these days, but that still didn't control her excitement. Looking at Ji Rushue, who staggered and ran towards him, Lu Chuan was also very excited for a moment and hurriedly crouched down to try to hold the other party. After all, the little one had only just learned to walk, and Lu Chuan was also afraid that the other would fall. Dad! Looking at the little guy running towards him in front of him, Lu Chuan only felt a rumble coming from his brain, as if he was in downtime. Little Chi-Chi, will call out for daddy? Chapter 35. I'm teething and don't need to drink milk anymore. Lu Chuan's entire body felt a numbness in his scalp and froze in place, somewhat at a loss for words. He had already lived 2 lifetimes, and so far his girlfriend hadn't even made one, but he didn't expect to become a father in advance. This strange feeling made it difficult for Lu Chuan to name it for a while. He now kind of realized why many people froze in their entirety the moment they saw a child croak, and it was like their brains forgot to think. Lu Chuan had thought that all this was just an act, but it turned out that there really would be this marvelous feeling. Looking at this very cute little guy in front of him, Lu Chuan felt like his heart was going to be melted by the other party. In this cold, bloody and broken post-apocalyptic world, such a tender voice seemed to be able to dispel all the death and darkness. It was not only Lu Chuan who was equally shocked, but also Ji Rushue herself. At the moment she opened her mouth to speak, Ji Rushue also froze in place with surprise in her eyes. How did he himself suddenly open his mouth to speak? But Ji Rushue didn't care too much about that. After all, she wasn't really a baby. Having a soul from a previous life, he still had little problem with speaking. It was only that after being reborn as a baby, he was not yet familiar with the various organs of this body, and had not been practicing vocalization much, or else he would have been able to open his mouth and speak long ago. After all, when Ji Rushue opened her eyes, the world had erupted into an apocalyptic crisis. Other than this zombie father with a human consciousness, there was no other person beside her that she could talk to, so Ji Rushue simply remained silent. Obviously this is just the self is too excited, so the inner words directly did not control directly out of the mouth. Seeing that her zombie father, who had accompanied her for many days, had survived and returned intact, Ji Rushue was really excited and happy in her heart. This feeling of being lost and found is most exciting. Even Ji Rushue, who was accustomed to seeing life and death part, was now experiencing all of this, and her heart was very happy and excited. In Ji Rushue's heart, she had long since treated Lu Chuan as her own family, as an existence she could not lose in her life. Even though one of them was a human baby and the other was a zombie in the middle of a post-apocalyptic world, this emotion wasn't bound by the boundaries of race. Lu Chuan looked at the little Chi-Chi in front of him, and his entire body was a little excited and dancing. He'd never been called dad before, and hadn't realized that this original feeling of becoming a father was so amazing. Roar! Roar! Lu Chuan's eyes were filled with joy. Looking at the little guy in front of him, he had 1,000 words in his heart that he wanted to express. It's just a shame that his current self is a zombie and has long since lost the ability to speak. I don't know if I'll be able to regain this physical function in the future. At least for now it's hopeless. So Lu Chuan could only hiss twice in a low voice as a way to express his inner excitement and thrill. I just don't know if little Chi-Chi can understand what he means. The corners of Lu Chuan's mouth couldn't help but rise for a moment. It was a good thing that after continuous evolution, his appearance now didn't look much different from that of a human. Otherwise it would have been more than a little creepy to make that move. Ha 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 ha, I'm a dad. It really didn't occur to me that in my previous life I didn't even have a girlfriend, and in this life I was reborn and turned into a zombie, and instead I ended up being happy to be a father? Little Chi-Chi is awesome. I knew my good daughter was a genius. Lu Chuan was incredibly excited at the moment. Regarding the little one's speech, Lu Chuan had actually thought about it before, but there's really nothing you can do about it at the moment. After all, speech is communicated to each other. If no one teaches her, what if little Chi-Chi can't speak in the future and becomes mute? You can't just keep yelling back and forth like you do too. That would be too weird. So most of the time, Lu Chuan didn't even dare to make a sound in front of little Chi-Chi for fear that the little guy would learn what he shouldn't. But he never expected that the little guy stayed inside the house by himself every day. But he was able to even speak as if it were true. Being able to stand up and walk upright on your own and being able to speak without a teacher is not genius or what? Lu Chuan felt that Xiao Chi-Chi living in the middle of the end times was a waste of talent. If he was able to live in a stable world, just by virtue of the little guy's intelligence and qualifications, he would definitely be able to become a genius prodigy. Daddy, I'm teething and I don't want to drink milk. Seeing her zombie father preparing to make milk powder for herself, Ji Rushue hurriedly ran to Lu Chuan's side, tugged on Lu Chuan's coat corner, and babbled. As she said this, she also opened her mouth to reveal her 2 rows of baby teeth. Drinking milk powder every day. Ji Rushue really doesn't want to drink it anymore. She feels like her mouth is now full of milk powder flavor. The movement of Lu Chuan's hand lurched, and for a moment, he sweated a little. He hadn't realized that the little guy was growing so fast that he was already getting milk teeth. I simply don't have any experience in bringing up children. I didn't realize that it's not even as good as Xiao Qiqi knows about this. Lu Chuan subconsciously scratched his head and looked around the kitchen for a moment in a bit of a trance. Having never raised a child at all, Lu Chuan didn't know where to start for a while, except for brewing milk powder. However, Lu Chuan soon reacted and ran to the 6th floor, packing up an empty space in one of the rooms on the 6th floor. Lu Chuan then had the corpse puppet pick up a lot of firewood, and took out a pot, poured mineral water and some rice together and started to cook. Lu Chuan also did not expect, so soon he really burned a fire inside the building. As the end times continued to advance, there had long been no more fresh vegetables, so Lu Chuan could only cook a little rice porridge for the little one. Lu Chuan then poured some more milk powder and used a spoon to crush all of this porridge into a sticky rice paste-like consistency. Looking at the bowl of sticky rice paste in front of him, Lu Chuan nodded with satisfaction. This should be considered as the baby supplement of the end of the day. Lu Chuan then cooled the rice paste and then served it to the little one. Dad, it's better if I do it myself. Seeing Lu Chuan clumsily feeding himself, Ji Ruxue just couldn't wait any longer. She simply took the spoon directly from Lu Chuan's hands, and then started to eat bit by bit while holding the bowl herself. Although it is said that Lu Chuan made the baby supplement very simple and rough, but Ji Ruxue is not picky. After all, in this post-apocalyptic world in the middle of the food is already very good. It is better than continue to drink milk every day. Looking at his little one who was eating very well, Lu Chuan couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Little Qiqi has finally grown up. Chapter 36, The First Evolved Corpse Puppet. Whoosh! The living room resounded with a burst of cracking sound, which was even more harsh than before. Lu Chuan waved the machete in his hand with a tiger-like grip, and that silver-white blade reflected the entire room with a chilling light. Along with Lu Chuan devouring the crystal cores to evolve, this body had improved to a great extent, and had long since ceased to be the stiff and fragile body it was at the beginning. Even if he didn't really know how to use a sword, he hadn't systematically learned any fighting skills. However, in the case where the quality of his physical body had not been fully upgraded, Lu Chuan was only wielding his machete haphazardly based on some simple kung fu clips from his memory. The tiger-like appearance of the cold light of the sword all seemed like a top martial arts master. Why does it feel as if Dad has become much stronger than before? Ji Ruxue sat on the sofa, looking at the zombie father who was practicing his knife skills not far away, feeling a great sense of doubt inside. Thinking back to the initial meeting, his zombie father didn't seem to be any different from the other zombies. At most there was less blood and wounds on his body. The body was as thin and weak as ever, and full of corruption. And now that the zombie dad is wielding a machete, he seems to have gotten very fit. Ji Ruxue, through her observation of the folds of the clothes on Lu Chuan's body, as well as the overall shape, was able to tell that her zombie dad's body under his clothes right now was definitely a strong man full of muscles. And it seemed that even the color of the skin had changed, so if one didn't look closely, one might actually think that it was a human. What is this? Can't it be that zombies are like humans and can still enhance their physique through exercise? How come he hadn't encountered anything like this in his previous life? But after thinking about it, Ji Ruxue was relieved about it. After all, in his previous life, he had likewise never encountered a low-ranking zombie capable of preserving human consciousness. Ji Ruxue took these as the hidden secrets of the zombie clan for the time being. After all, although she was a human empress in her previous life, she spent most of her time surviving or fighting. In his previous life, when he faced zombies, he would either run away or kill them, and he hadn't really looked closely at what a zombie would be like. Looking at the zombie dad waving his machete there non-stop, Ji Ruxue couldn't help but think of some of the body forging techniques she knew in her previous life. If one can become stronger through exercise, is it possible to teach these techniques to one's father to practice as well? His own dad wasn't an evolved zombie, and as the apocalypse continued to unfold, he would sooner or later become the lowest form of cannon fodder. As long as one point of strength could be enhanced, then one point could be added to the possibility of surviving the end of days. At the same time, Ji Ruxue was also curious about what the zombies would be like if they cultivated the body forging technique, and whether their combat power could catch up with those evolved zombies. Lu Chuan on the balcony looked at the sharp machete in his hand and nodded with satisfaction. Ever since his physical quality had been greatly improved through the crystal core, Lu Chuan could clearly feel that he had become more and more skillful when he performed these practiced combat techniques. Compared to before, Lu Chuan felt that if he had a weapon, he might be able to fight with other evolved zombies even in close combat. Just then Lu Chuan suddenly felt his mind move, and a new message came from the corpse puppet he was controlling. Under the perspective switch, Lu Chuan found that one of the corpse puppets he was controlling had finally found an evolved zombie on a street a few thousand meters away, only to see a very large, very muscular tank-type zombie, was squatting on the street not knowing what to gnaw on. Looking at the big guy in front of him, Lu Chuan's eyes lit up. His own Nianli had improved a lot compared to before. Lu Chuan had always wanted to try to manipulate the evolved zombies, and now he finally waited for this opportunity. No longer hesitating, Lu Chuan immediately went out and rushed towards the direction of the evolved zombies. Lu Chuan didn't act rashly and took the lead to surround himself with a group of corpse puppets, pretending to be a group of wandering ordinary zombies and slowly approaching in the direction of the tank-type zombies. Because there were quite a few corpse puppets around for cover, the small group of zombies that kept swaying in the street wouldn't seem that noticeable. The same tank-type zombie that was constantly gnawing on the flesh and blood also didn't notice the abnormality on the road and still kept its head down to feed itself. Lu Chuan didn't launch his mind control directly too early for the sake of insurance. Instead, he utilized these corpse puppets around him to give himself cover, and bit by bit, he approached towards his target. Lu Chuan had never tried to manipulate an evolved zombie before and didn't know what it would feel like, so in order to be a bit more secure, he deliberately slowed down the pace of the corpse puppet squad's march, so as not to attract the attention of this tank walker. Finally, without attracting the attention of the other party, Lu Chuan had arrived at a distance of less than 100 meters from this tank zombie. At this distance, Lu Chuan was able to see the texture of the skin on this zombie's body, and the magnificent muscles filled with a complete sense of oppression. Lu Chuan immediately began to condense his thoughts, gathering his own thoughts into threads, continuously enveloping them towards the zombie in front of him, and began to try to control the other party. As expected, Lu Chuan was able to instantly turn other zombies into his puppets as he manipulated them. And when this zombie in front of him encountered Lu Chuan's idea cage, Lu Chuan's idea power unexpectedly showed resistance. Roar! The tank zombie let out a few hisses and began to fight against Lu Chuan's power of intent. However, Lu Chuan's evolved Nianli was very powerful and quickly broke through the tank zombie's defense. Wisps of invisible threads of thought power quickly surged into the tank zombie's body, and Lu Chuan managed to turn this powerful evolved zombie into his own corpse puppet. It actually worked? Successfully controlling an evolved zombie, Lu Chuan was pleasantly surprised, not thinking that he had actually done it, though it was said that controlling this more powerful evolved zombie caused a lot more intentional consumption than other ordinary zombies. But for Lu Chuan, who had already evolved, this was barely within his acceptance. In Lu Chuan's opinion, to pay some thoughts, in exchange for a strong and powerful big corpse puppet, this deal is simply not generally cost-effective. The large man in front of him was very stocky, and those thick arms were like gnarled dragons. This zombie was able to smash the car under the swinging of both arms. Such a horrible force was not comparable to an ordinary zombie at all. The combat power exerted by just this one large, evolved corpse puppet that was being manipulated by himself already exceeded that of an ordinary squad of corpse puppets. Looking at the large corpse puppet in front of him, Lu Chuan nodded in satisfaction. With the evolved zombies joining them, their own combat power had directly increased by a large margin. Chapter 37: Corpse Puppets vs. Mutant Giant Dogs. Looking at the extremely stocky behemoth in front of him, with a height of more than 2 meters, Lu Chuan was more and more delighted. As the saying goes, 1,000 soldiers are easy to find, but one general is hard to find. This huge evolutionary zombie in front of him was undoubtedly one of the great generals among his own corpse puppet squad. The muscles that were as thick as gnarled dragons seemed to be able to push down all obstacles in front of them. This large corpse puppet was nearly twice the size of an ordinary corpse puppet, and its thick arms alone were already as thick as 2 thighs of an ordinary corpse puppet. Lu Chuan controlled the corpse puppet to come to himself and subconsciously reached out and touched up the other's arm. Hiss so hard. These solid arms are almost as if they were made of steel. Not only is it incredibly strong, but it has a very tough defense. Lu Chuan stretched out his fist and knocked a few times, and there was a thump, thump, thump sound. It's really not ordinary strong. Standing in front of me is like a giant. In that case, I'll call you Big Fatty from now on. Lu Chuan was very satisfied with his arms crossed. Big Fatty stood at the forefront, and behind him followed 10 ordinary low-rank corpse puppets. Lu Chuan now felt that his corpse puppet squad, at last, had the ability to survive in the midst of the post-apocalyptic world. With his own squad of corpse puppets, Lu Chuan returned to the Sunshine District with great satisfaction. With such a big man standing beside him, Lu Chuan felt like he was straightening his back when he walked on the road. It was true that the fist was the hard truth, and with such a powerful war general around, the sense of security was simply all drawn out. In the process of going home, Lu Chuan also took Big Fatty to the hardware store in the neighborhood. Lightly came to the back of the hardware store. Lu Chuan pushed away a large pile of equipment. From this hardware store, tools moved out of the 2 foot 1 meter long, weighing 30 pounds of sledgehammer. Normally, hardware stores don't carry hammers of this weight, because this kind of hammer for the strength of the requirements are very large. The normal situation sledgehammer is only about 10 pounds. This is fully tripled. 30 pounds of iron hammer. Even if the corpse puppets wield it up are also a bit of a struggle. The attack speed will be greatly reduced, completely cost effective. Simply not as useful as that more than half a meter long fire axe. So Lu Chuan will be these two sledgehammers thrown in the hardware store. Did not think also own really useful day. Throwing these two hammers to Big Fatty. Big Fatty swung these two hammers with one hand. A hammer with such an exaggerated weight is a bit overkill for other corpse puppets, but for Big Fatty, it was simply tailor-made, and the two hammers were like artifacts in his hands. Lu Chuan controlled Big Fatty to guard the front door of Building 5, and these two hammers were placed at his feet, rather like a door god's posture. Such a great general blocking the doorway to Building 5 in terms of security. That absolutely cannot be said. After tasting the sweetness of the evolved zombies, Lu Chuan continued to dispatch corpse puppets to look for the whereabouts of other zombies in the next few days. At present, if the zombies want to evolve, then they have to devour the crystal cores. So naturally, the more these cores, the better. Now with Big Fatty as a high-level combatant, in addition to the cooperation of the many corpse puppet squad members, Lu Chuan was confident that he could eat any individual evolved zombie. After all, just the fully armed corpse puppet squad alone would be able to barely fight across the ranks. Not to mention the fact that they now had an additional evolved zombie. Big Fatty's body defense is tough and powerful, but it's slightly less so when fighting agile types of walkers. Either they will kill the opponent while wounded, or they will most likely be killed by the opponent by slowly consuming them by utilizing their agility as a feature. However, the corpse puppet manipulated by Lu Chuan perfectly made up for these shortcomings. That is the double hammer in the hands of the Big Fat. This sledgehammer swing up unusual zombies if they dare to get close to the body. It has directly broken bones and tendons. The current large zombie in Lu Chuan's hands had completely turned into a powerful existence of offense and defense. Meanwhile, upstairs, Ji Rushue was constantly running the Liuli breathing technique, practicing her manipulation of her Nianli. The Liuli breathing method continuously exhaled the energy factor in the air, strengthening his body while enhancing his own Nianli. After this period of non-stop practice, Ji Rushue's upright walking had become more and more skillful. It doesn't wobble as much as it did in the beginning, and you can even do simple bouncing. Moreover, while Lu Chuan was out, Ji Rushue had picked up a few iron nails from other places, and had been practicing her nimbus all this time. Whoosh! Accompanied by a burst of cracking sound, only to see these several iron fixings, manipulated by Ji Rushue's thought power, quickly flew out, straight into the dining table. Such a terrifying force was completely sufficient to pierce through a person's skull and easily take their life. The talent of Nianli manipulation, together with Ji Rushue's own other natural ability of time control, already possessed the powerful combat power to easily harvest other people's lives in the midst of the end of the world. A baby is enough to kill a person, and just thinking about it makes you feel very horrible. Looking at the iron nails that went deep into the dining table, Ji Rushue nodded with satisfaction. Although one's current strength was not considered particularly powerful, it was sufficient in this early stage of Armageddon. As long as he didn't run into those weird beings with special abilities, at least he shouldn't have any problems defending himself. Looking at the broken world outside the window, Rush Ruoshue's eyes became more and more determined. I'm sure it won't be long before I'll be able to protect my zombie dad out looking for supplies. Even though it said that it's still a baby, this emperor will not drag his feet. Ji Rushue really didn't want to experience the feeling of losing a loved one. Bang! 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 Another banging sound came from downstairs, and Ji Rushue knew it was her zombie dad working out again. Ji Ruoshue sighed helplessly. It seemed to her that the zombie dad was really trying hard. It's just a shame. The harder I try, the more heartbreaking. Ordinary low-ranking zombies, even if they work out, at best, they can only make their bodies a little bit stronger. Even if you try harder, you're just an ordinary zombie, without breaking the limitations of the genetic body. With only the most rudimentary physical mortal body, there was no way it would be a match for an evolved creature. Poor zombie dad. It's better to rely on me to help you hunt more evolved zombies in the future. Ji Rushue had already made up her mind. Wanting to rely on the zombie dad to become stronger on his own, that was obviously not much hope. But the good thing was that as a Jedi Empress herself, it wouldn't be long before she might be able to fight the evolved zombies. When he hunts more evolved zombies in the future, even if he feeds them with these crystals, he will still be able to raise his zombie dad's strength a bit. Although Ji Rushue wasn't sure what changes would occur after an ordinary zombie devoured an essence core, but no matter what, it should be a bit stronger than an ordinary zombie. 6th floor living room. Just as Ji Rushue was trying to build a future for herself and Lu Chuan in the middle of her mind, Lu Chuan was already on the 6th floor, easily defeating the siege of 10 corpse puppets by virtue of his formidable battle power. Although these zombies did not look much different from Lu Chuan in terms of size, their fighting strength was completely incomparable. It's like a 1.5T car is the same as a V12 supercar. Again, both about the same size body but not a horsepower at all. After Lu Chuan had successfully advanced to the second stage by devouring the zombie crystal cores, his physical quality had already improved drastically. It could be said that there was a huge breakthrough in strength, speed, reaction, and defense in all aspects. The most crucial thing was that what made Lu Chuan more powerful than other zombies was his own outstanding intelligence. These ordinary low-rank zombies only knew to instinctively carry out the attack method of tearing and biting and pouncing, whereas Lu Chuan had his own combat skills that he had learned. With the advantage of skill and strength, even if Lu Chuan was a zombie with the evolution of his mind, even if he had to fight 10 against 1 in close combat, it would be easy and effortless. Suddenly Lu Chuan's mind moved, and his own corpse puppet made a new discovery. It was only a low-ranked corpse puppet that was patrolling the neighborhood when it suddenly spotted a giant mutant dog. This mutant dog was originally on the second floor, but it seemed to have noticed the corpse puppet, and even directly broke through the window and leapt down. When this mutant dog rushed down, Master Lu Chuan already, if it wasn't for the fact that the guy in front of him had a dog's head, it would be hard for Lu Chuan to associate him with a dog. This mutant dog was surprisingly close to 2 meters in length, and its fur had become black and hard. Its body was even very thick, almost like a black boar in the wild. This was the first time Lu Chuan had seen mutated other creatures in the midst of the end times. Lu Chuan also wanted to try the strength of this mutated creature and hurriedly maneuvered the corpse puppet to go up. However, the corpse had only just taken a step when the mutated dog directly scurried out. Bang! This low-rank corpse puppet was directly killed in seconds. Lu Chuan estimated that the strength of this mutant dog, I am afraid that it is not weaker than the general evolution zombie, and this character is much more violent than the evolution zombie. At that moment, Lu Chuan pulled out his big killing weapon, the evolutionary zombie Big Fatty. Big Fatty, who looked like a door god, rushed towards the plainclothes dog with 2 sledgehammers, the big fat man carrying the twin hammers. His huge aura was incomparably terrifying. If it were any other existence, I'm afraid that he would have already been scared away. However, this mutated giant dog was not the least bit abashed, and like a black lightning bolt, it frantically traversed the surface of the ground. The mutant dog was stocky, but quite a bit shorter in height than Big Fatty. The razor-sharp claws were like curved knives that cut through the earth, leaving only several scratches. If an ordinary evolved zombie fought with this mutated dog, I'm afraid that it would take a great battle to do so. However, the zombie that was manipulated by Lu Chuan was simply like the god of war descending to earth. The 2 big hammers swung up, and this mutant dog didn't dare to get close at all for a while. Bang! Taking advantage of the mutant dog was not prepared. Big Fatty a hammer ruthlessly smashed in his front paw. This hammer down even if the mutant dog is robust, but also directly smashed the bone-broken tendons. Bang! Lu Chuan didn't drag his feet for a second and maneuvered Big Fatty to make up for it directly. A hammer ruthlessly smashed into the mutant dog's head, and the massive dog's head instantly shattered like a watermelon. Chapter 38 Mutated Fierce Beast Crystal Core. Double happiness. Looking at the corpse of this strong mutant dog, Lu Chuan nodded with satisfaction. As expected, the strength of an evolved zombie was completely incomparable to that of a low-rank zombie. This mutant dog was extremely fast and very robust, so it could be said to have both great strength and a strong body. The most crucial thing was that those sharp claws were like scimitars, and this was a mutated creature, not a zombie dog. So again, retaining a certain amount of biological intelligence is going to be even more difficult to deal with than an evolved zombie. But again, it was precisely because this wasn't a zombie creature that just suffering severe pain would cause the mutated creature to become stimulated, thus impairing its judgment of what to do next. This was what caused Lu Chuan to be able to easily kill him. There are crystals inside the brains of zombies, and other creatures are able to mutate, presumably because they also gain strange powers after the blood moon. Thinking of this, Lu Chuan maneuvered Big Fatty and directly reached out and pulled out from inside the head of this mutant giant dog, and sure enough, he found a white crystal core. Apparently this mutant dog hadn't devoured its own kind since the end of the world, and if this mutant dog had evolved a few times as well, I'm afraid it wouldn't be that easy to deal with. Looking at this fresh flesh and blood in front of him, Lu Chuan didn't waste it and directly maneuvered Big Fatty to carry the body of the mutant giant dog and rushed back towards the direction of Sunshine District. Now that the zombie crisis had broken out for more than a month, Lu Chuan hadn't seen fresh meat for a long time by now. Himself has been nibbling on frozen meat in the lead up to the zombie apocalypse, and the only fresh meat he's been able to see is human. The fishy smell of fresh blood and meat soon attracted other zombies, and a large number of zombies were attracted by the blood towards Big Fatty's direction. Roar! Looking at the zombies that surrounded him, Big Fatty instantly roared. Under the powerful pressure of this evolved zombie of his, these low-ranking zombies immediately trembled uncontrollably, and were so scared that they froze in place and didn't dare to come forward. Roar! Roar! Just then, however, an equally angry growl rang out. only to see a behemoth emanating a mighty pressure suddenly run wildly all the way from the distance. This monster was also close to 2.5 meters tall, and its size was barely comparable to Big Fatty. And he had the same very stout and robust body, with muscles full of terrifying explosive power. Those very notable thick arms were clearly the same type of evolved zombie as Big Fatty. Roar! The zombie's eyes were full of tyranny, obviously fixated on the mutant dog's corpse that Big Fatty was carrying, and at the same time also fixated on the crystals in Big Fatty's head. After searching for so long and not being able to find it, you brought this on yourself. Seeing this huge-sized evolved zombie in front of him, Lu Chuan didn't panic in the slightest. Instead, he was even more delighted. Right now, his own self was in dire need of the crystal cores of the evolved zombies to boost his strength. The temptation of this constant evolution was so enticing that even Lu Chuan was a bit unable to resist it. But mainly also in the middle of this post-apocalyptic world, the only way to survive is to keep evolving. Facing the evolved zombie in front of him, the Big Fatty maneuvered by Lu Chuan was equally unwilling to show weakness. After tossing the body of the mutated giant dog aside, a frantic battle ensued. Bang! 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 Two 2-meter-tall behemoths collided together, and the surrounding cars were all smashed under the swinging of the arms. The earth all around them was full of gullies. This kind of battle between tank-type zombies was almost like a digger, frantically destroying the surroundings. And being the same zombie, they don't know what pain means, and they put their best foot forward with every strike. The two big zombies' arms kept swinging and colliding, making a sound as if they were gold and stone striking each other. It was not at all like the power of flesh and blood could create. This evolved zombie was on par with Big Fatty's size, and it was hard to distinguish between them in terms of strength for a while. However, the Big Fatty that was manipulated by Lu Chuan was a bit tougher to fight. Lu Chuan utilized those fighting skills of his and quickly formed a situation where he crushed his opponent. At the same time, all the other low-ranked corpse puppets also arrived at the scene, and one by one, they rushed forward with their fire axes. Bang! 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 But unfortunately, low-rank zombies were low-rank zombies after all, and their combat power was completely incomparable to that of these evolved zombies. Even the invincible fire axe finally lost its effect this time. Hacking at this big guy's arm, only a pinging sound rang out, hardly causing substantial damage. Roar! It seemed that Lu Chuan had used the human sea tactic without speaking of martial virtues, causing this tank zombie to become completely furious. After he broke free from Big Fatty's control, he frantically swung his arms, and one of the corpse puppets was unable to dodge for a moment, and his head was directly smashed. This level of evolved zombie strength was too strong. For corpse puppets, that was simply a deadly threat. After the test, Lu Chuan finally used his twin hammers, only to see Big Fatty picking up his twin hammers from his back and swinging them wildly towards his opponents. And all of a sudden, his combat power directly increased by more than several times. Click, click. Under the double hammer swing, the large zombie couldn't dodge, and multiple bones on his body were broken. Lu Chuan's huge double hammers were specialized in smashing towards the knee joint part of the big man. Even though the defense of this tank-type zombie was very strong, the Big Fatty controlled by Lu Chuan was likewise equally powerful. After this big guy's legs were smashed by Lu Chuan, his huge body fell to the ground with an unsteady thud. Without waiting for him to continue standing up, Lu Chuan's terrifying double hammers came one after another, madly smashing his back and arms. Taking advantage of his illness, the remaining few corpse puppets all once again rushed up in droves, only to see these several corpse puppets holding fire axes frantically chopping and slashing. The evolved zombies that had already lost most of their movement power were finally successfully killed by the corpse puppets this time. Click! The corpse puppet swung the fire axe hard enough to split the large man's head open and remove the crystal core from it. Lu Chuan was very pleased. He had been looking for evolved zombies for so many days and had not seen a single head. I didn't realize today was still a double whammy. Not only did he encounter and kill the mutated giant dog, he also killed an equally powerful evolved zombie. With the direct arrival of 2 mutant crystal cores, one's strength would be able to increase to a certain extent again. Soon Big Fatty brought the crystal cores and the corpse of the mutated giant dog, all of them back to Building 5. Lu Chuan picked up the crystal core. This was the first time he had seen the crystal core of a mutated creature. Visually, there didn't seem to be much of a difference between it and the crystals in the back of the zombie's head. The most crucial thing was that although he hadn't devoured this kind of crystal core, Lu Chuan was able to feel that there was an extreme desire for this kind of crystal core in his body. This longing was no different from facing a zombie crystal core. Lu Chuan could be certain that this kind of mutated giant dog's crystal core, the zombies would definitely be able to devour the same. After all, he's turned into a zombie himself, and what does a zombie have to be picky about what he eats? Bringing the 2 crystal cores to his eyes, Lu Chuan quickly devoured them all after thinking about it. At that moment, another majestic power began to travel unceasingly amongst Lu Chuan's body. This long-lost power of evolution continued to moisturize Lu Chuan's somewhat parched body, making his already mutated body stronger once again. Lu Chuan could obviously feel that the power in his body was increasing. At the same time, that feeling of a full increase in defense and speed and so on came back again. But after all, Lu Chuan was currently already a second-order zombie, while both of the mutated creatures that he had decapitated today were only first-order. In the middle of that mutated tank-type zombie's mind was a red and white crystal core, while the mutant giant dog was merely white. These two crystal cores were swallowed by Lu Chuan, and although the energy grew a bit, it wasn't particularly much. So this time, even though it was still two crystal cores being devoured together, the impact it brought to himself was not as great as before. Lu Chuan nodded secretly in his heart. It seemed that as his strength increased, if he wanted to have a higher breakthrough in the future, then he would either have to devour more crystal cores or kill more powerful opponents. However, although the energy brought to oneself by a first-order crystal core was smaller, it was good that the amount was larger, and this time, one had obtained a full 2. The power of this crystal core made Lu Chuan's fleshly body power become even more condensed than before. At the same time, Lu Chuan's Nianli also began to grow further. He did not have to be shocked over by the soaring Nianli as before, but Lu Chuan could also feel that his Nianli had a sharp depletion after controlling Big Fatty. And now with these two crystal cores being devoured by himself, all of the previously consumed Nianli were similarly made up for. Lu Chuan's eyes lit up his heart with a great joy. The replenishment of these consumed Nianli meant that he could manipulate another evolved zombie again, and his strength would skyrocket again then. After refining both crystal cores, Lu Chuan only felt a wave of refreshment and his entire brain cleared up. Looking at the mutant giant dog that was carried back by Big Fatty, Lu Chuan nodded in satisfaction. It had been a long time since he himself had eaten such fresh blood food, so today could simply be considered a toothsome meal. Lu Chuan then got on top of the zombie dog and started to tear it up, only it wasn't quite the same as earlier. Lu Chuan wasn't too happy about the discovery. He himself was now gnawing on this fresh flesh and blood, but the hunger he felt was surprisingly not as strong as earlier. Compared to his previous self, who had to fight with the zombies for a piece of frozen meat, this situation is simply not too much better now. After Lu Chuan ate some of the flesh and blood, he left the rest for Big Fatty. Perhaps it was due to evolution. Lu Chuan felt that his hunger today was not as strong as before, and for the current Lu Chuan, devouring the crystal cores would instead make him feel more comfortable. Big Fatty, on the other hand, didn't care that much, and in the face of this fresh blood food, he gulped it down with no qualms at all. As the blood and flesh of the mutated giant dog was devoured, the injuries on Big Fatty's body began to recover at a speed visible to the naked eye. Chapter 39. Could it be that the zombie father is not an ordinary zombie? It wasn't that Lu Chuan hadn't thought of saving some of this mutant giant dog's flesh and blood to cook some meat porridge for little Chi Chi. After all, in this post-apocalyptic world, if you just drink milk powder and eat rice pudding, you will always lack in nutrition. However, Lu Chuan really didn't dare to bet on whether or not humans could eat the blood and flesh of this giant dog that had already mutated. It would be bad if the little one got some kind of virus after eating it. Whether or not the meat of these mutated creatures could be consumed, it was still necessary to wait until later when one found the opportunity and went through some verification before making any plans. After that night's blood moon, humans, zombies, and all these surviving creatures in this world should have undergone mutation and evolution. If the flesh and blood of these mutated creatures can be consumed by humans as well, then the little one's future recipes are going to be much richer than they are now. Lu Chuan still thought that it would be safer to feed this blood and flesh to the zombies. After all, no one knew what exactly was inside the mutated creature's body. Anyway, he would be able to encounter more mutated creatures in the future. And if the flesh and blood of these guys were really edible, then there would be plenty of opportunities in the future. And it wouldn't be so bad this time. Ji Rushue in the living room did not know that Lu Chuan was leading the corpse wreck squad in a killing spree outside. She sat on the sofa with her knees crossed and meditated and cultivated in a decent manner. Ji Rushue's body could be seen, trembling slightly. This was because her current body was still too weak. Running the Lioli breathing technique, a large amount of energy factors in the air quickly surged into her body, constantly improving Ji Rushue's physical strength while strengthening her Nian Li. A moment later, the aura emanating from Ji Rushue's body suddenly skyrocketed. Great! After such a long time of cultivation, I've finally broken through to the second stage. Ji Rushue violently opened her eyes. Those black and white eyes were completely different from the zombies of the end times, and they all looked very bright in this somewhat dim living room. At this moment Ji Rushue's eyes were full of confidence and excitement. After all, as a baby herself, now that she had broken through to the second stage, that self-protection ability would be greatly enhanced. In Ji Rushue's memories, after the initial chaos experienced at the beginning of the end times, everyone began to enter the life of mutation and evolution. Meanwhile the human survivors divided the humans, zombies, and also the ferocious beasts into 9 orders according to their strength. The strength of the first order is the weakest, and 9 is the strongest. The 7th rank was a king, the 8th rank was an emperor, and the 9th rank was the strongest emperor-level existence. In her previous life, Ji Rushue had experienced the fight all the way through the end of the world, and eventually succeeded in breaking through to become a generation of female emperors. After the peculiar blood moon, those who gained the ability to evolve through mutation were counted as first-order existences. If zombies and beasts want to obtain continuous evolution, they have to convert each other's crystals into their own energy by devouring each other's crystals. It can be said that if zombies and ferocious beasts want to evolve, then the only way out is to keep killing. Compared to the zombies and the beasts, the competition between the humans is not too fierce. The survivors of the human race, not long after the onset of the end times, began to develop potions that would provide evolution. In the middle and late post-apocalyptic period, the use of ancient relics, the creation of cultivation techniques, so that humans through the absorption of the energy factor in the air, constantly improved their own physique to enhance the realm. However, it was still the early days of the end times, and the kind of gong methods that could be used for human cultivation had not yet been researched. So at this time the strength of human beings is still in a weaker position compared to the zombies and mutated creatures that can rapidly evolve by devouring crystal cores. To Ji Rushue, however, these restrictions did not include herself. As a powerhouse who had cultivated all the way to the emperor realm, Ji Rushue's Liuli Gong method was top tier even in the late Mordor period. Although she was only a baby, Ji Rushue still stepped into the second stage of cultivation with the glazed breathing method. In Ji Rushue's memories, the current human beings of this period should not have appeared to have broken through to the second stage of existence. Whoosh, whoosh, as Muscle Snow's mind moved, the 2 iron nails that had just pierced deeply into the middle of the table board quickly flew out backwards, flying back into Ji Rushue's hands. It could be seen that after the breakthrough the speed at which this iron nail flew was all a bit faster than before, and after this period of continuous practice, Ji Rushue's control over this kind of iron nail had become more and more skillful. Even when it was withdrawn from her hands with such swiftness, it did not cause the slightest damage to her tender little hands. Ji Rushue nodded with satisfaction. She was very confident that she, with her dual talents, now with her sentinel ability coupled with time manipulation, she could completely protect herself in the midst of this post-apocalyptic world, and even protect her zombie father. Click it. The sound of the door opening rang out. Ji Rushue hurriedly hid the nail, and with a wave of her small hand, the Muppet bear placed next to her flew into Ji Rushue's hand. As Lu Chuan came in, Ji Rushue pretended to be playing with toys like an ordinary child. Lu Chuan, who was in a very good mood, saw this lively and lovely appearance of the little one, and the smile on his face became even brighter. He quickly walked over to Ji Rushue, picked up the Barbie doll on the side and started teasing the little guy. Although it was said that Lu Chuan's method of teasing the child was very rough, it was good that Ji Rushue knew how to act and pretended to like it, giving Lu Chuan very ample emotional value. Ji Rushue sighed helplessly in her heart, only wishing she could grow up faster. Wait, Ji Rushue, who was absent-mindedly cooperating with Lu Chuan, suddenly keenly sensed that her zombie father's body carried a smell of blood if anything. As a supreme empress who had walked out from a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood, Ji Rushue was very sensitive to this kind of flavor. Taking advantage of Lu Chuan's inattention, Ji Rushue carefully observed up. It's not obvious, but you can be sure it's freshly left behind. At the same time, Ji Rushue also found a small handful of hairs. She quietly gave it up and waited until Lu Chuan turned to enter the kitchen to cook. Ji Rushue brought these hairs carefully to her eyes to identify them. What kind of hair is this? All black and kind of hard and long and thick. There's absolutely no way this will be able to be grown by a human or a zombie. Is it possible that it's a mutated ferocious beast? Ji Rushue secretly guessed in her heart. Other than mutated ferocious beasts, she really couldn't think of what kind of creature would have this kind of fur. But the problem was that mutated ferocious beasts were usually very powerful. How could he be a match for a mutated ferocious beast with his unevolved zombie father? Could it be that zombie dads aren't regular zombies? Chapter 40 must try out dad's abilities. After the thought of suspicion came into her mind, Ji Rushue's heart began to become restless. Ordinary zombies have limited evolution and will likely be eliminated over time. But evolution zombies are different. In this post-apocalyptic world that can become stronger step by step, when she thought that her zombie father would most likely become a powerful party in the future, Ji Rushue's heart began to get a little excited. When Lu Chuan returned to the room, Ji Rushue scrutinized the other party with unblinking eyes. Normally she hadn't been overly concerned about it, but today, after checking it out more closely, she realized that sure enough, her own zombie dad was completely different from those ordinary zombies hanging out on the side of the road. Those zombies that didn't evolve after the apocalypse would become progressively thinner in size over time. After all, zombies themselves are an existence that defies common sense, where people who should be dead are surviving like the Walking Dead. And as the post-apocalyptic world continues to advance, the zombies will be able to devour less and less fresh flesh and blood. More or less in appearance will become thin and hideous. But his own zombie dad, just by looking at his size and appearance, was completely different from those zombies wandering around outside. And even if he didn't look closely, he would have thought he was a human. Whoosh! Lu Chuan returned home and once again ran to the balcony to start practicing his self-created Lu's blade technique. The steel blade was wielded in Lu Chuan's hands, and all kinds of movements that required high coordination for the joints and the body could be easily performed by Lu Chuan. This further affirmed Ji Rushue's suspicions, because those zombies that hadn't evolved, although their bodies would be strengthened to a certain extent even if they couldn't evolve after the blood moon, they were far from being able to do anything as flexible as humans. No matter whether it was the joints or the muscles, they would be relatively more hard, and it would be completely impossible to reach such a flexible level as Lu Chuan. And after such a long time together, Ji Rushue can be completely sure that his own zombie father really has a lot of changes in size from when he first met. The body type was significantly stronger and more muscular, and the shirt he wore was held up by his muscles, almost like a male model with an exploding body. This is a very rare occurrence within the zombies. But even though she knew that her zombie dad was different from ordinary zombies, Ji Rushue still didn't find anything wrong when she looked left and right, because usually after that blood moon, zombies with potential will undergo mutation and evolution, and zombies who have undergone evolution all gain certain superhuman abilities. But Ji Rushue didn't notice her zombie dad's unique ability no matter how she looked at it. Only compared to ordinary zombies are stronger, more flexible and more handsome. Instead of undergoing any particularly notable physical changes, he is becoming more and more human. The evolution of zombies and mutated beasts is usually reflected in their size, and their unique abilities can be discerned from their appearance. For example, in Ji Rushue's memories of her previous life, among the evolved zombies in the pre-apocalyptic period, there were some that changed greatly in size. For example, tank-type zombies. Once the evolution of the body type will become very tough and strong. The body's muscles are incredibly tough, especially the pair of thick arms. It is as if the steel to build general. The aura was extraordinary just from its appearance alone. There are also agility zombies, and while the torso doesn't change too much, just becomes a bit thinner, the hands of an agility zombie become abnormally thick. The original human palms would have evolved to resemble the claws of wild beasts, especially the nails, which were as tough as steel blades. These two are considered to be the more common types of evolved zombies in the pre-apocalyptic period, and at the same time, they are also the zombies that gave many survivors a headache in the pre-apocalyptic period. What's more, for example, lickers will become inhuman, with their skin peeling off to reveal a scarlet-colored muscle, just like a blood-colored monster. Although it is said that many evolutionary zombies with very large changes in size will eventually be able to turn into elemental zombies as time passes and they continue to undergo all kinds of mutations and evolutions. But at the beginning of the end of the world, the main evolution and mutation of most zombies is reflected in their own limbs or overall size. Of course, in addition to this majority of zombies whose bodies have evolved, there is also a portion of zombies that have very special abilities after the blood moon. For example, some zombies go so far as to act like chameleons, adjusting their physical appearance to achieve invisibility. There are also zombies that look no different from ordinary zombies on the outside, but have unique talents. Ji Rushue, in her previous life, in a survival base, she saw a zombie whose appearance was no different from ordinary zombies, but who had the ability to escape from the ground and sneak directly into the base, causing the entire base to be overrun. But this type of zombie, that is absolutely 1 in 10,000 level, and has a very excellent growth talent, as long as not halfway die, basically to the end of the late stage, can become a party of zombie king. Looking at the zombie father whose size hadn't changed in any way, but whose body was completely different from that of an ordinary zombie, Ji Rushue suddenly had a bold idea in her heart. Is it hard to believe that zombie dads are more than just evolved zombies? And 1 in a million, the kind that managed to awaken an extremely rare natural ability? If that's true, his own zombie dad is not hiding too well. Having lived with him every day for so long himself, he didn't even know what the natural ability was. Ji Rushue decided that she must try out her dad's natural ability. Although the zombie father was hiding very deeply, Ji Rushue didn't have the slightest dissatisfaction of being hidden, but instead was very happy. The zombie itself is a creature without a mind. Usually zombies are extremely bloodthirsty existence. Only to the late part of the zombie can evolve a spirit, and zombies that can have human consciousness in the early stages are very rare. If there was no evolving talent, it would be just fine, but if it was paired with a constantly evolving talent, it would simply be a king bomb opening. Just at least even Ji Rushue, who was an empress in her previous life, hadn't encountered this kind of zombie so far. the less easily recognized the talent is, the greater the potential and value it holds. When she thought that her zombie father was not a mediocre person, and even had the potential to become a zombie king, Ji Rushue couldn't help but smile. Chi-Chi, what are you looking at me and giggling about? Lu Chuan came to Ji Rushue's side and saw Ji Rushue looking at him with a curious smile on her face, and his mood became very cheerful. When he realized that the clothes on Ji Rushue had been stained with some dust, Lu Chuan hurriedly ran downstairs. After all, babies are very fragile and have no place to go for medical treatment in case they get sick. Lu Chuan found a light pink princess dress inside a large pile of baby clothes he had scavenged, helping little Chi-Chi to freshen up again and change into new clothes. Lu Chuan nodded with satisfaction. Wearing a pink princess dress, Xiao Chi-Chi looks very cute, with snow white and smooth skin, and a head of black and beautiful long hair that has not been affected by the end of the day and the slightest is still very soft and smooth. Especially those big watery eyes made Lu Chuan feel like his mind would be purified. Don't worry, little Chi-Chi. Dad, I will keep getting stronger and stronger, even in the end times, so that you can live like a princess. Chapter 41 Two Survivor Teams. A week passed in a flash. It could be said that the past few days were a time when Lu Chuan lived in both peace and contentment. The scarlet liquor in the neighborhood that looked like a zombie killer was decimated, basically eliminating the need for daily fear. And as the strength continues to rise, all kinds of things have corpse puppets to deal with. There is also the big fat like the god of the door of the evolution of the zombie guarding the door. Lu Chuan basically didn't have to worry about the sudden arrival of danger at the moment. Dad's dad is called Grandpa. Dad's mom is called Grandma. A chorus of children's voices came from within the parlor, and I'm afraid those who didn't know better thought they had arrived at the door of some store, only to see Ji Rushue in the living room was holding a blue and white learning machine, and a burst of nursery rhymes was emanating from this learning machine. This was something that Lu Chuan had purposely arranged for the corpse puppet to go and help the little guy get for him in the past few days. The little guy is growing up so fast, it's almost like he's a prodigy. Such a short period of time had already spoken without a teacher, which really caught Lu Chuan a little off guard. It is said that parents are the first teachers of their children, but the zombie himself cannot play a teaching role. For the sake of the little one's future, Lu Chuan specially asked the corpse puppet to look for this kind of learning machine that doesn't need to be electrified and has a built-in battery. This learning machine is able to make sounds to interact with people, which can be a great way to make up for not being able to talk. At the very least, it won't turn the little guy into a mute later on, and he'll either aba or growl at everything he sees. And this learning machine is very advanced and can tutor your child well. Lu Chuan had also seen a lot of advertisements about learning machines before he crossed over, but at that time he had always thought that they were useless. I didn't realize that now after traveling to this post-apocalyptic world, something like a learning machine would really come in handy. Mom doesn't have to worry about my studies anymore, so the jingle isn't just talk. It works. Looking at little Chi-Chi who was hugging the learning machine and working very hard, Lu Chuan nodded with satisfaction. The little one is still very much motivated to learn. At least with this learning machine in place, he won't become illiterate in the future. It would be nice to be able to follow the learning machine and master normal human communication skills without parental help. It was just that Lu Chuan didn't know that Ji Rushue didn't need this kind of infantile initiation learning at all. Before the rebirth of the zombie apocalypse has not yet broken out, Ji Rushue has already been admitted to the graduate school of a famous university. During this time Ji Rushue had already adapted to this infant body and was able to speak normally, but she didn't dare to show her face. After all, his current identity was merely a baby that hadn't been born for a long time. If he were to speak too fluently, it would be too outrageous. Even if a child prodigy had mastered the language system straight away without ever hearing a normal human conversation, that would be a very unreliable thing to do. Although Lu Chuan had turned into a zombie, Ji Rushue didn't think her zombie father would be so stupid that he couldn't notice anything. Therefore, when holding the learning machine, Ji Rushue's attitude was very serious, learning every word and every passage carefully. The reason for this is that I want to be able to communicate normally as soon as possible, in a more relaxed manner, without being detected as different. Otherwise pretending to be a child talking is just too much. Dad, Mom, Grandpa, Grandma. Although it was a bit awkward to say such extremely simple words with her 2 lifetimes of experience, Ji Rushue still tried very hard to pretend to be babbling. Glancing at her zombie father who was standing aside with an excited face, Ji Rushue sighed helplessly. My zombie dad, I'm relearning this enlightenment all for your sake. It's really thanks to you that you even found a learning machine. Why don't you just get me a rocking car? Ji Rushue also didn't expect that once she had worked hard to graduate from graduate school, and then she experienced the end times and went through thousands of dangers to become an empress. As a result, now it's straight back to the drawing board and even starting to learn about infant initiation. Lu Chuan, who was unaware of this, watched little Dickie's enthusiasm for self-study was very high and his learning efficiency was surprisingly excellent, which made him very happy. It seemed that his own good daughter was, indeed, a prodigy of uncommon talent. Seeing that the little one can read and speak through the learning machine, and the speed is still increasing, Lu Chuan is very satisfied with this. Ever since he heard that little Chi-Chi could speak, Lu Chuan had spent the past few days collecting all kinds of baby enlightenment books, as well as baby enlightenment toys, and the kind of cards for recognizing words. Bitter what cannot be bitter children, poor what cannot be poor education. This is Lu Chuan as a parent's most real idea. And during this period, although Lu Chuan had not encountered any evolved zombies, he had met some human survivors. Only looking at the survivors who were fleeing in a mess, Lu Chuan didn't have any intention of making any moves. Even when he heard the other party's heartbreaking wails as well as pleas for mercy, Lu Chuan's eyes didn't fluctuate in the slightest. Not everyone is Shao Chi-Chi. In the midst of the apocalypse, life and death have their own destiny and wealth is in the sky. With the outbreak of the apocalyptic crisis, the inferiority of all human beings will gradually be exposed. Lu Chuan also had a hard time guaranteeing what the group of survivors would do after they survived. Selling out your fellow man in a post-apocalyptic world is nothing short of normal. Lu Chuan wouldn't be dominated by the so-called mother of God's heart to help these people who didn't even know each other. Even a companion could be betrayed, let alone his own existence, which was not even human. Even Lu Chuan suspected that if he was exposed, he might directly be captured and sliced by human survivors. And in this week's time, Lu Chuan had also mapped out the situation within a radius of 8,000 meters through the corpse puppet. Within 8 kilometers of Sunnyside, there are 2 relatively large survivor groups. One of them was the one he had encountered last time at the store, the one with the team led by the evolved vigorous man. The number of people was about 20, hiding in a 3-story building in a small park, northwest of the Sunnyside neighborhood. The group set up a number of improvised traps inside and outside the park, and also locked the gates with barbed wire. The other survivor team is the police station closest to the Sunnyside neighborhood. Lu Chuan sent a few waves of corpse puppets to explore and found out that there were quite a few sandbags placed at the gate of this police station, a sort of improvised position. Also all the surrounding area is reinforced with barbed wire, and you can see a number of walkers being killed outside the door, with many bullet casings on the floor and gun holes all over the walls. Although this police station near the Sunnyside neighborhood is small, it does have a stockpile of guns. The remaining police plus the rescued survivors added up to about 30 people, solidifying the police department as one of the stronger survivor teams. Chapter 42, The Second Evolved Corpse Puppet. Based on what we've seen so far, both survivors are very good teams, one with evolved new humans, one with a greater stockpile of firepower. To be able to have this kind of strength in the pre-apocalyptic period was already very not bad, even if Lu Chuan's current corpse puppet squad strength had already increased quite a bit from earlier. He didn't want to make enemies with these two forces. We're well out of our way. I hope you'll leave me alone. Lu Chuan was a human himself and basically had little interest in human flesh and blood. From the end of the world until now, all Lu Chuan had gnawed on was frozen meat from the refrigerator, and the only fresh meat was the mutant giant dog. What's more, now after experiencing the blood moon mutation, Lu Chuan had discovered that the crystal cores inside the brain of this mutated zombie were much more tempting to him than these fresh flesh and blood, and after evolving, Lu Chuan had basically rarely eaten blood and flesh anymore. Of course, Lu Chuan did not have the idea of contacting these humans. After all, he is no longer a human being, not only is a zombie and can be constantly evolving zombies. Lu Chuan didn't doubt for a second that if he appeared in front of these two teams, I'm afraid that they would first finish themselves off without saying a word. Lu Chuan thought carefully. The only companion he could get along with now was Shao Chi-Chi. As a zombie himself, he was unwilling to join those bloodthirsty monsters, not to mention that the zombies themselves had no consciousness and would only go around making kills with their instincts. Even if they were all evolved zombies, they would only think about devouring each other's crystal cores when they came across each other. And it is even more unlikely that he, who possesses human consciousness, will ever return to the human camp. These survivors know the same thing about not being one of us. Humans had lost an unknown number of people since the beginning of the apocalypse because of the zombies, and this blood feud made it impossible for them to accept a zombie into their camp. Even if the humans did accept themselves in, Lu Chuan was afraid that he would have to sleep with one eye open at night. As long as these humans didn't come over to provoke themselves, Lu Chuan was too lazy to bother with them. Although he said that he still had a human consciousness, Lu Chuan did not think that he was going to live like these human survivors. Surviving in the midst of the post-apocalyptic world was fundamental, and Lu Chuan wouldn't stay his hand just because the other party was human. It could even be said that for Lu Chuan, humans could be much harder to deal with than zombies. No brain only acts on instinct, so it only fights itself head-on. But the human mind was much too complex, and Lu Chuan even had a hard time ensuring that he wouldn't fall into a trap. So for Lu Chuan, it is the best way of life for everyone not to bother each other. However, If these humans messed with them and disturbed this rare peaceful life with Xiao Qi, Lu Chuan wouldn't mind showing his bloodthirsty side. Inexplicably coming to this world, and inexplicably being infected by zombies, Lu Chuan had already held his fire. Now that it was so hard to have a peaceful and beautiful life, if someone dared to break this situation, Lu Chuan would definitely make the other party pay. Ji Ruxue, who was on the side, looked up in some confusion. Just now she felt the temperature all around her plummet. Surprisingly, she sensed a strong murderous streak from her zombie father who had always taken good care of her. Did something piss off the zombie dad? Thinking back to the mutated ferocious beast hair he found on his zombie dad earlier, and some of the fresh blood that stained him, Ji Ruxue is even more certain that her own zombie father is definitely an evolved zombie, and I'm afraid he's not that easy to mess with. Lu Chuan felt something in his heart, and when he turned around, he realized that little Chi-Chi was looking at himself very adorably. Lu Chuan hastily collected his killing aura and revealed a gentle smile. Just then Lu Chuan's mind suddenly stirred, and his own corpse puppet had a new movement. After sharing his perspective with the corpse puppet, Lu Chuan pushed open the door of his room and went downstairs under Ji Ruxue's puzzled gaze. Inside a small store near the police station, Zhao Lin and several fellow police officers are gathering supplies. The police department has some reserve resources, but they are limited. Nowadays, as time passes in the end times, there is clearly not enough food to go around. The main thing is that the police department overestimated its own power at the beginning and underestimated the horror of this apocalypse. As a result, the police department has consumed a lot of materials and manpower in the early stage, and I thought that I could get support from the top as soon as possible. But now more than a month has passed and there is still no movement at all. It also made the survivors in the police station realize that this time they were afraid that they could only save themselves by saving themselves. The commissary had long since been scavenged by the humans, but there were still some supplies left. Several officers with their own police backpacks stowed away while on guard. The only sounds in the store were the ragged breathing of everyone and the sounds of packing up supplies. Ta-da! Suddenly the crowd heard a slight sound, and for a moment everyone's hand movements gave a start, and they hurriedly surveyed their surroundings vigilantly. What was that commotion just now? Did you guys hear it? One of the officers asked softly, his brow furrowed. The remaining few were silent. Zhao Lin swept a glance and then said softly, maybe it's just whichever zombie is passing by outside. Let's not waste time. Hurry up and gather supplies to return to the police station. Don't get blocked by zombies. However, it seemed that this team of police officers were not very lucky, as a somewhat slim zombie appeared at the entrance of the store just as Zhao Lin's words fell. Although this zombie looked no different from an ordinary zombie on the outside, that pair of huge sharp claws betrayed his identity as an evolved zombie. Move! Retreat back inside the police station. It's a mutated zombie. Zhao Lin's face turned pale as she hurriedly greeted the crowd and retreated. The officers also moved very swiftly, picking up their backpacks and turning their heads to run. But although everyone was well trained as police officers, it was obvious that they were simply not enough in front of this evolved and agile zombie. Bang! 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 This agile zombie was extremely fast, and almost just instantly closed the distance of several meters with the crowd. Bang! 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 The police officers immediately opened fire, but they were not special agents after all, and their marksmanship was comparatively a little weaker, coupled with the fact that the evolved zombie in front of him was extremely fast and kept dodging between the shelves. The crowd actually missed a shot. Zhao Lin looked at the mutated zombies and then at her teammates, and a flash of sadness flashed among her eyes. Bang! 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 Zhao Lin directly fired 3 shots in a row towards the mutant zombie and shouted loudly to attract the attention of the mutant zombie. You guys get out of here! Hurry back to the station with the supplies. There are survivors there who need you more. As she spoke, Zhao Lin even threw the supplies she had gathered to the team. As police officers, we must protect everyone's safety, and you must take these supplies back with you. The remaining few police officers didn't expect that at a time like this Zhao Lin would still be thinking about the survivors. I'll distract the walkers while you guys take the opportunity to escape from here. Under the commotion of Zhao Lin's incessant shooting as well as shouting, the evolved zombie did indeed head straight for her. Zhao Lin desperately dodged, but how could her speed match that of an evolved zombie? The shelves that blocked the way were all split apart by this zombie with its terrifyingly sharp claws, and with the last bullet empty, Zhao Lin ran inside a dead end. Looking at the zombies chasing after her, Zhao Lin's heart sank to the bottom, but just when she thought she was bound to die, the evolved zombie that was following closely suddenly stood still. This bloodthirsty zombie's eyes seemed a bit hollow at the moment. Chapter 43, Jesus. How many supplies did Papa Zombie stock up on? Zhao Lin opened her eyes with some disbelief and saw that the evolved zombie in front of her had stopped moving at the same place, which made her a bit puzzled. However, in this life and death situation, Zhao Lin didn't have the heart to think about what had happened, and hurriedly ran around the zombies towards the police station. Being able to escape from a zombie was extremely difficult. Not to mention the fact that the other party was an evolved zombie. Zhao Lin's face was now full of panic, no longer capable of thinking. And it was only a few moments after she left that the evolved walker resumed moving again, only to see that the zombie, who had been ferocious just a moment ago, suddenly seemed to be manipulated by some kind of power, and dully walked towards the side of the store. The next second a figure slowly walked out from the middle of the corner. It was Lu Chuan who quickly arrived here. The reason why this evolved zombie did not continue to pursue Zhao Lin was also because Lu Chuan used his manipulation ability at this last moment and managed to control this evolved zombie. It really didn't occur to me that after all this time of the zombie crisis, there are still people with this kind of saintly heart? Lu Chuan had watched what had just happened in the store, realized that in these last days, every man for himself and every woman for herself. He had seen too many humans killing each other in the meantime. One second they were in liver and guts, the next they were directly backstabbing their companions and pushing them towards the zombies. This was the first time I had seen someone willing to sacrifice for the sake of their companions, voluntarily choosing to stay behind. Even when he is about to die, he is still thinking about those survivors in the police station who are strangers to him. Lu Chuan actually admires this kind of person, but disagree with this approach. After all, in such a selfish and sinful world, it is natural that people who can still preserve such pure humanity are very noble and good people. But the problem is that kindness and justice in the end times are the most useless things. Only living is fundamental. This kind of self-sacrificing is very rare in the end times. But it's just a shame that usually such kind people don't usually end up too well in the end times, because human nature is the last thing that can be easily guessed. However, Lu Chuan didn't care about this, and saving Zhao Lin this time was purely a matter of passing. And today had also allowed Lu Chuan to see that evolved zombies did have a notable fighting ability in front of ordinary humans. Even these gun-toting police officers were unable to kill such an evolved zombie. Lu Chuan nodded with satisfaction as he looked at the evolved zombie in front of him, whose torso was a bit thin, but whose hands had been transformed into sharp claws. The same evolved zombie, but this one in front of him was completely different from the big fat one he had previously taken in. Big Fat clearly went the route of being physical as well as offensive and defensive. And the agile type of zombie in front of them is so fast that even these trained officers can't hit it. Lu Chuan walked up and looked at the claws of this evolved zombie. And they were indeed extremely sharp. From this day forward you will be known as Lightning. When Lu Chuan arrived at the scene just now, he happened to see this zombie dodging bullets non-stop, and that swift speed could not be more appropriately described as lightning in his opinion. Lu Chuan then returned to the Sunshine District with his harvest. Looking at the two small and large figures guarding the doorway, Lu Chuan nodded with satisfaction. With Big Fatty and Lightning, the two strong evolved zombies, Lu Chuan only felt a sense of security. After this period of evolution and accumulation, Lu Chuan already had more than 20 ordinary low-level zombie puppets, as well as these two different types of evolved zombie puppets. Big Fat and Lightning are two different types of evolutionary zombies. Big Fat body size, robust strength defense, pull full. Lightning, on the other hand, focuses on the speed and attacking aspects, and the two have just about no shortcomings in one attack and one defense. Just one unconscious agile evolved zombie was enough to drive a team of gun-toting police officers to the brink of extinction. Now that he has more than 20 low-level zombies in his hands, as well as two evolved zombies, Lu Chuan feels that he can walk horizontally in the midst of this post-apocalyptic world. Unless he encountered those human armies with stronger firepower, Lu Chuan didn't feel that he would be much threatened. After all, even Big Fatty, who now had the strongest defense under his command, had no way of blocking an attack from a human hot weapon. As for whether it would evolve to be able to withstand human thermal weapons in the future, then Lu Chuan was not sure. However, now that the world has fallen, the end of the world has begun for more than a month, and up to now Lu Chuan has not seen any army entering the city for rescue. Only these police officers in the city had organized a rescue on a small scale, and then they were unable to hold out because there were simply too many zombies in the city and the lack of manpower caused them to be unable to hold out. This zombie outbreak was so sudden that the world fell. Lu Chuan estimated that I am afraid that the situation among the army is also not good. After all, there is no reason to only infect the residents within the city and not infect the army. Just as Lu Chuan was reviewing his army of corpse puppets, he didn't realize that Ji Rushue was no longer in the bedroom. Earlier, Lu Chuan quickly left after sensing the evolved zombies, and when Ji Rushue saw him leave, she secretly used her Nianli to open the door of the room as well. The current Ji Rushue had already broken through to the second stage, which had restored a lot of her confidence. With two powerful talents in hand and having broken through to the second stage, as long as she didn't encounter those stronger evolved zombies, Ji Rushue felt that she still wasn't in any danger. Ever since she had been reborn, Ji Rushue had stayed inside the house. It had been a long time since she had felt a moment of freedom, and this tiny body placed great restrictions on her movements. After this period of non-stop cultivation, coupled with having the support of Nianli, Ji Rushue's body was already able to walk normally, so Ji Rushue also started to try and see what life was like outside. After all, staying in the house every day would drive anyone crazy, not to mention that it was still like Ji Rushue, who had once become a supreme empress standing at the top of the pyramid. It was really hard for her to stay cooped up inside the house all day, before their own strength is weak is just. Now have the strength of self-protection. Ji Rushue do not want to continue to be smothered in the room. At least figure out where you are and what area you're in to do so. Walking down the stairs to the 6th floor, looking at the open door, Ji Rushue then walked in. The result was directly stunned by the scene in front of him. Only the rooms on the 6th floor were stuffed with all sorts of supplies. These large and small supplies filled up all the originally prepared storage space inside the room, not wasting any of it. Looking at these stuffed houses downstairs, Ji Rushue was surprised for a moment. His own zombie father had hoarded so many supplies in the middle of this post-apocalyptic world that he could have just opened a store. Chapter 44, Is Dad's evolutionary ability the transported man? Although Luchuan Sunshine District is an old neighborhood, it is also a two-family house with one staircase, only to see that the doors of the two rooms on the 6th floor were still open. Ji Rushue checked and realized that all of them were filled with all kinds of supplies. Upon walking into the room, he was able to see that there were several bags of rice piled up in the kitchen. Lin total. Ji Rushue checked. The room, those 50 pounds of rice are enough to prepare nearly 10 bags. And there are even a whole lot of formula like the one you need to serve brood. And also several well-known brands are available. There were enough cans of powdered milk to fill the cupboards. And there were piles of them all outside, literally like little mountains. Even with bags of powdered milk piled on top. Looking at the mountain of milk powder piled up in front of her, Ji Rushue had her eyes wide open for a moment. She didn't dare to imagine how long she would drink so much milk powder herself. I'm afraid that all this powdered milk has been pickled and flavored itself by the end of the drink. There was also a large amount of mineral water piled up inside the house, 3 meters high, right up to the ceiling. The same pile was like a small mountain, and with Ji Rushue's young body now, she couldn't even climb up. In addition to this, there are many household items, but basically they are for babies and toddlers. Examples include a wide variety of diapers, bottles, and bibs, a variety of toys for toddlers, as well as literacy cards and fairy tale books, etc. Luchuan brought back a lot of different kinds. After all, Luchuan had never brought up a child, and he didn't know exactly what to take as a baby growing up. So any baby products that he saw when he was sweeping, Luchuan directly let these zombies carry back all of them without dropping a single one. It's the end of the world now anyway, and these things don't cost anything. And Luchuan's heart is clear. The world has become so cruel, absolutely cannot always be smooth sailing. So as soon as possible to move the supplies back home so that can also rest assured some. And then moving all kinds of supplies have been piled up. There was only some space left in the living room, which was used by Luchuan to practice his fighting skills. Looking at the wide array of items in the room, Ji Rushue was shocked while feeling a warm current welling up in her heart. The zombie dad is obviously collecting so many supplies all for himself. After all, he doesn't need all these baby and toddler supplies for one zombie. Ji Rushue's small hand gently stroked the supplies, her black and white pupils filled with emotion amongst them. It must have taken a lot of effort for Papa Zombie to gather so many supplies and carry them back home in the middle of such a chaotic world. After all, he himself was shocked just looking at all the supplies. How in the world did the zombie dad do that? I'm afraid it's not that easy to move all these supplies back, is it? Looking at the room full of supplies, Ji Rushue couldn't help but fall into deep thought. After all, although the zombies will not feel too tired like humans, but after all, the ability of 2 hands is still limited. I'm afraid that these rice will not be so easy to move back. During the week, Dad either took care of himself or practiced his fighting skills, and went out very few times. With one walker trying to carry so many supplies, it would definitely take a lot of time. But I've never seen my own zombie dad spend so much time gathering supplies. Thinking of this, Ji Rushue couldn't help but fall into deep thought, but then her eyes snapped open. Yeah, the zombie dad is probably not a normal low-level zombie. If he was an evolved walker, then it would make sense. It's quite possible that the reason why you can move so many supplies has to do with the evolutionary abilities of the zombie dad. The more Ji Rushue thought about it, the more she felt that it was possible. After all, if it was just ordinary zombies, how could they carry so many supplies? But Dad, what exactly is his evolutionary ability? I can't believe I haven't seen any hint of it after all this time. Usually after a zombie evolves, it's more or less able to manifest itself in one way or another. But until now Ji Rushue had no clue, and could only feel that her zombie dad was more robust and more flexible than the usual zombies. Other than that, there doesn't seem to be anything special about it. Ji Rushue sat down on the sofa and began to search in her mind for the peculiar abilities of the kind of rare evolved zombies she had encountered in her previous life. In fact, there were indeed quite a few zombies with strange abilities. but Ji Rushua had thought about it for half a day, but she didn't know how she could go up against her zombie father. What's more, it's only the early stages of the apocalypse, and most zombies with peculiar abilities only begin to gradually reveal themselves in the mid to late stages. The zombies that awaken their special abilities in the early stages are like the martial arts wizards among the human clans. Absolutely one in a million. Looking at a room of supplies, Ji Rushua frowned. It's hard not to be a recluse ability. An Earth attribute elemental zombie that had awakened the ability to vanish was able to vanish underground at will, greatly reducing the time it took to move. Wanting to quickly move so many supplies into the house. In Ji Rushua's opinion, I'm afraid that only the recluse zombies can do it. On top of that, there is the possibility of zombies that have awakened their spatial abilities, such as transferring various supplies into a room directly through the power of space. But this possibility Ji Rushua dismissed it just by thinking about it. After all, the power of space was a very rare talent. Space and time will always be the most powerful two major existences. Time is not out of space for the king. With the existence of space talent, absolutely have the potential to achieve a party in the future of the top strong. And like this kind of zombie with a spatial talent, Ji Rushua had only heard of one head in her previous life. This kind of talent was too rare. Moreover, although the spatial ability had great potential and strength, it was the same as one's own time control, and it would take a huge amount of energy to use it in the early stages. Even now that she had broken through to the second rank, Ji Rushua basically used her imperial ability to fight. In the pre-apocalyptic situation where the strength was not formed, it was impossible to perform this level of talent frequently, and it would be more or less a waste to use the spatial ability to carry supplies. After Ji Rushua thought about it, she still decided to temporarily rule the zombie dad's ability as a recluse. After all, compared to the spatial talent, the possibility of a talent such as vanish was a bit greater, and it would also fulfill the need to hoard supplies. Ji Rushua wanted to continue downstairs to take a look, but then she heard a movement coming from the door of the unit. Unsurprisingly, it was Dad who had returned from his outing. Ji Rushua hurriedly ran back to her bedroom on the 7th floor in order not to reveal her current abilities, pretending as if nothing had happened. But there was some excitement in the middle of the heart. I didn't expect that. You really surprised me, Dad. Chapter 45. You are the police. Of course you are responsible for protecting us. Having harvested another great general, Lu Chuan was in a great mood. He could already imagine that in the near future, with a large number of strong zombies behind him, he would be able to live a prosperous life in this post-apocalyptic world. The two evolved zombies were left on the first floor to watch the door, while Lu Chuan returned to the 7th floor. Just as soon as he pushed the door into the house, Lu Chuan found a scene that shocked him. Little Chi-Chi had actually used the word book she had bought and was practicing writing on the floor. Although these fonts written by little Chi-Chi were crooked and looked very difficult to read, one could vaguely recognize exactly what the words were. Of course, the reason why it was written so crookedly was because Ji Rushua did it on purpose. She didn't want to expose her identity as a reborn person too early yet. Now that she could read and write at such a young age, that simply shouldn't be too outrageous. That's why she purposely wrote in a crooked font, barely pretending that she was studying. If you write very neatly when you first start writing, then I'm afraid that even a little cutie would be able to see that something was wrong. But even though the font was very difficult to read, Lu Chuan was still surprised and delighted after reading it. Although Lu Chuan had been single for many years without having been in a relationship, and likewise had never given birth to a child, he also knew that at an age like Xiao Chi-Chi's, babies were basically still crawling on the ground. When he himself and little Chi-Chi first met, the little guy could only lie in his crib, and he didn't even have the strength to cry. As a result, within such a short period of time, the little one has not only learned to stand and walk and talk, but has even begun to learn to write on his own. Lu Chuan felt more and more that his baby girl was an absolute prodigy. Even prodigy was not enough to describe Xiao Chi-Chi's intelligence. After all, in Lu Chuan's previous life, he hadn't heard of any child being able to be so outstanding at the age of Xiao Chi-Chi. What's more, this was even without his own participation in tutoring, and he was able to achieve this level of success just by little Chi-Chi's own self-study. However, Lu Chuan didn't think much about it, and he gave all these credits to little Chi-Chi's cleverness as well as the role of the learning machine. Worthy of being a genius learning machine, I'm sure you don't need parents to worry about studying. Watching the little guy practicing his handwriting there with one stroke, even though it was said that his handwriting was very scribbly now, it was already very anticlimactic. Lu Chuan's heart also rose a burst of complacency and pride. Perhaps this is as a parent looking forward to their son's inner sense of achievement. My Lu Chuan's daughter is just so extraordinary. Lu Chuan then gently squatted down and carefully pinched Ji Rushua's face. The little guy's skin is very smooth. Even in the end of the world has been groomed by Lu Chuan, and his skin is very white. Just like a porcelain doll is cute. Dad looks like he's happy today, so it looks like the outing should have been a good one. Ji Rushua secretly guessed in her heart. During this time together, Papa Walker pinches his face when he's not doing anything. Although Ji Rushua couldn't understand what the zombie father was trying to say, she was able to perceive that it was a sign of great joy within the zombie father's heart. Inside the police station, after escaping from the mouths of the evolved zombies, Zhao Lin returns to the police station alive to find a heated argument going on inside the station. On one side were his own colleagues, those officers within the police department. On the other side were those survivors they had taken in to rescue. At the moment these survivors whom they had rescued were all very emotional, pointing their noses at the officers and snapping at them. What are you guys doing for food? Why do you let us common folk go out and search for supplies? You're wearing police uniforms. And since you're police then protecting us is what you should be doing. We're taxpayers who pay so much money to feed you and you want us to go out and fight for our lives? Don't even think about it. The police officers who were pointed at and chided by these survivors. Each of them had a face that was incomparably blue with eyes full of gloom. Okay, what's going on here? Why is everyone arguing all of a sudden? Zhao Lin saw this and rushed forward to separate the two sides. Seeing that Zhao Lin had come back alive, the colleagues of the police force were all surprised. After all, when they left, they saw that Zhao Lin had already been cornered by that evolved zombie, and they didn't expect Zhao Lin to come back alive in this situation. Those survivors who were originally still sternly scolding the survivors changed their faces upon seeing Zhao Lin, revealing a look of excitement. Great Officer Cho, I didn't realize you were still alive. Officer Zhao, come on, you have to judge. Officer Li and Officer Wang even let us go out to search for supplies. Isn't this a joke? We're just a bunch of ordinary people. It's so dangerous out there. What if we go out and run into walkers? It's just how dangerous it is out there. To make us go out and search for supplies, it's outrageous. Hearing the words of these people, the faces of the police officers present became harder and harder. They didn't realize that they were risking their lives to go out and gather resources, and instead of being appreciated they were being turned on their heels. Officer Li and Officer Wang, thinking of today's situation in the store, heart will surge a nameless fire. All shut up, your lives are precious. Do we deserve to die? Why is it that every time, we are the ones who go out and risk our lives to gather resources, while you only need to stay inside and wait for the resources to be distributed, not wanting to put in any effort at all? Hearing her co-workers' complaints, Zhao Lin couldn't help but frown. Okay, everyone, stop arguing. The matter of searching for supplies should be left to us. As police officers then we naturally have to protect the public, and it's our duty to rush to the front in case of danger. Hearing such words from Zhao Lin, the survivors in the room applauded and cheered. It's still Officer Zhao who is righteous, unlike some people who are selfish. Yes, Officer Zhao is the real good cop. Thank you, Officer Zhao. These survivors were equally aware of how dangerous the outside world was, and that once they went out they might not come back, and they didn't want to go out and risk their lives. The two officers, Li and Wang, were grim to the core, but once they thought that Zhao Lin was the one who stepped in to lure the zombies away from them today, they just glanced at each other and coldly grunted before not continuing. The officers then proceeded to divide up the resources. The survivors couldn't help but complain for a moment as they saw the supplies distributed in their hands getting smaller and smaller. Officer Zhao, can you guys collect more food next time? There's simply not enough to eat with just this. Yeah, I'm hungry at night now. This food you guys brought back is so little. Hearing these people's complaints, Zhao Lin couldn't help but frown. However, seeing the embarrassment of everyone in the midst of the end times, Zhao Lin couldn't bear it inwardly or nodded helplessly. The food in the middle of the post-apocalyptic world was already getting less and less, and as a police officer Zhao Lin always believed that she should take care of everyone, so she assigned herself the least amount of supplies. The others were still getting their share of food twice a day now, while Zhao Lin was only eating a small bag of cookies a day. Chronic malnutrition made her feel dizzy from time to time. Chapter 46, Future Powerhouse, 9 Deadly Demon Police. Sunnyside. The originally calm garden road was currently resounding with a burst of air-breaking sounds, as well as the sound of metal clashing. Only two figures were seen moving with incomparable swiftness, almost like martial arts masters in a kung fu movie. For a time in this area the light of the blade kept flashing, and the sound of the blade cutting through the mid-air breaking through the air made one's scalp feel numb when listening to it. The two figures that were exchanging blows at this moment were none other than Lu Chuan and his newly acquired evolved corpse puppet Lightning. As Lu Chuan kept devouring whales and evolving, his own physical quality had already improved drastically compared to before. Coupled with the non-stop training and combat techniques during this period of time, ordinary low-rank corpse puppets could no longer fulfill Lu Chuan's combat requirements. Even if these corpse puppets came together, they would not feel much threat to Lu Chuan, and the big fatty who had been controlled earlier was really not suitable as a chaperone. Big Fatty was very stocky and powerful, and those two beating hammers swung as if they were sweeping through an army. Lu Chuan, who stood in front of Big Fatty, Felt like an infantryman going for a tank. So for now he won't be stupid enough to fight Big Fatty. And Lightning was undoubtedly his best sparring partner at the moment. Lightning didn't have the exaggerated size and strength of Big Fatty, but as an evolved zombie Lightning wasn't bad, even because Lightning was a physically evolved type. Its intensity was one step stronger than even Lu Chuan, who had devoured several crystal cores in a row. During this time Lu Chuan's corpse puppet hadn't searched the neighborhood for resources and found 2 more machetes inside a hardware store. After giving these 2 steel blades to Lightning, Lu Chuan gave the command to attack himself. Immediately after that there was the garden path. 2 figures kept sparring as if they were martial arts masters. The steel swords kept chopping in the middle of mid-air, even bursting into flames. Whoosh! As an agile evolved zombie, the lightning body burst out extremely fast, and the figure had to be a whole lot faster than Lu Chuan as it rolled around. Even after Lu Chuan had practiced his combat skills for a long time, he could only be forced to defend himself against the dual sword-wielding lightning. Even the slightest carelessness may result in injury. However, Lu Chuan's own body coordination and combat awareness also continued to grow in the midst of non-stop honing. Along with each collision between the blades, Lu Chuan felt like his arm was going to be heavily bounced off. Between the 2 of them, Lu Chuan performed all those memories of his previous life's movements in his mind, as well as the combat skills he had recently acquired. Lu Chuan now sort of realized how important it was to have an accompaniment that was strong enough and suitable for him. After fighting for a long time, Lu Chuan stopped the command. Looking at the lightning in front of him, who was holding dual swords, Lu Chuan secretly nodded in his heart. Although lightning was only at the 1st rank, it was worthy of being a physically evolved zombie. In melee combat, Lu Chuan's current strength was still slightly inferior to lightning. Although the battle between the 2 sides was more dangerous compared to the battle with the low-level zombies, Lu Chuan was very excited. Although he himself had been suppressed, Lu Chuan had a feeling of being soundly beaten. His own combat skills improved by leaps and bounds during this battle. Far more progress than grinding with low-rank zombies. Lu Chuan had never let go of his preparations to hone his own strength, even though his own evolved ability was to control zombies through his thoughts. But Lu Chuan felt that he still couldn't rely too much on this ability. After all, in case he didn't have any corpse puppets around him anymore and the opponent couldn't manipulate himself, then he had to rely on his own ability. Only own have strong enough strength. This is the king of survival in the end of the day. Looking at the evolved zombies in front of him, Lu Chuan thought about it and then gave the order again. Another burst of sword flashes in the middle of this area. Anyway, zombies will not be like humans. Need to consume a lot of time to rest, also eat a variety of food to replenish their energy. After briefly summarizing his experience of the battle just now, Lu Chuan began to cultivate once again. Ji Ruxue inside the house started to wander around again after Lu Chuan left the room. Ji Ruxue kept rummaging through the various miscellaneous items in the room. She wanted to look to see if she could obtain some valid information. Currently, after being reborn, Ji Ruxue had been living in the middle of her bedroom, and still didn't know exactly where she was here. After turning over a large pile of documents and papers, Ji Ruxue hurriedly opened them one by one to check them out. So this is Jianghai City. Ji Ruxue found a contract amongst a pile of scattered documents, which clearly recorded information about the property here. Finally figuring out her current geographical location, Ji Ruxue also secretly sighed in relief. After all, he had the memories of his previous life, which he could always utilize after being reborn. It was only that Ji Ruxue felt some pity that the situation in this Jianghai city was not very clear to herself. In Ji Ruxue's memories, there were 2 very famous and powerful people in this Jianghai city. The 2 powerhouses were one human and one mutated ferocious beast. None of them were of the evolved zombie variety. Among them, the one from the human race was a powerhouse who had reached the Imperial Realm and was called the 9 Deaths Demon Police. The name sounded very strange, but Ji Ruxue had heard that this 9 Deaths Demon Police was engaged in the police profession before the end of the world, and a policewoman. However, the most crucial thing was that this woman's ability was very special, and she actually possessed a bizarre resurrection technique. This ability to resurrect was like a plug-in in the end times, and the most crucial thing was that this plug-in of the 9 Deaths Demon Police could be performed 9 times in a row. There are a total of 9 resurrections, and with each death, her strength skyrocketed several times after resurrection. It could be said that this was a very heaven-defying existence, which was almost like a plug-in, like a natural ability that could almost make one invincible. And it's with such a peculiar ability that this policewoman has experienced backstabbing deaths of teammates and more in the lead-up to the zombie apocalypse. Her original passion for the country and the people was gradually frozen in the abominable humanity of the last days, and she was transformed into a cold-blooded god of killing, eventually growing all the way up to become one of the top powerhouses. And that other evolved ferocious beast was from a giant white bear inside a zoo. After the outbreak of the zombie crisis, the zoo was also left unmanaged, and the ferocious beasts were either eaten by the zombies or mutated to become immensely powerful. The white bear, which was already very large in size, was even more powerful in battle. This king of ferocious beasts was called the Thunder Roar, a mutated giant bear that controlled the power of thunder. Chapter 47, Jirushua, I'm going to train my dad to be the strongest zombie. For the white bear named Thunder Roar who had mastered the power of thunder. Jirushua actually didn't know much about it. After all, she was the empress of the human race, and even if she met with ferocious beasts, most of the time it was just a fight. On the contrary, this celebrity powerhouse 9 Deaths Demon Police, Jirushua had once dealt with the other party a few times in her previous life. Even Jirushua had once killed this policewoman with her own hands. It was also this encounter that allowed Jirushua to learn about such a peculiar evolutionary ability of the 9 Deaths Demon Police. Being able to resurrect after death was much more powerful than any unusual talent. The key thing is that it's counterintuitive to be able to increase your strength after you die, even if the other natural abilities are strong. But once a person is dead, they are dead. This policewoman was different, and was able to resurrect multiple times, which was a natural ability that many people had the luxury of wishing for. However, this Jianhai city's human powerhouse was really unlucky. The time Jirushua cut her down was already her 9th death. Although the strength of this Jianhai city's 9 Deaths Demon Police was not as strong as Jirushua, who was an empress in her previous life, she had already reached the emperor realm, and was considered one of the top powerhouses after the end of the world. It wasn't easy for Jianhai City to be able to give birth to such a top-notch powerhouse, mainly because her abilities were simply too heaven-defying. Thinking back to the memories of her previous life, Jirushua's mouth couldn't help but curl up into a smile. I don't know if I'll be able to meet that woman with the strange talent after I'm reborn. It's not easy to meet in the middle of a sea of people. Not to mention that this is the end of the world where you can die at any time. And although Jianhai City is not big, but also is not a small city, want to meet each other, I'm afraid it's not so easy. Jirushua estimates that after his rebirth is very difficult to meet with each other again. It really didn't occur to me that there was someone else who could possess the ability to resurrect. Only then, if I could have met her in advance, I would have considered taking this fellow under my wing. Jirushua secretly pondered in her mind. After the night of the blood moon of doom, the human survivor's advancement is largely dependent on the evolutionary abilities they have awakened. The more outstanding the awakened ability and the more outstanding the talent, then the more likely one would become a top powerhouse in the future. People like the 9 Deaths Demon Police who possessed the ability to be resurrected, and who could be strengthened several times after resurrection, were really few and far between. What's more, this policewoman had indeed cultivated to the Emperor realm to become a top powerhouse in her own memories. In fact, with such a heaven-defying ability, this 9 Deaths Demon Police should have originally been able to go even farther. And the Imperial realm was actually just a transitional period for someone with such an ability. Perhaps because of his own personality, this 9 Deaths Demon Police wasted too many precious resurrection opportunities in the pre-apocalyptic period. If he could adapt to the post-apocalyptic life as early as possible and start improving his strength as early as possible, saving this precious resurrection opportunity for later, there was a chance to break through to the Emperor realm. Breaking through to the Emperor realm that was the true top powerhouse on this planet. It would be fine if it was an ordinary person, but a person who possessed the potential of an emperor level was still worth pulling in and taking in himself. The zombie dad's natural ability. Jirushua was still not 100% sure, and in their own memories this Jianhai city actually did not give birth to particularly powerful zombies. That is to say that according to the evolutionary trajectory of his previous life, his own zombie father will most likely encounter various life and death crises at a later stage. Pull in some talented and strong people so that you can better protect your zombie dad yourself. After confirming the geographical location she was currently in, Jirushua put these rummaged up documents back again. She then returned to her bed with a sense of relief, sat down on her knees and began to cultivate. As Jirushua's strength broke through, the speed at which this Liuli breathing technique operated also became faster and faster. Jirushua's current sense of those energy factors in the air was also sharper than before. A large amount of energy factors merged into Jirushua's body, constantly hammering her now somewhat petite body. At the same time, most of these energy factors were used to enhance Jirushua's chanting power. It seemed that because of practicing the Liuli breathing method, Jirushua had absorbed a large amount of the energy factor in the air, so Jirushua's growth was slightly faster than that of an ordinary baby. In this way Jirushua cultivated for a long time. After a long time, when she slowly opened her eyes after running through another circumference in her body. However, looking at the empty room around her, Jirushua couldn't help but be a little puzzled. Zombie dad has been out for so long and he hasn't come back yet as a result? Is it hard to believe that they're out gathering supplies again? These supplies downstairs alone will be enough for a long time. There shouldn't be any surprises. Ever since she realized that her current location was Jianhai City, Ji Rushue looked at her zombie father's safety even more seriously, because the current zombie dad has a human consciousness, but also likely to have some kind of special natural ability. This zombie should logically become more and more powerful, but in their own previous life and did not find this kind of existence in Jianhai City, then there is only one possibility: is their own zombie father. The probability of danger. Ji Rushue stood up and walked to the door, hearing the silence downstairs without the slightest movement. She thought about it, then she secretly opened the door again and walked downstairs. This time Ji Rushue directly went to the 5th floor, and she found that the door on the 5th floor obviously had traces of being pried as well. After Ji Rushue opened the door and walked in, she was immediately shocked by the scene inside the house, only to see that the 2 rooms on the 5th floor were exactly the same as the 6th floor, with the same large amount of resources piled up, still mainly food and water. There are also a variety of baby clothes and toys, and some of the most stocked up items are baby items. No doubt this was all prepared by the zombie dad specifically for himself. Looking at the mountain of supplies, Ji Rushue's eyes shocked than earlier. At the same time the heart also feel more touched. The original zombie father back their own has paid so much. I didn't realize that what I had previously seen on the 6th floor was actually just the tip of the iceberg. Now it seemed that he had underestimated the special ability of the zombie father to carry so many supplies without a word. Ji Rushue suddenly had a new idea, and then continued walking towards the downstairs. As expected, the locks of the rooms on the 4th and 3rd floors had been violently pried open, and a large amount of supplies were piled up inside. Ji Rushue was dumbfounded, not realizing that her dad had filled the entire building almost to the brim in the meantime. Is it hard to believe that every time dad goes out these days, he just moves everything he can use in the neighborhood right back into the house? Can't see the zombie dad having this hamster property. Everyone else hoards just a whole bunch of stuff. His own zombie dad hoards a whole building straight away. Ji Rushue's heart became more and more touched. So many supplies are dad's love for himself. It's all the zombie dad who built the kingdom for himself. Oh no! Move back to the Milky Way to be precise. Ji Rushue smiled, then continued walking towards the stairs, but just as she reached the 2nd floor her face instantly changed. Ji Rushue detected a very fierce and strong aura, which was completely different from ordinary zombies. What's going on here? Is there an evolved zombie downstairs? Ji Rushue hurriedly lightened her footsteps and silently arrived at the 2nd floor balcony. She looked down from the window and saw an extremely fit and powerful presence. Big Fatty was guarding the entrance of the building of the unit door with his double hammers in hand, and from afar he looked almost like a door god. What's going on here? Why is there a tank-type walker present downstairs? Ji Rushue's pupils contracted for a moment. She didn't think that there was an evolved zombie that had appeared downstairs with her zombie father. Strange. How did dad get out when such a powerful evolved walker was guarding the downstairs? Oh yeah, almost forgot the zombie dad is an evolved zombie too. So it seems that the ability dad awakened must be the ability to vanish. The big fatty guarding the downstairs made Ji Rushue more and more certain of Lu Chuan's awakened talent. In Ji Rushue's opinion, it was only this kind of recluse talent that could slip out silently in front of the evolved zombies, and it was only this talent for hiding that allowed his zombie dad to carry back so many supplies in a short time. Ji Rushue didn't startle Big Fatty at the door and quietly returned to the 7th floor again, although it was said that with his current ability that had already broken through to the 2nd stage. Under the 2 talents of Nianli and Time Mastery, this evolved zombie of the first robbery could not yet help himself. But Ji Rushue also had no intention of fighting her opponent. After successfully determining the zombie father's natural ability, Ji Rushue was very happy in her heart. Although the recluse zombie's fighting ability was not particularly outstanding, and would not necessarily achieve a party of corpse kings in the future, at least the ability to save its life was top-notch, which reassured Ji Rushue a lot. Since dad is an evolved zombie, that's good. We need to find a way to hunt more evolved zombies for dad to devour the crystal core to evolve, so that even if he's a recluse talent he can still become a powerful zombie. Thinking of this, Ji Rushue secretly nodded her head and began to calculate in her mind. After a while, we'll go ahead and exterminate the big guy on the 1st floor. It must be very inconvenient for dad to travel back and forth with such a tough thing guarding the outside. He himself could still use the crystal cores of the evolved zombies to help Daddy T further enhance his strength. Thinking of this, Ji Rushue thought of that strong beast emperor in Jianhai City again. The white bears, called Thunder Roar by the survivors, became very violent after evolving and mutating. In her previous life, Ji Rushue had heard that this Thunder Roar could be said to be making waves in Jianhai City. Several large and fairly stable human survivor bases were destroyed at the hands of this giant bear. She decided in her heart that in the future, in case she bumped into this giant bear, she would also destroy it in passing, as if she was doing the people a favor. Moreover, the crystal core of Thunder Roar, a mutated ferocious beast that had the potential to become a beast emperor, would definitely be helpful to Dad. Chapter 48, News from the Survivor Base. Lu Chuan, who was fighting with lightning, doesn't know that his own general is now on his baby daughter's hunting list. After all, Lu Chuan is also hard to imagine. A short time ago still lying in the crib cannot move. Just learned to walk on both legs before trying to walk not more than a few days of small babies, but can be able to open the door alone down the stairs. After battling with lightning for a long time again, the duo's powerful machetes basically destroyed all those greenery around them as if they were swept away by the autumn wind. Looking at the agile zombie in front of him who was holding dual swords, Lu Chuan nodded with satisfaction. After a few exchanges, his own fighting skills had greatly improved. Maneuvering Lightning back to Building 5 with himself, he left Lightning downstairs to watch the door with Big Fatty, while Lu Chuan went back upstairs to purposely take a shower first. He was a zombie now, but he was still living with the little one after all. If it was the month when the end of the world had just begun, Lu Chuan would indeed live every day as if it didn't matter. As long as he didn't leave too much blood on his body he wouldn't clean it up particularly. But today is different. Now that he is followed by a small baby, Lu Chuan has to be groomed and cleaned every day. Anyway, he had also collected a large amount of resources through corpse puppets, and the others' cherished drinking water had been piled up in a building under his own collection. On the one hand, it is to prevent bacteria. After all, the little 7-7 age is still small, resistance is not at all like adults. Must focus on the protection of health and safety. On the other hand, Lu Chuan also did not want the odor from his body. Close up would smoke Xiao Chi Chi. However, Lu Chuan realized that as he kept evolving, those features on his body that belonged to zombies didn't seem to be as obvious as they were in the beginning. Even the original hideous wound at the shoulder had healed without even realizing it after devouring the crystal core. Lu Chuan looked in the mirror and felt that although his current self was a zombie, his appearance didn't look as bad as before now. After freshening up, Lu Chuan changed into a set of simple and clean shirts, and even sprayed that one lightly scented designer perfume. Only when Lu Chuan returned to the 7th floor did he realize that little Chi-Chi was now lying on the sofa in a deep sleep. The little guy looks very quiet and peaceful, lying there like a little angel like love. Although Ji Rushue said that she had already broken through to the second stage through the Liuli breathing method, she was still just a little baby after all. Under normal circumstances, a small baby of Ji Rushue's age would already be good enough to crawl back and forth on the bed, and Ji Rushue is now able to climb the stairs of the 7th floor back and forth up and down all by herself. Simply the female martial arts god among babies. But after all, the raw power of this body is too weak. Even if it breaks through to the second stage, most of the enhancement is the power of the mind. For the increase in the power of the physical body is not too obvious. It didn't take long for Ji Rushue to fall into a deep sleep after crawling back to her room. Looking at such a cute little Chi-Chi on the sofa, Lu Chuan decided that since the little one was now able to walk on the ground, it was time to take her out for some fresh air. Staying indoors all the time, and there was no one who could communicate with him properly, and the window was also sealed with wooden boards by himself. Lu Chuan was really worried that being in this kind of closed environment would affect little Chi-Chi's character. What's more, with the evolution of his own strength, the zombies in the Sunshine District had already been cleaned up by his own corpse puppets. Lu Chuan selected some of the ones with sound limbs and a robust build to add to his squad of corpse puppets, while the rest were killed by him. After all, the end of the world is the most lack of zombies. Even if their own corpse puppet was killed by the evolution of zombies, the big deal is to go to the street to control a few random head on the line. The safety of the community is the most important. Lu Chuan had already mapped out the surrounding terrain during this time, and although the Sunshine District was an old neighborhood, it also had a closed environment. At that time, he could directly have Big Fatty guard the cell gate with his twin hammers in hand, while Lightning would follow in the shadows to protect little Chi-Chi's safety. There was no one in this sunny little area who could bring threat to the little one. Not to mention that there was also himself who would accompany little Chi-Chi. Even if he went out to let off steam, there would not be any danger. Not long ago, Lu Chuan still needed to worry about survival in the middle of the apocalypse, but now that he had control over 2 evolved zombies one after another, the bottom of Lu Chuan's heart was already much thicker than before. And the next few days went by very quietly. Lu Chuan still dispatched the master puppets to act as surveillance probes in the surrounding area, patrolling or searching for supplies. Little Chi-Chi spends her days at home practicing walking upright or cuddling with her learning machine, learning to speak and communicate as well as practicing her handwriting. As these few days passed, little Chi-Chi could be said to have made rapid progress, making Lu Chuan feel more and more that his daughter was simply a prodigy. Lu Chuan himself, on the other hand, was in the open area of the neighborhood every day, engaging in Imperial City PKs with Lightning. As an agile zombie, Lightning was Lu Chuan's best sparring partner after he wielded the dual swords. In the course of several days of exchanging blows, Lu Chuan's combat experience had risen linearly, and his utilization of various combat techniques and his own agility had improved to a great extent. Buzz off! Suddenly a loud roar came from the middle of the sky. Lu Chuan hurriedly hid under a big tree and vigilantly looked towards the sky above. only an army green helicopter was seen flying through the middle of the sky. Immediately afterward, Lu Chuan saw densely packed papers spilling from the sky, and this helicopter was actually spreading flyers. Lu Chuan did not think Lu Chuan had thought that the army had fallen, but he did not expect to have a helicopter enter the city after such a long time. Lu Chuan picked up the information on the flyer and realized that it really wasn't just Zhanghai City, the entire world had fallen, and the military in Zhanghai City has already formed a base for survivors in a township outside the city. The flyer mainly calls for survivors from all over the world to volunteer to go to the survivor base, and Lu Chuan noticed that the evolvers among the humans were specifically mentioned in the flyer as a way to inspire the remaining humans to have hope in life again. It seems that after all this time, the military has slowed down and have all formed survivor bases. Lu Chuan just checked the information on the flyer before throwing it away. After all, now he is a zombie. The human survivor base has nothing to do with himself. Really let those humans run into him. I'm afraid that he will first ask himself to eat a shuttle bullet. Ji Ruxue in the bedroom on the 7th floor also heard the movement of the airplane and hurriedly manipulated her nimbus to obtain a flyer. After seeing the message on it, Ji Ruxue burst into a cold laugh. Ji Ruxue recalled that in her previous life, because she still had expectations for humanity in the pre-apocalyptic period, she had joined a base of human survivors at that time, but after entering, Ji Ruxue realized that even this large human survivor base was still filled with darkness. With the end of time, that original public order of equality for all has long since been overturned. Evolvers become human beings, and the stronger they are the more treatment they will be able to enjoy. The ordinary survivors, on the other hand, are relegated to the lowest level of productivity, while the upper echelons of the survivor base could drink red wine and eat steak, and live in the most cozy and comfortable environments. The ordinary survivors could only huddle inside the cold and damp group quarters and receive a fixed amount of small supplies. The most critical thing is that even in the end of the world, human beings are still unable to unite to resist the zombies, and they are still fighting with each other. When Ji Ruxue didn't grow up in her previous life, she had almost fallen in the tide of corpses when she was counted by a treacherous person. Sweeping the flyer in her hand, Ji Ruxue threw it out with a sneer. It seemed to her that living with those hooked-up humans was better than staying with her zombie dad. At least zombie dads don't victimize themselves. Chapter 49, could it be that laborers are evolved? What happened? How did that plane fly away? It's been so long. It's hard to see an airplane. How can you stop and leave without stopping? Damn it! We've lasted for so long inside the end times, and this airplane isn't even here to pick us up. The survivors in the police station were originally excited when they heard the buzzing in the middle of the sky. Everyone thought the end had lasted so long that they had finally waited for the military to come to their rescue, so the first thing they did was to come outside the house. But after a long time of waiting on the ground and waving their arms, the plane left in the distance without stopping, not to pick them up at all. If you can't see the plane, it's just a matter of time. The plane came and left again, which led to the survivors present many people's mentality is on the verge of collapse, and constantly cursing loudly. Looking at the distant helicopter, the crowd was overwhelmed with disappointment and annoyance. A flash of helplessness flashed in Zhao Lin's eyes as well, but the crowd still picked up the flyer and checked it out. Great! It's the survivor base. We're saved. I knew the humans couldn't all be dead, and sure enough there's still the strength to build a survivor base. This base is just outside the city where there are fewer zombies. Maybe there are still warm rooms and plenty of food there. Let's also move to the survivor base. The survivors, who had just been very disappointed, picked up the sheets and read the message, then became excited and renewed their hope. However, these ordinary people were unarmed and powerless, so the survivors then turned their attention to Zhao Lin and a group of other police officers. Officer Zhao, you're police officers, it's your duty to keep us safe. You're going to escort our survivor base there. That's right. And we don't have a gun in our hands, so you must protect us. The tone of these survivors was full of deservedness, as if protecting their lives in the end of days was truly the duty of Zhao Lin and the others. Hearing the survivors' words, the other officers in the room were instantly displeased. Are you guys crazy? If you want to get yourselves killed, don't drag us with you. Idiot. Don't even look at where that survivor base is. It's so far away from our police district location. By the time we get to the place we might have already been eaten by zombies. That's right. You guys hide inside every day to live a miserable life, and you certainly don't think it's dangerous for us to play for our lives outside. In the beginning, there were far more police officers than these people, but out of their own duties. So when the advent of the danger of the end of the past, the police department has a large number of police officers to go out to search and rescue. As a result, everyone underestimated the strength of the zombies, leading to a massive loss of manpower. During this time of gathering supplies, it was inevitable that some of the remaining surviving officers would fall. Now these survivors, who had the audacity to let the remaining police officers escort them to the survivor base, had really pissed off these police officers. For a while the two sides argued again. Seeing the heated argument, Zhao Lin couldn't help but have a bout of headache and hastily spoke out to stop it. Okay, everyone, let's stop arguing for a moment. Let's just settle down and talk it out. I can understand everyone's feelings of wanting to leave the city for the survivor base, and since we are police officers, then we will definitely protect you, and I promise to lead you to the base together. When Zhao Lin said this, the survivors who were still furious cheered, and one by one, they all gathered around Zhao Lin. Or Officer Zhao is the good guy. This is the real police. However, the rest of the police officers each had a very ugly face. The road to the survivor base was very far, and no one knew what would happen. It was very likely that they would be surrounded by a wave of corpses and even encounter evolved zombies. Zhao Lin, now is not the time to be capricious. Do you know how dangerous the outside world is? What are you going to escort them to the survivor base with? There's a good chance we won't get far before the walkers eat us. Seeing that her co-workers were against it, Zhao Lin hurriedly started persuading again. I know it's dangerous to travel to the survivor base, but think about it, now that there are evolved zombies, those guys are powerful. The city is already full of zombies. Staying here is not a long-term solution. It will definitely become more and more dangerous. And we're running low on supplies already. We need some kind of resupply. This survivor base is built outside the city, away from the huge tide of corpses. The probability of surviving is much higher than if we were in the city. After hearing Zhao Lin's words of persuasion, the many police officers one by one also stopped speaking with ugly faces. The crowd reluctantly reached a compromise for a while, and then began to formulate a plan. The survivor base is a very long distance away, and it's impossible to walk there. First we have to find some kind of replacement vehicle, preferably one with a high enough chassis for a sturdy vehicle. The zombie apocalypse crisis came so suddenly that there were many paralyzed and even exploding and burning vehicles on the road. This, coupled with the likelihood of encountering walkers along the way, makes the requirement for a mobility scooter high. It's best to get some big trucks that have a high enough chassis and are heavy enough to run all the way over even if they encounter a walker blocking the road. Zhao Lin analyzed with a frown. And the abandoned vehicles along the way can just be rammed through, and the big trucks will be able to fit us all in. All we need is a heavy-duty truck. After hearing Zhao Lin's plan, a middle-aged man among the survivors raised his hand. Officer Zhao, if you need a truck then I can help. I specialized in driving big trucks for long distances before the apocalypse broke out, but the apocalyptic crisis broke out so suddenly that my truck was out of the neighborhood and parked inside the house. Zhao Lin was so excited when she heard that she didn't think that there would be truck drivers in the survivors by such a coincidence. If the truck problem could be fixed, the chances of the crowd surviving would be greatly increased. Zhao Lin hurriedly said in an inquisitive manner, "Then where is your house? We'll bring the truck back as soon as possible. It's not too far from the police station. My house is in the Sunnyside neighborhood, meanwhile in a basement. In total, nearly 20 survivors live here, both men and women. The basement was very dark and smelled of feces and urine. All kinds of materials are thrown randomly in the basement. The surrounding environment is very messy and dirty, because of the ventilation problems caused by the indoor smell is simply disgusting. Congo, brother gang, there's good news. What's all the noise about? If you draw the zombies over, believe it or not I'll smack you to death." The man known as Kong was sleeping with the woman in his arms and was very upset when his little brother woke him up. "Look, Kong, it's a flyer from the helicopter in the sky. So they've set up a survivor base. Brother Zhang, the brothers really can't stay in this place anymore. You're so strong, take us with you to the survivor base." However, in the face of his minions please, the man simply waved his hand casually. "Get the out of here. All of you. Go yourself. It's full of zombies out there. If you're not afraid to die you're on your own." Before the outbreak of the apocalypse, Gangzi was just a member of the lower class, with little status and no one paying attention to him. Now after the outbreak of Armageddon, with his own strength in the survivor team but he became the boss. Every day is just cuddling women to vent their desires, obtaining food that they prioritize, and having so many people bragging after them. It seemed like a godly day to him. However, after flipping through the back of the flyer and seeing the information about the emergence of evolvers amongst the humans, Gundam's eyes lit up. This divine power of mine just suddenly skyrocketed some time ago. Could it be that Labor is the legendary evolver? Chapter 50. Whatever your purpose is, just beat you to death. What's Daddy out working on again? How come he's been gone a lot lately again? Ji Rushua opened her eyes from the middle of her cultivation, only to realize that her zombie father wasn't inside the room again. Ji Rushua had gotten used to spending time with her zombie father, but lately, the other party had been absent from inside the house a lot for some unknown reason, especially after it had been determined that her zombie dad was an evolved zombie. It made Ji Rushua even more curious about what her zombie dad did when he went out every day. Left alone in her room, Ji Rushua really felt a bit annoyed and bored. Staying on the sofa, Ji Rushue suddenly thought of something, and then ran to a drawer next to a large black telescope, from which he turned over a large black telescope. It was left behind by the original owner of the room. Ji Rushue found this in passing when she found that housing contract earlier. Holding this one huge telescope, Ji Rushue excitedly pushed the small bench to the edge of the balcony, and then climbed onto the bench with both hands and feet with force. This black telescope was so large that the current Ji Rushue was merely the body of a small baby. This black telescope was about as wide as her head, and Ji Ru Blood couldn't do it if she wanted to view it normally, so she could only view it with one eye. The little guy just kept looking out the window with the binoculars in his arms, looking very funny and cute. In the middle of the telescope's view, the city outside was full of decay. You can see that not far from here. It's all still burning with a huge fire. After all, the outbreak of the zombie crisis was so sudden that many people were still working or driving their cars, only to suddenly mutate into zombies. So much so that many explosions were set off in the middle of the city, and there simply weren't enough firefighters to go around. So many of the local fires were doused by the heavy rains that followed. But even so, the zombie-induced explosions continued unabated, and every now and then a fire would burn. The thick black smoke all coalesced above the city, making the entire city of Zhanghai look incredibly dilapidated. The streets were filled with hideous and terrifying zombies, one wandering aimlessly. Ji Rushue kept scanning with her binoculars, but she didn't find any human survivors. Walkers everywhere, not a single sign of human survivors. Looking at these dilapidations in front of her, Ji Rushue sighed helplessly. It really was exactly the same as the world she lived in her previous life, and there were no changes. Sure enough, in these early days of the zombie apocalypse, there is only endless death in the middle of the city. What's that big guy doing in front of the neighborhood? Ji Rushue realized that the big-headed tank-type plant zombie in the middle of the binoculars had not appeared downstairs in her own building now, but had run to the entrance of the Sunshine District. Those twin sledgehammers stood by his side, almost like a door god. It's also good, although I don't know why this big guy suddenly ran over there, but not blocking the doorway will make it much easier for his zombie dad to come in and out later. Ji Rushue had already decided that Lu Chuan was the awakened recluse talent, so she had always thought that with such a tank-type evolved zombie around, Lu Chuan could only get in and out of the building every day through the recluse method. Ji Rushue continued to search for Lu Chuan's figure with the binoculars again, but unfortunately, perhaps it was the angle. His current orientation did not overlook the entire neighborhood, so he did not find Lu Chuan's figure. Ji Rushue couldn't help but flash a flash of disinterest and disappointment among her eyes when she didn't find her zombie father. There's nothing new to see, as there's nothing but decay and zombies all around. Ji Rushue put the binoculars back and somewhat disappointedly returned to the sofa to continue starting her cultivation. Now in this situation she didn't have anything else to do other than cultivate every day. It was just that Ji Rushue didn't realize that in the corner she didn't see, Lu Chuan was having an expert duel with lightning. Bang! 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 The sound of swords clashing was very harsh. The machete in Lu Chuan's hand and the steel blade in Lightning's hand kept sparring with each other. Both burst out bursts of sparks, the two of them that strong blade in the mid-air crossing. That burst of air-breaking sound makes people's scalp numb. Lightning's movements were as swift as ever, and the swinging of those twin swords caused the lights of the blades around them to flicker incessantly. However, Lu Chuan's own combat skills had also improved drastically due to the recent spate of battles with him. After intense training every day, Lu Chuan went from only being able to take passive hits at first to barely being able to fight. And now after his combat skills had been drastically improved, Lu Chuan could already fight Lightning back and forth. Although he himself was inferior to Lightning in terms of speed, he could make up for this aspect with his perfected combat skills. Purely from the perspective of combat skills, Lu Chuan had already finished off his opponent. As for strength and speed, this was not something that could be enhanced by just exercising on one's own, and one could only rely on the crystal cores to allow one to evolve. However, if it was a case of equal physical fitness, Lu Chuan was confident that he would be able to cut his opponent down in a few rounds. Looking at the machete in his hand, Lu Chuan nodded with satisfaction. His own cultivation during this period of time had not been in vain, and this kind of almost high-pressure practical training was what would allow his strength to increase by leaps and bounds. Today's actual battle can almost be over. Little Chi-Chi is probably already awake. It's time to go back and cook for her. Lu Chuan nodded with satisfaction, and then he was ready to go home and take a shower. But just then his mind moved, and he hastily switched his viewpoint to the big fat side, only to see a few sneaky figures suddenly come at the entrance of the Sunshine District. These four figures were none other than Zhao Lin with two police officers and the middle-aged man who could drive a big truck. The group dodges the walkers and sneaks into the Sunshine Homes neighborhood, trying to escape the area in their truck. However, when they saw the big fatty standing at the gate of the neighborhood, with a very robust body type, Zhao Lin and the others were all startled. The rest of the police officers and the truck driver immediately wanted to retreat. It was not the first time they had encountered an evolved zombie, and the combat strength was not comparable to ordinary zombies. Yet Jolin insisted on moving on. Don't be afraid everyone, the truck is inside. It's our hope to get out of the city. We've encountered this kind of big guy before when we were searching for supplies. I'll distract him. Tank-type zombies are robust and powerful, but they also have a disadvantage. That is, they are just too big. With this slender figure of Zhao Lin's, she could completely run into the middle of the narrow passageway to hide. Only Zhao Lin quietly appeared not far from Big Fatty, picked up a stone from the roadside and smashed it directly towards Big Fatty, wanting to lure this zombie away. Is that the policewoman? Lu Chuan recognized Zhao Lin in front of him after switching viewpoints. Only that he didn't understand why this Zhao Lin came all the way to Sunny Home instead of searching for supplies near the police station. And Zhao Lin was likewise very puzzled. Normally an evolved zombie would have rushed towards him, but now Big Fatty was standing still, throwing a few more stones one after another, and seeing that the other party still didn't react, Zhao Lin simply took out her pistol. Lu Chuan was instantly enraged when he saw this scene, although he didn't know what the other party's purpose was, but since he dared to pull out a gun on his corpse puppet, then there was only one way to die. Chapter 51. This big guy is so fierce. Dad must be scared. Bang! A gunshot suddenly rang out in the silent street. Seeing that Big Fatty hadn't been moving, Zhao Lin directly shot him in the head. Because the evolved zombies had a very large amount of intimidation for ordinary zombies, the zombies roaming the streets basically wouldn't come this way when Big Fatty stood at the entrance of the neighborhood. Seeing that there were no zombies in the four directions, Zhao Lin then dared to shoot. Otherwise, even if she was able to escape from the tank-type evolved zombies, she would be torn to pieces by the ordinary zombies attracted by the gunshots. However, Lu Chuan had already prepared himself when he saw Zhao Lin draw her gun and directly maneuvered these two giant hammers to block his head. For into the tank-type zombies, as long as they don't hurt their heads, the rest is not a big problem at all. Zhao Lin also froze in place at the moment. He hadn't thought that this tank-type evolved zombie would even block with a hammer, and all of his own bullets were stopped by the other party with a giant hammer. Zhao Lin had fought quite a few zombies during this period of time in order to search for supplies, but this was the first time she had seen this strange zombie. Aha! There were gunshots? The sudden sound of gunfire caused Ji Ruxue, who was in the middle of her cultivation, to be startled. She hurriedly quit her cultivation, her short legs striding frantically as she ran to the balcony and took out her binoculars to look in the direction of the cell entrance, just in time to see the gun-toting Zhao Lin and Big Fatty confronting each other. What the hell? How come there are still cops running around this place? And is this cop so brave? A person who single-handedly dares to shoot at an evolved zombie, and a stocky tank-type zombie at that? Ji Ruxue viewed the scene at the entrance of the neighborhood through the binoculars and was overwhelmed for a moment. It was important to know that tank-type zombies had very strong defenses and were very strong, and the reason for his robust size. An ordinary pistol hit on his body would hardly have any effect on his fighting ability, unless it was a direct headshot that would do the trick. In the pre-zombie apocalypse, the biggest threat to human survivors is this kind of tank-type zombies and agile zombies. These two types of zombies are also difficult to deal with in large numbers, causing many survivors to suffer. Why does this cop look familiar to me? Ji Ruxue adjusted the distance of the binoculars, carefully zoomed in and realized that Zhao Lin's face he always felt as if he had seen it somewhere, but he could not think of it for a moment. This was actually because Zhao Lin hadn't started evolving and becoming stronger yet, and her body and appearance hadn't changed much from before. Therefore, from the outside, it looked very different from the 9 Deaths demon police that Ji Ruxue had encountered in her previous life in the late apocalypse, so much so that Ji Ruxue didn't even think about it for a while. Mainly when Ji Ruxue encountered the 9 Death Demon Police in her previous life, the other party had already evolved continuously and reached the Imperial Extreme. Ji Ruxue had a hard time connecting that Imperial Extreme powerhouse with this little cop who didn't know how to die in front of her. And after that gunshot, a flash of intense killing intent flashed under Lu Chuan's eyes. This time he was really angry. He had saved the other party's life by chance last time, but he didn't expect this brain-dead cop to provoke himself without knowing what to do, and even tried to kill his corpse puppet with a single shot. No matter who you are, since you dare to threaten me, there is only a way out. Lu Chuan maneuvered Big Fatty and chased after Zhao Lin with both hammers in hand. Zhao Lin didn't panic, and instead the corner of her mouth hooked up in a smile when she saw that her plan had succeeded. She turned around and tried to run away, ready to lure Big Fatty to an isolated area. But right at this moment, Zhao Lin suddenly felt a cracking sound behind her. She subconsciously turned around at the sound of the voice, only to have her eyes widen in shock at the scene in front of her. Only to see a huge hammer unexpectedly flying through the air. Crap! Why doesn't this zombie follow the rules? Before dying, Zhao Lin only felt darkness before her eyes, and blood spurted madly from her mouth. There was only one thought in the back of her mind. Zhao Lin really can't figure out how the zombies she encountered today are completely different from before. The huge hammer that Big Fatty threw out with all his might was as heavy as 1,000 pounds, and just Zhao Lin's weak body couldn't block it at all, and she was directly smashed to death by a hammer. Lu Chuan maneuvered Big Fatty to walk over to Zhao Lin's body to pick up the sledgehammer and take away the pistol from Zhao Lin's body. Looking at the bloodstained giant hammer in his hand as well as the bloodstained corpses at his feet, Lu Chuan nodded with satisfaction. The accuracy is good, but I'll have to keep practicing in the future. Big Fatty had a lot of strength as a tank-type zombie, but was considerably slower than an agile zombie. But in the hands of a double hammer is not the same. Wielded a tiger. Now can also be used as a long-distance weapon. Can be attacked, can be a long-distance battle, which makes Lu Chuan very satisfied. As for the policeman who was killed by his hammerhead, Lu Chuan didn't care. This kind of person who dares to shoot at himself is killed no matter who the other person is. Even if the real Madonna came, Lu Chuan would have to hammer her brains out. The two police officers who were hiding in the shadows and observing, as well as the truck driver, were scared and panicked when they saw Zhao Lin being hammered to death. The three of them didn't even bother to collect Zhao Lin's corpse and directly turned around and ran. The three of them only hated that they had fewer legs, fearing that they would be caught up by the evolved zombies behind them. When they thought of the huge hammer that flew up in the air just now, all three of them felt their legs and stomachs go weak. Ji Rushue on the 7th floor held a telescope and took in everything that was happening below. Boy, this big guy is too ferocious. He actually smashed that cop to death with a single hammer. While it's partly because this cop is out of his mind, this walker is a little too ruthless. Even Ji Rushue let out a gasp when she saw how ferocious this tank-type zombie was. But at the same time, she felt incomparably puzzled in her heart. The image of this tank in front of her was that although the strength of the body was robust, however, looking at its appearance it should still be within the range of a first-order zombie and had not broken through to the second order. Although this level of zombies had successfully evolved, they still acted according to their bloodthirsty instincts, and their fighting skills and means were very poor. In Ji Rushue's memories of her previous life, normally zombies would only be reborn with spiritual intelligence at a later stage of evolution. It was only when the zombie powerhouses broke through to that point that they finally learned how to fight with weapons. And like the big guy in front of him, this low-rank zombie simply can't do this. The basic offense is to swing both fists, to swing both arms, and so on. If all the first-order zombies were able to learn to utilize weapons to attack so early like this tank-type zombie in front of them, then it would be nothing short of extinction for the human survivors. This big guy didn't expect to be so ferocious after a fight. I'm afraid Dad must be terrified when he usually has to pass by him every day. Chapter 52, damn it, is this policewoman a fraud? This big guy definitely can't stay long. The killers were so fierce that they had to be decapitated as soon as possible. This guy guards the gates of the neighborhood every day and is a big threat to the Walker dads as well. Thinking of his zombie dad, he has to face such a powerful tank-type zombie every day, and he's even afraid to go in and out of the neighborhood. Ji Rushue then made a secret decision in her mind. This big guy was even able to fight with weapons at the first rank. Hell knows what he would evolve into later. Originally, the tank-type zombie was a type of body enhancement, and now that it had learned to use weapons, the combat power would become very strong, so it absolutely could not be allowed to continue to grow. Ji Rushue believed that if she was able to secretly kill this powerful zombie, Papa Zombie would be very happy. Moreover, the crystal core of this evolved zombie can also be given to the zombie father to absorb, and by that time, father's strength will be drastically increased. However, Ji Rushue also understood that she absolutely could not expose her power too early. After all, his current self was still just a baby under a year old, and his peers were still crawling hard all over the floor at this time. It would be a bit appalling if one could even kill an evolved zombie. Ji Rushue didn't even dare to imagine that if she behaved too amazingly now, she didn't know what kind of eyes her father would look at her then. After thinking about it, she decided it was better to hide her true situation. As for this powerful evolved zombie, he'd wait until Dad was out and out of the neighborhood and find a way to sneak up on him and kill him himself. Although he was still just a baby, he had already broken through to the second stage through the glazed breathing method. With her awakened Nianli control and time control abilities, Ji Rushue was still very confident in decapitating this evolved zombie. However, it had to be said that the large mourner didn't look like an ordinary low-level zombie at all. There was also something amazing about throwing the hammer out just now to kill the policewoman. A pair of sledgehammers were swung by him in a tiger-like manner, and the accuracy was incomparably accurate after being thrown from afar. Just now that human policewoman, directly smashed by this sledgehammer, is bleeding from the 7 orifices and broken bones. Blood in the mouth like a fountain of non-stop gushing. That scene is really some bloody. Ji Rushue can really do not want to see. One day their own zombie father also by this guy to come so hammer. Although the zombie dad was also an evolved zombie and his body was much more robust than the normal zombies. However, Rushua was certain that such a powerful hammer could never be blocked by the zombie father's slightly thin body. I didn't think I'd be able to touch a real pistol when I became a zombie. I'll take this pistol for now. It might come in handy later. Lu Chuan maneuvered the lightning in front of the fifth building and picked up that pistol that Zhao Lin had left behind. Playing with this police pistol in his hand, Lu Chuan nodded with satisfaction. After the end of the world, there were all kinds of evolved zombies and mutated beasts. But at present, this kind of gun is still very powerful. Ordinary zombies, as long as the head to such a shot, are bound to die. Even his own big fat one might not survive if he got his head blown off. After all, the deadly part of a zombie is the location in the head where the nucleus is located. As for the policewoman who had been killed by her own hammer, Lu Chuan felt nothing. Although he said that this was the first time he had killed someone in his 2 lives, Lu Chuan felt as if he had long been accustomed to it. He had inexplicably come to this world and inexplicably experienced a zombie crisis. Now that such a long time had passed, Lu Chuan had long since lost all feeling for the so-called human life. In the midst of these last days, human life is like grass, and death is experienced every hour of every day. The streets are full of wandering corpses and not much more than this one cop. What's more, Lu Chuan has seen too much degeneration of human nature in the midst of this post-apocalyptic world. In Lu Chuan's opinion, his living is the king. It's the end of the world. And if people have to keep their hands off when they shoot at themselves, that's just being a little cute. Although he still retained his human consciousness, Lu Chuan wouldn't hold himself to the various moral codes of his previous life. As a zombie, he can suppress the bloodthirsty impulse in his heart and not go after the survivors, which is already benevolent. Lu Chuan didn't feel that he had to take much care of these living humans. So far, Lu Chuan's attitude towards these human survivors is, he wouldn't go out of his way to actively provoke the other side. But once these humans provoked themselves, then there was no mercy. They must be killed. He still had Xiao Qi to take care of, so he couldn't have anything happen to him no matter what. Otherwise, leaving little Qi a baby in this apocalyptic world, how would the little one survive? Lu Chuan then hurriedly freshened up and went upstairs. So long past their own baby girl is afraid to starve it. He hoped more than anything, though, that the sudden sound of gunfire just now hadn't spooked the little guy. Late night, moonlight descends. Zhou Lin's body is still lying across the entrance to the neighborhood, untouched, because Big Fatty was still arranged by Lu Chuan to guard the entire neighborhood at the entrance. There was the pressure of the evolved zombies, and these ordinary zombies did not dare to approach. Although Zhao Lin was also fresh flesh and blood, Lu Chuan had a human consciousness present after all. He could cut down these humans without mercy, but he still didn't want to see his corpse puppets devouring their former counterparts. Moreover, the evolved zombies were different from ordinary low-rank zombies, and no longer needed to devour such ordinary energyless low-rank flesh and blood to evolve. And what no one noticed was that under this moonlight, Zhao Lin, who should have been long dead for a long time, was emitting a dot of blood-colored ghostly light. The glow wasn't really noticeable in the middle of the dark night, but it was enough to draw attention. Click it, click it. Right underneath these faint bloodlights, Zhao Lin's bones were all making noises, and the bones that were originally smashed and broken were all starting to regain their original shape. The shattered bones healed and grew back, and the bodies that were originally smashed and bloodied all healed strangely under this bloodlight. The chest and abdomen of the body that had been dead for a long time began to recover its ups and downs, and then Zhao Lin, who had been smashed into 7 bloody orifices, unexpectedly opened her eyes violently. The blood on his body had already congealed into a dark brown color, and as a result, this body that should have died a long time ago had strangely climbed up trembling from its original spot. In the midst of this blood-colored fluorescence, the blood-covered policewoman just stood in a daze. Lu Chuan in the bedroom on the 7th floor seemed to have sensed something and hurriedly switched to Big Fatty's perspective. When he saw this bizarre scene happening outside the cell door, his entire body was stunned by the scene before him. Holy, damn it! This policewoman has swindled? Chapter 53, Strange. Why doesn't this big guy hit his dad? I'm alive? Is this hell? At this moment, Zhao Lin, who only felt dizzy in her head, quivered and looked around suspiciously after getting up from the ground, because she was beaten 7 times before she was hammered to death by Big Fatty, so there was dried blood in front of his eyes, and now when he looked towards the surroundings, he only felt that his eyes were clouded with blood. Feeling the discomfort in her eyes, Zhao Lin subconsciously wiped her eyes before regaining her clarity. Seeing this familiar street around him, as well as the familiar neighborhood, even the giant zombie not far away was so familiar. Where is this hell? Isn't this the same Sunnyside neighborhood that he saw before he died? Zhao Lin's pupils contracted for a moment, and she realized that she seemed to be alive. Nope, how am I still alive? Zhao Lin's entire body was dumbfounded. She hurriedly checked up her body, touching left and right, and realized that her body was covered in blood, but she couldn't find a single injury all over her body, and even her bones hadn't broken. No, wasn't I hammered to death by that walker? How? This inexplicable occurrence made Zhao Lin feel very puzzled, and she clearly remembered a huge hammer hitting her abdomen hard before she died. Under the severe pain she spat out blood followed by fainting. Zhao Lin also remembered that before she died, she seemed to have heard the sound of her bones breaking, but now nothing happened. If it wasn't for the fact that she was now covered in blood, Zhao Lin would have even suspected that it was all a hallucination before. Looking at the lanky, demonic godlike tank walker not far away, Zhao Lin shivered violently, recalling the scene during the daytime. She didn't dare to stay here too long and hurriedly fled in a hurry in the direction of the police station. Lu Chuan, through the perspective of Big Fatty, looked at this body that had received a flying hammer from himself, and was obviously smashed in the daytime with broken bones and tendons bleeding from the 7 orifices, and could not die anymore. Surprisingly, in the night color very bizarrely stood up. The most critical thing is also like nothing patted the body to turn around and run. That speed is flying beyond compare. At this moment, Lu Chuan was all confused by the other party. Is this woman a little strong? I can't believe you can't kill her like that? Lu Chuan could be sure that this woman was not a zombie, because at the sight of this body standing up, Lu Chuan quickly went downstairs to the entrance of the neighborhood. The first time, he began to use his own thoughts, wanting to taste and try to manipulate it. But this woman was nothing like a zombie. A normal zombie was like an empty water bottle without a mind. In Lu Chuan's Nimbus perspective, he could see that the zombies all over the street were puppets without any consciousness, and Lu Chuan was able to control their bodies easily with his own Nimbus. However, when Lu Chuan tried to control the woman with his mind power, he realized that the woman's body contained a power within itself, which was an intention that only human beings could possess. This meant that the policewoman in front of her hadn't turned into a zombie and still retained her human consciousness. Such an odd phenomenon made Lu Chuan couldn't help but think of the strong man he had met earlier inside the store. The man looked no different from an ordinary person on the outside. At best, his muscles were stronger. However, it had an extremely strong divine power. The corpse puppet that he manipulated was even axed by the other party. That was definitely not a powerful force that an ordinary person could possess. There was also a mention in the flyer released by the military earlier that evolved people had appeared among the human survivors. Associating these things, although Lu Chuan didn't know what had happened to this mysterious policewoman, he was vaguely able to guess. Perhaps after the blood moon this woman had also mutated, and I fear that she was able to come back to life because she belonged to the evolutionary. If not, this Zhao Lin was smashed with broken bones and tendons and still managed to come back from the dead. That would be really bizarre. What the hell happened? Why am I still alive? Zhao Lin ran out a long way in one breath and ran to a remote corner and stopped. The cool breeze from the sprint cleared her brain a bit, and Zhao Lin was relieved now that she was away from the threat of the evolved zombies. Looking at her blood-stained clothes, Zhao Lin frowned. What happened in the daytime did happen. One was definitely completely killed by that evolved zombie with a hammer blow, and these bloodstains on his body can't be faked. It was just that Zhao Lin couldn't figure it out. Obviously her bones were smashed and broken, but now she wasn't doing anything at all. Zhao Lin pinched her ribs and then her arms, and surprisingly, she didn't even notice the slightest paroxysm of pain. Now that he didn't even notice a single bruise all over his body. This recovery effect simply shouldn't be too unbelievable. No, something has changed in me. Zhao Lin glanced behind herself. He had just run far away in his haste, but it still felt like he had endless energy, which was too much stronger than his previous self. Zhao Lin clenched her fists, feeling her body filled with strength. After some testing, he found that his physical quality had increased substantially from earlier, and his strength and speed had both increased to a great extent. Feeling herself as if she was transformed, Zhao Lin's beautiful eyes were all wide with surprise in them. Thinking about what she had read on the flyer earlier, Zhao Lin suddenly felt a tingle in her scalp. Could I be an evolved person too? Aside from this reason, Zhao Lin really couldn't figure out why she not only didn't die, but also had such a terrifying change in her physical quality. Dad, check. The next day, inside the bedroom on the 7th floor, Ji Rushue took the math homework she had done and handed it to Lu Chuan to look at. The little guy looked very naive and very cute. Lu Chuan originally didn't care, but after receiving it and taking a look at it the whole person was dumbfounded. What's going on here? Little Chi-Chi even knows how to do math and counting? Little Chi-Chi is not even a week old now, but has already accomplished things that other children can only do when they are a few years old. Lu Chuan stared at Xiao Chi-Chi's math homework with wide eyes. His body was a little stiff and stunned. Seeing Lu Chuan reacting so greatly, Ji Rushue on the side was also a bit flustered. It's over. Did I overact? Ji Rushue really didn't want to keep playing dumb anymore. Pretending to be a baby who didn't know anything was just too difficult. She wanted to slowly show what made her different. Wanted to gradually acclimatize her zombie dad to her various surging peculiarities. For example, creating the persona of a genius baby so that even if he or she does something far beyond the behavior of his or her peers, That will keep the zombie dad from being too surprised. Lu Chuan looked at these math homework assignments, and after the shock he was extremely elated. Ha ha ha, little Chi-Chi is really fantastic, worthy of being an absolute prodigy. Lu Chuan didn't feel anything wrong. Instead, his entire body was incredibly excited. Perhaps it was the fact that he had previously seen the policewoman come back from the dead and witnessed the other party rising from a corpse, which had caused a great shock to Lu Chuan. Lu Chuan was already very ignorant of this strange world. Plus, after the blood moon change, the existence of evolved people gradually appeared among humans. Nowadays, even something as outrageous as coming back from the dead can be done. So what's wrong with our little Chi-Chi being just a little bit smarter? What's wrong with counting at less than a year old? It's called a prodigy. Very reasonable. Under this peculiar general environment, Lu Chuan felt that unless the little guy directly hand-rubbed a nuclear bomb out, otherwise he wouldn't feel any problems. Hey, my daughter has the qualifications of a great emperor. Seeing that the little guy had such exceptional intelligence, Lu Chuan was also very pleased. Being smart enough would at the very least allow the little one to live longer in the midst of the brutal post-apocalyptic world to come. Lu Chuan looked at little Chi-Chi, who was staring wide-eyed in front of him as if she was a porcelain doll, and only felt that all the bad emotions of the end times had been alleviated. The little one was so cute that Lu Chuan subconsciously pinched her little face, and as this action also let Ji Ru Shui relieved. In Ji Ru Shui, cognition and the zombie father pinched their own little face. That is to indicate that the heart of the very happy. Seeing how happy the zombie dad was, Ji Ru Shui knew that it looked like her current situation hadn't been exposed. She was more relieved when her dad didn't think much of it, and it seemed that she could continue to do things out of the ordinary in the future to make her zombie dad gradually get used to her. After all, it's just too hard to play dumb every day. Not to mention that all the beings that existed after the blood moon were almost constantly evolving. Ji Ru Shui also didn't want to always be in baby form for this increasingly brutal apocalypse. Lu Chuan's mind stirred as the corpse puppets he had placed in the outside world once again found traces of the evolved zombies. Lu Chuan immediately settled the little one on the bed and then hurried downstairs. Ji Ru Shui waited until Lu Chuan was gone. Then she hurriedly ran to the balcony position with her small legs, and once again raised that huge black telescope to look at the cell gate. She wanted to see if the body of the policewoman from yesterday was still in place. After seeing the policewoman who was killed by the tank-type zombies flying hammer yesterday, Ji Ru Shui always felt as if she had seen the other party somewhere, but she just couldn't think of it for a moment. However, at this time, there was an even more peculiar sight in the small area that attracted Ji Ru Shui's attention. Only a group of robustly built zombies were seen converging from all corners of the neighborhood's interior. Each of these walkers was wearing a fully wrapped motorcycle helmet and carrying a sharp fire axe in their hands. However, there is a figure in the group of corpses attracted the attention of Ji Ru Shui. That from the familiar clothes. That is clearly just downstairs zombie dada. The group of walkers walked together towards the cell door, and then all followed the large walker guarding the doorway, leaving Sunnybrook together. Ji Ru Shui froze. Strange. At such a close distance, this big guy actually didn't attack Dad? Chapter 54. Could it be that there is a zombie king in the Sunshine District? In Ji Ru Shui's memories, once the evolved zombies were close to each other, they would attack each other in order to fight for each other's crystal cores. The low-level evolved zombies also have no consciousness of their own, and the difference between them and ordinary zombies is only that they have become stronger and have the potential to evolve. Lower-ranked evolved zombies likewise relied on the most instinctive desires to act. A normal zombie would follow the bloodlust and go around capturing survivors to devour fresh flesh and blood. The reason why evolved zombies don't gobble up flesh and blood like ordinary zombies is because they crave more concentrated energy, such as the crystal cores in the brains of evolved zombies and mutated beasts. If the two evolved zombies once met, it would definitely be a non-stop situation until one side died and managed to devour the other. But the situation in the binoculars was very strange. How could Dad, an evolved zombie, coexist peacefully with this big tank zombie? Is it hard to guess wrong? Is Dad actually just a regular zombie and not an evolved zombie? In Ji Ru Shui's opinion, if there was a situation where they didn't attack each other, then it would only be the evolved zombies with the normal zombies. Because ordinary zombies were unable to produce crystal cores, there were no locations for evolved zombies to plot against, so they wouldn't waste their efforts for nothing. But what made Ji Ru Shui feel very puzzled was that if Dad wasn't an evolved zombie, then how did he carry so many supplies under the eyes of this big guy? The rooms on the several floors downstairs were filled with all sorts of massive supplies. It wasn't that easy to collect that much. It would take quite a bit of time to do so. What's more, this big guy had been blocking the doorway before. Even if his dad wasn't an evolved zombie who wouldn't cause the other party to devour him, the strong pressure made ordinary zombies not dare to approach. And although the evolved zombies had no consciousness, their instincts also made them never easily allow an ordinary zombie to run wild in their territory. Ji Rushua had thought that her hidden identity was already deep enough, but now she suddenly realized that her zombie father seemed to be equally very mysterious. No, I'll have to find a chance to give it a good try. Find out if Dad is an evolved zombie or not, and what kind of natural abilities he has awakened. Lu Chuan didn't know that the little guy had already discovered all the clues that had appeared on his body through the telescope. He led his squad of corpse puppets all the way towards the middle of a shopping mall in the southern part of the neighborhood. Lu Chuan had been using corpse puppets all this time, searching for the whereabouts of evolved zombies. An evolved zombie is not at all on the same strategic level as a low-level corpse puppet. Manipulating an evolved zombie can completely destroy a squad of corpse puppets. Moreover, if one wanted to continue to make a breakthrough, one had to rely on the crystal cores of the evolved zombies in order to do so. Although he had been engaging in battles with lightning every day, this only allowed his practical combat skills to become more and more skillful. To get really strengthened with body-strengthening chanting, you can't do that alone. And just a moment ago, one of Lu Chuan's corpse puppets was wandering around this pedestrian street when he spotted the trail of an agile zombie. That's why Lu Chuan set off at the first opportunity and brought his army of corpse puppets to this zone. Although the streets were filled with roaming zombies after the apocalypse broke out, most of them were actually still just low-level zombies. Even after the Blood Moon mutation, the evolved zombies are only a small portion, and Lu Chuan has encountered only a handful of evolved zombies in so many days. After coming to this commercial street, Lu Chuan soon discovered the evolved zombie. However, because Lu Chuan had brought Big Fat with him on this trip, he discovered himself just as soon as he got close to the agile zombie. Whoosh! Big Fatty had Lu Chuan's control, so he stood still. However, the agile zombie had already waved its sharp claws like a machete and rushed towards Lu Chuan's side. Lu Chuan hurriedly maneuvered his army of corpse puppets forward to fend them off. This agile zombie's fighting strength was extremely strong, and these low-ranked corpse puppets were not its match at all. However, Lu Chuan put a helmet on each corpse puppet. As long as it was not blown out of the head, it would not directly lose combat power. But soon the agile zombie that had just exuded a powerful aura suddenly stood still. Seeing this, Lu Chuan's heart rejoiced. He had already recovered a lot of his mental power during this period of time. All of that numinous energy consumed from manipulating the evolved zombie earlier had been restored, so he quickly took this evolved zombie under his wing. Looking at the evolved zombie in front of him, Lu Chuan nodded with satisfaction. This was the third evolved zombie he had manipulated. Since you're the second agile walker, you'll be called Lightning too. When he thought that he already had 3 evolved corpse puppets under his command, Lu Chuan felt incomparably excited. If this progress continued, his own corpse puppet brigade would continue to expand. At the very beginning, Lu Chuan hadn't felt how demonic this talent of his was, but now as his strength continued to rise, Lu Chuan felt more and more that this unique talent of his was truly terrifying. As long as his chanting power continued to increase, then Lu Chuan would be able to manipulate more corpse puppets. By having stronger corpse puppets, they were able to obtain more crystal cores. Just like this, the cycle continued on and on, using the crystal core to enhance the Nian power, using the Nian power to manipulate the corpse puppet. This kind of virtuous cycle was simply the best way to evolve. Lu Chuan was incredibly excited. He seemed to have already seen the overbearing sight of himself manipulating an army of countless evolved corpse puppets in the future. Why hasn't Dad come back after being out for so long this time? Something couldn't have happened out there, could it? Ji Rushua had been lying on the balcony waiting for Lu Chuan to come back in order to figure out what was going on with her zombie father. But her current body, after all, was still just a baby less than a week old. I'm just not tall enough at the moment, so I have to tiptoe over the balcony with my little feet on a stool. Only standing for a long time made Ji Rushua's legs a bit numb. She was stomping her little feet over and over to get the blood circulating in her legs to avoid losing consciousness. But soon Ji Rushua made a new discovery, only to see that the group of zombies that had left had returned, and that there was an additional agile zombie beside Dad, in addition to the original ones. What's going on here? How come there's another evolved zombie? This scene caused a great shock to Ji Rushua. Her brow furrowed, associating all the memories of her previous life. Ji Rushua eventually thought of only one possibility, being able to gather several brainless evolved zombies together, controlling the desire to devour each other, and not killing each other to coexist peacefully. There was only one such situation. That's the presence of the King of the Walkers in the Sunnyside neighborhood. Chapter 55 must help Dad get rid of the Zombie King. Ji Rushua stood on the balcony of the 7th floor, her entire body feeling a little numb in her scalp. There were many types of evolved zombies in her memories of her previous life, and among them was an extremely rare existence. This kind of zombie was also called the King Zombie by the survivors. The King Zombie looks like an ordinary zombie from the outside. There seems to be no difference. This kind of zombie walks among the corpses, basically cannot see any abnormalities. Although this King Zombie was also an evolved zombie, It didn't have the extremely strong body as well as the super strong defense of the tank-type zombie, nor did they have the terrifying speed of the agility walkers, and the overwhelming desire to attack. Their appearance doesn't change much due to evolution, and they also don't awaken peculiar special abilities like other elemental zombies. Even this zombie is not necessarily stronger than other evolved zombies in terms of combat power. King zombies only have one talent, but this talent power is incomparably terrifying in the post-apocalyptic world to make countless people scared. That is, they can command other zombies. This kind of king zombie that can rule over its own kind is also called the zombie king by the survivors, because they are really like the absolute king in this post-apocalyptic world, leading the zombie army rampage wherever they go. Almost no grass. For other evolved zombies, humans were able to have ways to deal with them, but only this zombie king made everyone not want to face it. Ji Rushue had also seen a zombie king in her previous life. At that time, Ji Rushue joined a very powerful survivor base, with sturdy defenses on the periphery, as well as a strong military reserve and a good number of evolver squads within the base. It could be said that such a survivor base, as long as it continued to develop, would definitely be able to give birth to many strong people of the human race in the future. But what made Ji Rushue as well as all the survivors in the camp feel fearful was that in the middle of an incredibly silent and dark night, an eerie vibration suddenly resounded in the originally calm street, followed by pouring rain. Lightning streaked across the night sky as sentry guards stationed on the walls realized that a massive wave of zombies had appeared on the outskirts of the base. Countless zombies frantically charged towards the base. And the most crucial thing was that the traps that were originally designed to target zombies on the periphery of the base were strangely bypassed by these zombies. It was as if these waves of corpses were in control, and could keenly attack the weak points of the base. At first, the base hadn't even taken these waves of corpses into consideration, but they soon paid the price for their carelessness. The negligence of defense led to a large number of zombies flooding to the front of the base. Moreover, among the huge tide of corpses, there are still many strong evolved zombies hiding among them. It wasn't until the wave of corpses arrived outside the walls of the base that these evolved zombies began to reveal their claws and teeth. And at this time the human survivors want to defend again, already too late. Just like this Ji Rushue, where the survivor base was destroyed by this horrible tide of corpses alive. The reason why this wave of corpses was able to bypass the human traps and avoid the focus of the human defense when focusing on attacks was because of the command of a zombie king. Although the zombie king is not capable of fighting on its own, it possesses a powerful intelligence that is not weaker than humans. The most crucial thing is that it can make these bloodthirsty and not the slightest bit mindless zombies into a powerful army. Even the evolved zombies are able to be controlled by it. Thinking about this, Ji Rushue felt a bit incredulous for a moment. It is important to know that zombie kings are extremely rare, and it is very difficult for a zombie to be born inside 100,000 zombies. Could it be that he and his zombie father were so unlucky that the zombie king appeared inside the Sunshine District? Associated with the fact that just now these zombies coexisted peacefully with each other and looked disciplined one by one. More than 20 zombies gathered together. Not at all like bloodthirsty zombies, more like a small team out on a mission. Such a bizarre scene. Unless there was a zombie king in command behind it, it could definitely look like this. Ordinary zombies will be afraid of the pressure of the evolved zombies, do not dare to approach easily. And the evolved zombies will also kill each other because they covet each other's crystals. How could it be as peaceful as what she had just seen? Does it mean that Dad, along with the other evolved zombies, take orders from the zombie king in this neighborhood? As for the possibility that his zombie dad is the zombie king, this thought was instantly rejected by Ji Rushue just as soon as it appeared, because in Ji Rushue's memories, the zombie king himself was not strong in combat, but had a super high level of intelligence. So naturally, this kind of zombie would not be able to show his face in order to hide his identity and make his life safer. The zombie king usually only hide in a corner, so that the other zombies to do things at its command. Even if the wave of zombies launched, the zombie king will only hide in the depths. And today, his own zombie dad had gone out directly after the corpses, which was a big no-no for the zombie king. The zombie king would never allow himself to be exposed to danger out of caution. What's more, the place where the zombie king is infested, it must be surrounded by zombies, so that he can feel safe. May own zombie dad. Other than working on his combat skills or going out a few times now and then, he spends most of his time with himself. I'm afraid it's hard to provide the zombie king with much security when you're such a small baby. It's like playing chess, where the general is always followed by soldiers on either side of him. And other than today, Ji Rushue hadn't seen any other walkers around her dad before, but his own zombie father belonged to the evolved zombies, and likewise had to take orders from the zombie king that was hiding in the neighborhood. Ji Rushue suspected that the reason why the zombie father was able to adopt himself was mostly due to the class consciousness retained in his mind playing a role, allowing dad to be able to make decisions that are under his control while being controlled by the zombie king. No, I must find a way to help dad get rid of this zombie king's control. Trying to help the zombie dad get out of his control is easy, as the zombie king has a hard time controlling a being much higher in rank than himself. So as long as he plundered a large number of zombie crystals for dad to devour, when his level was much higher than the zombie king's, he would naturally not be at the zombie king's mercy. Ji Rushua looked down at the crowd of zombies below, and a flash of coldness flashed through her eyes. Who cares about your bull asterisk zombie king? My Ji Rushua's dad is also something guys like you can drive? You guys better hide inside the small area or I'll kill you if I find you. One more evolved corpse puppet. Lu Chuan is very happy at the moment, not yet aware that he has even brought the corpse puppets under his command, have been on the death note of the little 7-7. After returning with the lightning 2, Lu Chuan began to divide the tasks. Big Fatty continues to sit at the gate of the district with both hammers in hand. It's a shame that such a large body size and defense power doesn't guard the gate. The Lightning and Lightning 2, who were agile zombies, were each leading 10 fully armed ordinary corpse puppets, and continued to be responsible for patrolling the small area. Looking at the corpse puppet squad in their respective roles, Lu Chuan nodded his head in satisfaction. He wanted to make the entire neighborhood a brick wall of his own. Chapter 56, Is this policewoman here to die again? On the other hand, Zhao Lin, who had been smashed to death by a hammer and resurrected in the same place, was inwardly ecstatic after realizing that she was likely to become an evolutionary. Feeling her majestic energy, Zhao Lin felt as if she had countless amounts of strength in her body that she wanted to vent. After determining the location, Zhao Lin quickly ran in the direction of the police station. Along the way, the road encountered a few zombies wandering around. Zhao Lin thought about it and then directly pulled out her dagger to fight with her bare hands. As a result, Zhao Lin was pleasantly surprised to find that, sure enough, her fighting strength was a whole lot stronger than before. These ordinary zombies weren't even a match for her, and with her excellent combat skills, the zombies that blocked her along the road were all killed by Zhao Lin. The Sunshine Home was a total of several kilometers away from the police station, and Zhao Lin still didn't feel any fatigue after running back to the police station. Only when Zhou Lin, who looked a bit of a mess covered in blood, returned to the police station, she was pointed directly at her head with a gun. Don't shoot. I'm Zhao Lin. I'm alive. Seeing her co-worker directly pointing a gun at herself, Zhao Lin was startled and hurriedly spoke out to explain. What? Officer Zhao, you're not dead? The police officer in charge of the alert people were dumbfounded. They had already learned from the few people who had gone out today that Zhao Lin had been hammered to death by an evolved zombie in front of the Sunshine District. As a result, the other party was now standing in front of him, looking no different from a living person, except for the fact that there was a lot of blood on his body. Although Zhao Lin's current state looked a bit weird, the officers let Zhao Lin in out of trust for her fellow officers. When Zhao Lin returned to the hall, everyone in the police station looked at her with a look of disbelief. Officer Zhao, are you a human or a ghost? The truck driver said with a trembling voice as he pointed at Zhao Lin in horror, his face a little pale. Zhao Lin, it's really you? We thought you've been given by that evolved zombie. The police officers couldn't help but gulp as they looked at Zhao Lin, indescribable shock in their eyes. It's really me. I found out I became an evolutionary and that's why I survived. Zhao Lin recited a few more police codes after she finished speaking, which allowed the crowd to lift their suspicions. It was just that everyone's eyes were still filled with surprise amongst them as they looked at Zhao Lin. Zhao Lin said with an ugly face, the zombies are getting stronger and stronger. I think we should still leave the city as soon as possible. That tank-type zombie in the evolution cell today was able to attack with a flying hammer, which simply overturned Zhao Lin's 3 views. Among the evolved zombies she had encountered before, there were no such zombies that had learned to use weapons. This most likely means that the zombies in the city are evolving more and more, and their continued entrenchment in the police station will most likely only lead to death. But even after Zhao Lin spoke these thoughts of hers, the people in the room still shook their heads and were unwilling to go together. Officer Zhao, you can't be kidding. There is an evolved zombie at the entrance of the Sunshine Home. Where are we the opponents of such a powerful and large zombie? Even the police officers shook their heads no this time, unwilling to go along. Don't worry everyone. That evolved zombie will be dealt with by me. I'm already an evolved person now. You don't have to worry about following me. Immediately after that, Zhao Lin showed the crowd the strength and speed that had skyrocketed after her evolution. At the same time, several colleagues were selected to fight with him, and as a result, Zhao Lin was able to knock down all of them in a few rounds by virtue of her completely crushing physical qualities. Such outstanding battle power made everyone in the hall gasp in amazement. Zhao Lin spread her hands and said somewhat helplessly, now everyone believes it. With my current strength it shouldn't be a problem to lure away that big guy. In Zhao Lin's opinion, it wasn't impossible to lure the big guy away. The reason why he was killed in seconds today was because he didn't think that this zombie would even use a weapon. Seeing that Zhao Lin was so insistent and had indeed seen Zhao Lin's formidable battle power after this transformation into an evolutionary, The crowd then nodded their heads in agreement as well. For the police officers, the one who went up to lure away the evolved zombies was Zhao Lin anyway. It would be best if Zhao Lin succeeded that way, and everyone could escape in their trucks to the human survivor base. If something happens to Zhao Lin, the big deal is that they'll flee back to the police station. It had nothing to do with them if it was Zhao Lin who died anyway, and one less person could still get a smaller share of the food. The police department then began to make another round of preparations at the instigation of Zhao Lin. Inside the bedroom on the 7th floor, Lu Chuan extinguished the flame of the gas stove and poured the fried fragrant egg fried rice into a bowl. This gas stove and the matching pots and pans, Lu Chuan let the corpse puppet from the nearby restaurant to move over. After all, you can't keep collecting wood and burning it inside the building. Ji Rushue, because of her cultivation of the Liuli breathing method, under the catalyzing of a large amount of energy factors, her body grew at a much faster rate than an ordinary toddler. Even her baby teeth are fully grown in now. Lu Chuan also felt very surprised after he found out, not expecting the little guy to grow so fast, but his heart was also very happy. The faster the little one in the middle of the end times grew, the better. That's why Lu Chuan made egg fried rice, and the house was filled with the aroma of fireworks. Jesus Christ! Finally being able to eat normal food, Ji Rushue held her own small bowl. Looking at the golden egg fried rice for a moment, her eyes were a little moist. I have been drinking rice paste and milk powder every day. Ji Rushue felt that she was going to vomit if she drank it again, and she was covered with a flavor of milk powder, which was about to marinate out of the milk flavor. She hadn't had this kind of fragrant rice fried through smoke and fire for a long time. Taking a small spoon and taking a big bite, Ji Rushue revealed a satisfied smile. I really didn't realize that the zombie dad's cooking skills weren't too bad. The only thing that made Ji Rushue feel pity was that there were only eggs and no meat. She secretly made up her mind that in the future, she must hunt down some ferocious beasts for her zombie father to get some roasted meat to eat. That's the kind of food people should eat. Seeing little Chi-Chi hugging the small bowl and stuffing her head to eat furiously, Lu Chuan revealed a pleased smile. When the little one finished eating, Lu Chuan used his hand to gently help Ji Rushue wipe away the rice grains at the corners of her mouth, and then poured a cup of plain water. Ji Rushue took the cup and then drank it in one gulp. This feeling of warm water mixed with rice flowing into her stomach in a zombie apocalypse was incredibly soothing to her entire being. The next morning, Lu Chuan held a machete in the small area and kept on practicing his fighting skills with Lightning One. After a long period of actual combat practice, Lu Chuan could now be on par with Lightning One. However, just then Lu Chuan's mind moved, and he hurriedly switched to Big Fatty's perspective. Only several figures appeared at the entrance of the neighborhood. These people were wearing black police riot gear, and in their hands they were either holding batons and shields, or police pistols and rifles. The person in the lead had a slender figure, and Lu Chuan realized through the transparent visor of the explosion-proof helmet that this person was none other than the policewoman who was supposed to be hammered to death yesterday. Ha! This policewoman came over to die again?